remember me. I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe I can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe I can give the radio back. want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can keep your radio by. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes
gotta start the stream off right. And the only way to start it off truly correctly is it with a nice piping hot cup of Void Coffee. That's right, Void Coffee is my sponsor for today. No, I wish. Who out there would like to get their hands on some Void Coffee? If it was a thing... Oh yes, Void Coffee. The desk slam heard around the world. Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to cover today. I mean, like, you know, so most people know that that's a Hasan thing. Like when we talk about the Weaselly Little Liar, when we talk about the that is Hasan being frustrated with Destiny. But most people don't know what that's about, or at least like in depth. Like most people can't give an explanation of like the context, because we're all about context today. We got to see you know, Vash's context, which didn't really change much of anything, but I think that this context is going to be a little bit different when we see what's going on with Destiny, because this is more about Destiny's this is about Destiny. This is about Destiny's heel turn. This is about why Destiny is a different kind of figure with different kind of political opinions than what you may have seen early. A lot of people get exposed to Destiny through his debates with the alt-right, because that's what he used to do for a while. He jumped onto the blood sports debate train, which was kind of a primarily right-wing thing, and really just took some of those unserious alt-right figures that didn't have much of anything to go on and sort of turned them into memes, right? We're talking about JonTron, we're talking about Lauren Southern, we're talking about actually Kira Chats before Kira Chats was on the left. Yeah, so some strange stuff there. Oh god, we can't actually watch the guy, but luckily we don't have to. Defining the Dark Triad. I almost want to go over this Dark Triad stuff with you, but obviously I can't go over you know, the Destiny. Like Destiny famously took a psychological inventory at some point called the Dark Triad, and I think it's the kind of thing that you know, will like, I think it's part of the inventory to see if somebody's, you know, showing signs of psychopathy or maybe other issues, right? So I mean, this is just a test that what is it again? Narcissism, Machiavellianism, and antisocial, I think, are the three things on the triad, right? These are the three things that get measured by that. So he took it once with Melina standing in the room. And of course, he scored very low on this. And most people, right, if you take this test, you're going to score very low on all of the aspects of the Dark Triad. So then Melina leaves the room. And Destiny, like, rubs his hands together and says, okay, boys, let's do it for real. And he retakes it. And he scores really high on the Dark Triad test. Now, I'm not suggesting to you that the second of those scores is more reflective of Destiny's true personality. What I'm suggesting to you is that Destiny is a very disingenuous person. And that depending on the audience that he has, whether it is, you know, a significant other is in the room watching, or whether it is like a bunch of fucking edgelord dipshit DGGers, oh my god. We're starting off hot, aren't we? This is gonna get me in trouble. This is gonna get me in big trouble. You're not supposed to say bad shit about Destiny, especially about his community. You're about to find out why when we get into Hasan's explanation, Hasan's rant. You know, at first it really seemed like another moment of weakness. We talked about Hasan's moment of weakness with Keffals. He usually doesn't talk about Keffals. He usually doesn't talk about Vash. He usually doesn't talk about Destiny. Hasan talks about the content that he wants to cover, and he doesn't necessarily talk about the people that are covering him. The people like Destiny who have done hundreds of videos on him. He has not cut similar numbers or really much of anything in terms of videos on them. So, you know, it seemed like a moment of weakness. It seemed like a bad idea. And that's what Hasan's chat was thinking when he started out. But he released some stuff. He showed us some stuff that really puts a new, sheds a new light on Destiny's transformation from being the based, slightly centrist destroyer of the alt-right to being the contrarian, almost IDW adjacent asshole that we see today, but to being somebody that can, sit down and have a nice little conversation with Ben Shapiro and really find a lot of things that they agree on, right? That didn't happen overnight. That didn't happen by accident. And a lot of people don't really know why it happened. Some people just speculate it's like that he starts doing, quasi-leftist content, calls himself a SOCDEM, and then he encounters the actual left, and the actual left is like, yeah, we don't like this guy. This guy's not good. And he's like, fine, you don't like me? Well, I guess, I'm gonna, turn right wing in all these kind of ways, right? It's not just that. A lot of it seems to have to do with Hasan, and it seems to have to do with audience, right? We talk about audience capture. We talk about, audience capture is like when a streamer will do a certain kind of content, appeal to a certain kind of audience, and then get in a trap where they have to continue to do that same kind of content, even if they don't believe in it, even if they don't like it. They're trapped. That's audience capture. The audience has captured you. You've got audience capture. You've got you could propose a kind of capture that involves whoever you do content with. In other words, if you do content with people that like think that a certain position, like being siding with Palestine, is ridiculous, then you might not be as vocal about siding with Palestine. You might try to crunch that down a little bit, right? That's a capture where you are in a environment with other streamers where that certain opinions of yours may be unacceptable, and so those opinions either switch or they play at least a lesser part in your content. But here we're talking about something a little bit different in terms of jealousy and spite directed at one Hasan Piker, who at the moment when he was doing content with Destiny was somewhat of a random small streamer himself, was much smaller, definitely way smaller than Destiny, and small on the small side in general, but was gaining an audience quicker than Destiny, or I think a lot of people really expected. And especially considering that Destiny had aggregated all these people that were cheering him on when he would smash these alt-right figures, those people started to have a tendency of being more aligned with Hasan than with Destiny. And Hasan's some of the content is literally like Hasan trying to teach Destiny some of the basic concepts of socialism. And so that puts him in a place where Destiny can't really do the kind of content that audience wants, even if he wants to, because he's just not educated enough. He's just not understanding enough, and maybe he doesn't believe that. When I was in VGG, they told me that Destiny's change happened after the falling out with Hasan. That's what I thought too. But Hasan is about to release some stuff that kind of puts a different light on it, and I'm not sure what to think. Again, we're not taking what Hasan says and just taking it as at face value. He could be wrong too. He could be he could have emotions about the I don't want to call it the breakup. They weren't dating. Okay, just for the record, I'm not trying to imply that they were dating. They were not dating as far as I know, and but it was a falling out that happened that ended up with what we have now, which is Destiny doing what Hasan says are like hundreds of videos. I haven't counted them, but I know that Destiny has done. Hasan is kind of a big subject for Destiny, and Hasan describes himself as a cash cow for Destiny. In other words, anytime Destiny wants to have a video do well, cutting a video about Hasan is a good way to get there, right? So, and what Hasan's reaction to this was. I mean, at first he slammed his fist and he called Destiny a Weaselly Little Liar, and they raged against the machine. And that machine being DGG, and that wasn't a successful tactic, right? Because especially back in the day when Destiny was on Twitch, DGG owned this place, DGG ran this place. I had, you know, Destiny fans in my chat too, you know, sort of like policing the guests that I had. I had like a thread created calling me a tanky over talking to a certain Twitter personality that they didn't like. They ran the roost. And Hasan learned really quickly that you can't fight with them and you can't win with them. So what he did was he tried to tamp things down. He went through a period of time where he treated Destiny kind of like he treats XQC. If you've ever seen the interaction between XQC and Hasan, it's like a rambunctious younger brother and an older brother that is determined not to bully him, despite the fact that maybe he could, right? That's how the interaction between XQC and Hasan goes, because XQC and like XQC's audience hates Hasan, right? They're kind of reactionary. XQC himself is more apolitical, but you know, kind of has some reactionary tendencies, much like his audience. And so it ends up that Hasan gets a lot of shit from these people. But I mean, as far as debates, like, it's not a question, it's not a contest, right? XQC does not have the ability to engage with Hasan on much of any sort of political level, and always comes out of debates just looking ridiculous, and that just spurs more interaction, more negative interaction between XQC's community and Hasan's community. In fact, so yeah, when we're talking about Destiny's community, they're not young the way that the juicers for XQC are. They're not, it's not a W community. I mean, kind of, I guess it has some aspects of that, but it doesn't have that demographic. These are people that have been around, some of them since the advent of the internet itself, it seems, and they have honed their tools, their dark arts of the old internet in terms of pressuring people, pressuring personalities that they don't like, almost off the internet. And it was something that Hasan could not go up against in the early days. It was something that Hasan didn't want to go up against in the early days. And in his words, the only person who successfully took on Destiny and his community, Aiden Ross. So toxicity to fight toxicity, fire to fight fire. I guess that kind of worked. I guess that kind of backed them down. But saving that, in Hasan's words, these people will harass you forever. And that's what we're talking about when we're talking about this kind of pressure. You know, I've described like VGG as like having some mafia-esque aspects to it. And like I said, that's the apple that falls from the tree being DGG. The apple does not fall far from the tree. They learned that shit somewhere. And many of them come from, including Vosh himself, come from Destiny's community. So yeah, we're going to get into that today. We're also going to take a look, we're going to try to take a look at what's going on in England as far as passing a ceasefire resolution and whether that's gonna, what's happening with that. Because oh my God, you got to see, the House of Commons is wild, okay? The closest analog that I think that we have to the House of Commons within the United States is not the House of Representatives, but it is the Waffle House. That's what the House of Commons is. It's like the Waffle House, but for politics. It's like if people met in the Waffle House to fight out political issues. That's what the House of Commons is. So we're going to take a look at that. We got to talk about Chaya Raichik too. I really didn't want to, because this is a sad story. Involving a trans person that is not with us any longer. And I gotta say it, Chaya's got some blood on her hands in this case. A little bit more on Anna Kasparian and her right-wing leanings. I feel like some of the people have kind of taken this a little bit too far. We're gonna take a look at Hillary Clinton and Nancy Pelosi taking heat on their views on Gaza. And Alex Jones, not sure what to think about Google's new woke AI generator, right? Apparently white people have been erased from history. So, I mean, that should be fun. But the first thing is first, as always. And that is to take a look at the thread for today on Twitter. There it is. Look, if you can see, I've gone back to posting the link in the main thread, all right? We tried doing it where I make a thread and I make a post, I make a tweet, and then it's like a link in replies, right? Which is supposed to work better. I don't think it does. The idea would be this. If I took this link out of here, put it in the replies, there's like a deboost that goes on to my tweet when it comes to something with a link in it, and taking the deboost out, taking the link out of my main tweet would cause so many more views of it, so many more likes, so many more retweets, that it wouldn't matter that the link is in the reply, right? Because replies get looked at less. A lot of people, they just scroll down and they're like, oh, I like this. Oh, I retweet that. Oh, I'm going to quote retweet that. Oh, you know, like, right, just like that. That's how they interact with Twitter. They don't have time for what's in the replies. Even if you directly say the link is in the replies, they don't care, right? But the idea would be that this would boost, like, you know, the deboost is so strong with a link in the main tweet itself that you're going to do better off by making a tweet that doesn't have a link and then putting the link as the second, and then the percentage of people that see the reply and click on that are going to be greater than the number of people that would click if it was just in. I don't think that's true. I think I think we've busted this myth effectively. But yeah, if you want to help me out, help juice this, help boost this, help us blast off today, because that's what we're doing, chat. We are blasting off ahead of what promises to be the first stream in how many? Is it a week or more? It's more than a week without Vosh, right? We've been, oh my God, that's the wrong, I posted that in the wrong chat there. There it is. I'm gonna pin that, and I'm gonna pin that. Unable to pin. Oh my gosh, if there's anybody in Twitch chat that could help pin it. For some reason, Restream is not recognizing me as the proper owner of my channel. Thank you, Buffy. Yeah, it's pinned in Twitch. It's pinned on YouTube. So if you want to go over there and visit the thread, it might be your chance to post weasels. Let's see what we've got today. Wait, let me just make sure you see this, right? Does anybody remember Animorphs? Any Animorphs fans? Anybody grow up on these books? No goblins? I wasn't prepared for this. I thought you'd be happy. I got the feeling yesterday that people were a little tired of the Vosh stuff. And I gotta be honest, I was too. I mean, just like so many gross things. I mean, we got gross things anyway. We've got a debate between Rabbi Shmuley and Norman Finkelstein that I'm not sure, like, I want to show it to you, but Rabbi Shmuley is just like saying the worst shit. Like stuff that is like guaranteed demonetization in an effort to promote bad Hasbro. We got Jink Uger is a fan of Animorphs. How did I know? How did I know you would be? So yeah, some people in here, two means no, you're not. I love the books. I love the books. Yeah. So we got Destiny here with his Animorph, the Weasel. I don't know, chat. I was kind of trying to do what H3 did with Vosh. Let's take a look here. Yeah, this one right here.
to be settled. But you know it's not settled.
No. Reload. God, Ethan had some fire. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Look, here's my thought, okay? I feel like Ethan probably hired a professional Animorph technician. Like, I think that there's people that dedicate their lives to the art of animorphing people into different animals. And like, I can't compete with that. I mean, I'm trying, chat, but it's hard. Oh my God, what's going on there? What's going on there? Yeah, Animorphs. We got Animorphs. I don't know. I don't know if it matches up. I don't know if it competes. Right, that's a pretty serious Animorph right there. You can see the transformation of Vosh into the horse, and then this one's the transformation of, like, I don't know, for some reason Destiny's head turns into the Weasel's ear. That's kind of weird. That's kind of strange. His shoulder turns into the other ear. That's bizarre. That's bizarre how Destiny transforms into the Weasel, but transform he will, and we're going to see exactly how that transformation took place today. So let's see what we've got so far. We've got, oh, the Weasel. This is the Weasel. Do you guys know the Weasel? This guy was in all kinds of 90s movies, and he would be like, I'm the Weasel. And he would drink out of, he would drink, you know the icy machine at like a gas station? He would drink out of that. Because he's got to get grindage, brah. He's got to get grindage. And he's like, he's got to wheeze the juice. He's got to wheeze the juice. That's right. He is the Weezer of the juice. This is probably where Weezer got their name from. They probably grew up on this guy's movies, and they wanted to wheeze the juice themselves. So Rivers Cuomo and company, they decided to wheeze themselves into Weezer and destroy their sweaters. But don't worry, they got their hash pipe on an island in the sun. Okay, that's all the Weezer songs I can think of right now. We got Shakespeare showing up. Welcome. We got the Weasel Party. Oh my God, wait, yeah, it feels like that should be a political party. Look, UK might be looking for a new political party. That might actually work. The Conservatives, the Tories, nobody likes them. They have absolutely cooked themselves. And they're in a real position here where they might become a third party behind the Liberal Democrats, who I was just reminded of. I forgot the Liberal Democrats existed. Yeah, if you hear Liberal Democrats, that means a different thing in the United States. The Liberal Democrats are kind of the centrist party of the UK. And they might become the second party, right? Also, Labor's having issues just given Ken Starmer's just dedication to fence riding in a way that I think is hard to really imagine, and their inability. I mean, you're to see what happened with the ceasefire resolution and how that got all messed up. The Labor apparently had a version of this. The SNP had a version of this, and then there was amendments, and I don't know, Chad. It got messy. It got messy. Oh my God, that's what the Weasel says when Vosh isn't, like, you know what I mean? Like, that Weasel has heard stories about Vosh, has heard stories about the horses, has heard maybe stories about the Weasels, and does not want to find out if Vosh is maybe also into mustelids, because that's entirely possible. Oh, yes. What? Catboy Hasan? Is that what that is? Buffy, you gotta explain this to me. Is this based Antifa Catboy Hasan here? You gotta love some Weezer. Oh, Buddy Holly. They sing Buddy Holly. That's right. Yeah, Starmer the snake. That's Starmer's Animorph. Weasels have taken over the internet. I hope so. I mean, look, we've had cats, we've had dogs, we've had cows, we've had all kinds of animals. We've had horses thanks to Vosh. I feel like it's the year of the Weasel. It's actually the year of the dragon, like, on the real. M Dragon, are you in here to represent? The year of the dragon has begun. I'm Mary Tyler Moore. Well, I don't care what they say about us anyway. Is this based Catboy Hasan? Is that what it is? Yeah. It was before my time, and it's real. This is, wait, is this his old apartment? Anybody remember Hasan's old apartment? Yeah, he didn't always have the fancy digs that he lives in now, which aren't quite as fancy as everybody thinks. They just, you know, happen to be a home in LA, which is gonna cost you a lot of money regardless. Anywhere on the coast, the West Coast at least, you know, is expensive as fuck, but yeah, he does have a nice house now. He had some kind of an apartment here at this point. Nice, decent apartment too. But that's based Antifa Catboy. Is it is that a bulletproof vest, or is he gonna go and play baseball with Germa? Doesn't he kind of look like he's gonna be on Germa's baseball team? I don't know if Hasan competed in Germa's baseball league, but what? Oh my God! Spider! Look at the spider! Arr! Arr! Fearsome weasel. Fearsome weasel. Is that a weasel? Maybe that's a vole. That's pretty small. That might actually be a vole. It's some kind of mustelid. Oh my God, no way. Yes! Yes way! Yes way! Weasel! Look, it's actually using the trampoline. Oh my God, it's like, I know that it's a trampoline. This is what makes me think that weasels are mythical creatures. Like, what animal would, like, go on a trampoline intentionally and bounce on it, right? Voles are like mice? Wait, voles are like mice? Was that thing not a vole? These are the only acceptable weasels. I've often wondered what a cat would do with a trampoline. I know what a cat will do with a trampoline. One of two things, okay? The first thing is I fits, therefore I sits. It will, you know, the cat will kind of like disappear its legs under its body and just sit on the trampoline because it is a pretty soft, you know, seat right there. And the second thing that the cat will do is possibly rest underneath the trampoline as a way of being in the sunlight, but not being in the direct sunlight. So that's what, those are cats' interests with trampolines. Dogs' interest with trampolines is usually a dog has been put on the trampoline by possibly a kid sister who thinks it's really fun to bounce the dog. And the dog doesn't like it. So the dog's interest in the trampoline is to get off the trampoline without accidentally getting its legs stuck in the springs, right? That's what a dog is interested in. Dogs usually are not on a trampoline on purpose. But I don't know, maybe some dogs like trampolines. In my experience though, it's always the kid sister that gets the dog on the trampoline and then wants to bounce the dog. I have a mini tramp. Yeah, it's not here right now because it's hard to have the trampoline in the shot along with me and the green screen, right? There's just not enough room. Right now I'm trying to dodge out of the sunlight. Chat, it feels like summer has come. You know that Puxatawny Phil, like speaking of small woodland creatures, Puxatawny Phil, the famous groundhog from Groundhog's Day, co-star of Bill Murray apparently, Puxatawny Phil did not see his shadow, meaning that we're going to get an early spring, and that's the most accurate weather forecast you could possibly get. But yeah, right now we've got the tweet on stream right now, so if you want to get in on the Weasel posting action, you've got a little while longer that you can do that. Let's start off today the little Hillary Clinton watch. So there is some speculation that Biden might have caused enough trouble, caused enough doubt in his ability to win re-election, that there might be serious consideration now from the Democratic Party itself in replacing Biden with somebody better. Now, somebody better, that is that's how, you know, that's subjective, right? What's better? What does that mean? What is better than Biden? To you or me, it might be somebody on the squad, but to a Democratic Party institutional person who really feels like Hillary got robbed and really would like to give her a rematch with Donald Trump, I am not convinced that they have completely shook the idea of nominating Hillary. Hillary should have stayed in the damn woods. Yeah, but she's back. She's back. And she's getting a certain reaction. This is a reaction that Pelosi's getting. This is a reaction that Hillary is getting. This is a reaction that a lot of the Democrats are getting when they show up in some place. In this case, this is called the... Wait. Okay, so this isn't the cinema yet, but that's coming up in a second. Alright, let's take a look at this.
Thank you very much.
Clinton.
That's my name. That's right.
War criminal. The people of Libya, the people of Iraq, the people of Syria, the people of Yemen, the people of Palestine, as well as the people of America will never forget. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So, much like some of their UK counterparts in the Labour Party, the Democrats are trying to ride the fence on an issue that just will not quite leave. And I mean, this took place in New York in the United States on February 9th. We're going to take a look now at the Cinema for Peace Foundation's event in Berlin, Germany, where it got a little, there was like a little back and forth between the stage and the audience.
Hillary Clinton, how dare you speak about human rights while Palestinians are being murdered in the name of protections of human rights?
Israel is not defending itself. It's a genocide that you're paying for. And then you talk about women's rights? Are you serious? What women's right are you talking about? There's a genocide committed by the USA, the government that you're standing under, and now you're speaking cinema for peace. We are watching a cinema of genocide.
And everybody's free to vote for the politicians that he wants to vote for.
Be ashamed of yourself! Free Palestine! You have blood on your hands!
Are you concerned about the Palestinian people whose rights you deny, whose genocide you support? You talk about extrajudicial killings. You have been responsible.
So these are protesters, and we saw protesters before, and it's a really common thing to see somebody stand up to bring an issue, to call out a politician, and have the crowd like chant USA or like chant, you know, whatever slogan of the political candidate, and have them just like kind of ushered away, right? In this case, the protests are getting applause, right? This is
hundreds of Pakistanis. You have supported wars in Afghanistan, in Iraq, all over the Middle East. You are a war criminal.
Let's take a look at a different view, because this got captured in a number of different ways. I think this is a different view, at least.
Assault on Gaza to hunt down those responsible for the horrors of October 7th. You have said this is war. Still, are you not shocked by the high civilian casualty numbers in Gaza?
Of course, I'm not shocked, because that's what happens in wars, but I'm deeply troubled.
That's what happens in wars, she says.
High civilian casualties. It has a right to defend itself, but we also have to expect Israel.
So she's like, they're not conducting their genocide. I mean, their military incursion correctly.
Israel is not defending itself. It's a genocide that you're paying for. And then you talk about women's rights? Are you serious? What women's right are you talking about? This is a genocide committed by the USA, the government that you're standing under, and now you're speaking cinema for peace. We are watching a cinema of genocide.
We are in a democratic country, and everybody's free to vote for the politicians that he wants to vote for. Excuse me, please. Can you please stop this? This is not the way to come in.
Trying to deny genocide you support. You talk about extrajudicial killings. You have been responsible for the killings of hundreds of Pakistanis. You have supported wars in Afghanistan, in Iraq, all over the Middle East. You are a war criminal. You are a hypocrite. Shame on you. Shame on all of you for supporting imperialism. Downward imperialism, whether in the East or the West. Free Palestine. Ceasefire now.
The greatest loss of life of Jewish people since the Holocaust.
How dare you speak about human rights while Palestinians are being murdered in the name of protections of human rights? It has nothing to do with human rights. It has nothing to do with the protection of Jewish people. All you care is about racist Jews. All you care is about white supremacy. Shame on you. Shame on you. Free Palestine.
Shame on you. You should not shout at a woman.
That's weird. That's weird to bring. Like, let's bring chivalry into this. Yeah, like, you know, it's wrong for you to shout at Hillary Clinton because she's a woman. That's.
Killing 10,000 children, except for self-defense. It's killing 30,000 civilians, acceptable self-defense. It's killing 10,000 children. It's killing 10,000 children, acceptable self-defense. Killing 10,000 children, acceptable self-defense.
I wish that we could ask these questions and have some of these people who stand out. I really wish people understood.
I really wish people understood.
Shame on you, everyone!
Okay, so that's Hillary Clinton. Let's take a look at Pelosi here. This is kind of a compilation of Nancy Pelosi moments.
Stop bombing hospitals!
Do you okay think it's okay to bomb hospitals in Gaza?
Nancy, I don't understand why you're here when you support the genocide of doctors in Gaza. This is an event. I understand.
Yeah, so you can see this is becoming kind of a it's becoming kind of a pattern here for oh god. I see people they're bringing manure, dumped cow manure outside of Nancy's home in Let's take a look at this really quickly.
Have delivered poop to Nancy Pelosi.
Oh god, no. It's always with the music, isn't it? We can't listen because of the music. But yeah, that's poop. That is poop. It looks like hay, too. Some poopy hay for Nancy Pelosi. Let me see if I can find this on YouTube. There's a, I think Majority Report covered this today. It's like it was on DW. Watch me get, oh, there it is. I was worried when I typed in Nancy Pelosi DW that I would see like Nancy Pelosi on the show Arthur.
Here at the Munich Security Conference, there's plenty of insecurity and conflict to worry the politicians and experts. So has the world reached a dangerous inflection point? My guest this week has decades of experience at the highest political levels in the US. She's California Congresswoman and former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. In Gaza, the US has warned that Israel has killed far too many Palestinians, but is Jerusalem listening? How will funding for Ukraine clear the current bloc in the US Congress? And is President Biden really too old to run for a second term? Nancy Pelosi, welcome to Conflict Zone.
Conflict Zone.
When you look at
Really? Is this we're gonna have a conflict here? Is this what we're gonna do? I'm used to having nice little polite interactions with people. If Nancy doesn't respond, they will go back to Vosh's place for another load. That's where they're getting it. That's right. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying not to write letters to your members of Congress. There's no harm, but it's completely insufficient. That's right. I mean, like, they need to know that this is not okay and that that shit is not going back to normal until they do something about this. Labor movement and the weekend and child labor laws happen because when you say the weekend, the first thing I thought was the singer. But no, we're talking about the weekend. Like, you know how there's a weekend? You know how like a lot of times you get to go home on Saturday and Sunday and you don't have to work? That depends. It depends on what your schedule is, and it depends on what your arrangement is, right? But that didn't exist. That didn't used to exist. Child labor laws, the weekend, all of these are due to. Oh yeah, and the National Labor Relations Board is actually under fire right now. There's a lot of effort to try to bring something to the Supreme Court to get it. You're a MF Star. Yeah, me too. Starboy 100. Yeah. All that money, the money is the motive. Heard through the grapevine that the DNC is thinking about running Genocide Joe through primaries and then putting, I like Newsom or Harris. Like, look, that's that sounds like an unsubstantiated rumor, but it might also correspond with the truth, right? I mean, we don't really know about the. Like we don't really have a way of knowing, and there's no way to like, kind of validate, these rumors, but it's likely, it's more likely than you think. Are these Maoists? I remember it used to be the International Socialist Organization that did a lot of that kind of stuff back then. Are you talking about the poop, or are you talking about at the cinema of peace?
Various conflicts that are in progress around at the moment and their capacity, their potential to spread. Are we reaching a new and dangerous inflection point?
Well, we have, but I think everything is an opportunity. I do think that people are starting to think, what is this about war? We cannot have innocent people, children, families, being victims of war when they're not even combatants in it. So we have to find another way to resolve conflict, and because this is just uncivilized and brutal.
But yeah, the names that got mentioned, that Sisyphean mentioned, were like Newsom and Harris, right? So the vice president or the governor of California. Both bad choices, both not exactly concentrations of charisma. But then we got Hillary Clinton. And look, like, I know it's a wild thing for me to say, because like most of us know that running Hillary Clinton would be one way to assure a Donald Trump election in the fall. But don't put it past them. Don't put it past them. Like, right? Like, I mean, some of these assholes see that, you know, the Biden thing maybe even as an opportunity to get something that they wanted for a long time. She said, yeah, fine, yeah, without realizing what she was saying, yeah.
Well, let's talk about that area where innocents are being killed. In Gaza, Israel has been preparing its forces to fight in the southern city of Rafah on the border with Egypt, where more than 1 million Palestinians have sought refuge from the war. Last week, the White House said it wouldn't support a military operation there and warned of a disaster if it went ahead. What should the U.S. do if Israel ignores that warning?
So we've got words, you know, both in terms of words that they're speaking out in public and in terms of words that Biden's apparently said behind the scene, you know, saying that he really doesn't like Netanyahu. This seems to be the tactic now to talk about like Netanyahu and the current right-wing government as being the problem, and then kind of propping up somebody like Herzog to take his place, the current president of Israel.
I hope that there's some other place that Israel can go in terms of being careful about civilian life. They have made it clear that they want to rid Gaza of Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization. They committed an act of brutality.
But you don't understand the way that they're selling this, the way that they're presenting this, like saying that Israel has the right to defend itself and saying that defense of Israel means eradicating Hamas. You know, when their propaganda is stuff like finding, you know, a book in a Palestinian house and saying, oh, look, this Palestinian household had a book about, you know, Adolf Hitler. This Palestinian house had, and there's no real verification, right? It's an IDF soldier standing in a Palestinian house saying, I found this book. Say, like, there's even, oh God, one of them was like, he grabs a iPad, right? That's like 85% charged up and shows it. And it's like the home screen is like Adolf Hitler, right? Just the way that they're trying to conflate Palestinian civilians, right? And through the whole, you know, the whole human shields thing, right? Every single thing that they're doing, the idea, the bugaboo of the tunnels, right? Oh, but there's a tunnel under there. We got to destroy the tunnels. They're like, right? Aren't the hostages supposedly in the tunnels? There's no real interest in retrieving the hostages or saving the hostages, although you'll hear them like virtue signal about that. And, you know, if you believe in freeing Palestine, if you believe in a ceasefire, then I guess you don't want the hostages returned. But they don't seem to care. Like, it seems very much like the like the whole you know, kill the hostages policy is still very much in effect. The language on the iPad was Hebrew. No, god damn. Yeah, when has eradicated I mean, that's not even how you do counterinsurgency, right? If that's what you're talking about, that's not how counterinsurgency works. That is a lesson that they teach like U.S. troops, right? Where they show them the Battle of Algiers. The whole point of that of that movie is to teach them like that it's not like, I mean, that's where the whole, you know, even in Vietnam, they're trying to win hearts and minds, even though they're, you know, killing a lot of civilians, dropping chemical weapons everywhere. And yeah, the Hannibal Directive, yeah.
Barbaric assault on Israel on October 7th. And following that,
I feel like the IRS is holding me hostage and by making me pay for Israel, yeah, me too. I gotta get my taxes in. It's really hard when your employer is like Google / Amazon / Patreon, but I gotta do it.
We see many children, families, grandmas suffering from the consequences of their barbaric action. So when you say they want to go into the city, and now that city, I understand, has 3 to 5 times more people than it would normally have.
Rafa.
So many refugees there. And we're saying we don't support that. Well, we haven't supported any of their aggression. We recognize Israel's right to protect itself, defend its borders, and the rest. But I would hope that they would hear the call of Secretary Blinken and, of course, President Joe Biden. All of us are friends of Israel, and be careful about the civilians.
The White House has escalated its rhetoric pretty sharply last week. Mr. Biden said Israel's conduct of the war was over the top. There are a lot of innocent people who are starving. He said there are a lot of innocent people who are in trouble and dying, and it's got to stop. Can Mr. Biden make it stop?
Well, we have I don't want to call him Mr. because I've lost so much respect for him, Netanyahu there, who seems to be...
You've lost respect for him.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see how that's a big fat virtue signal? Right? Like, she thinks she's going hard. Well, I don't even want to call him Mr. anymore. He doesn't deserve any respect. That's a bad dude. We should get Herzog in there instead. And it's like, I mean, the coalition, like the what's in charge right now is what do they call the wartime government? It's not just Netanyahu and the far right that's doing this. It's not like other it's not like centrist Israeli politicians are like, in favor of like withdrawing and a ceasefire, right? There's a huge problem with the Israeli government that goes beyond Netanyahu.
But nonetheless, he seems to be calling the shots, and he and his very extreme right wing, I wouldn't even say conservative, because that's a legitimate place to be in the world of thinking on the spectrum, but right wing.
Sisyphean says it's like the war room in Dr. Strangelove. That's right, no fighting in the war room.
Radical right wing cabinet.
But more fascist.
So I would hope that hearing from a friend of Israel, as Joe Biden has always been, and all of us have been, that he would respect the lives of the people who are innocent, collateral damage in this war.
But there are levers that Biden could use, which he hasn't used. There are levers which previous presidents have used when Israel has, in their view, crossed the line.
For example?
Go back to 1956.
Herzog is the one who said that not everyone in Gaza is a civilian. Yeah, they use that term innocent civilians, right? As opposed to guilty civil, you know what I mean? It's just this malleable term that you don't even know, like, well, look, who do you actually consider, who are you treating as an innocent civilian? Because it doesn't seem like that they can therefore Roblox away. Yeah, I think Israeli citizens and Pelosi have a big problem with Netanyahu, not because of his assault on Gaza, but because they see him as that is, yeah, Netanyahu is not popular. There was a move to get rid of Netanyahu as prime minister before October 7th, but it had a lot more to do with his actions in terms of the Supreme Court than his policy towards Palestine.
Eisenhower threatened sanctions if Israel didn't pull its forces out of Sinai.
Wait, did you hear that? Wait, let's go back for a second there.
Held up delivery of 2056. He hasn't used. There are levers which previous presidents...
Okay, so there are levers which previous presidents have used when Israel has...
When Israel has, in their view,
when Israel's crossed the line, right?
The line.
For example?
Go back to 1956. Eisenhower threatened sanctions if Israel didn't pull its forces out of Sinai.
Oh, you're bringing up the 50s. That has nothing to do. That was a long time ago. Like, what are you talking about? And no, this is like, I mean, look, this current U.S. government is more reticent to do anything about Israel, to use any sort of leverage on Israel then whatever, go back to the Obama administration even, right? There was more actual leverage being used on Israel than there is now. Now it's this whole, well, we stand with Israel. Israel's a friend. Israel has the right to defend themselves, and maybe they're not defending themselves in the right way. And we can talk about that. We can talk about that they need to take more care in their ethnic cleansing. They need to be less brutal in their ethnic cleansing. It's ridiculous.
Held up delivery of fighter jets over Israel's action in Lebanon. George Bush Sr. blocked loan guarantees because of settlement building.
He did. I was there the day that well, you're going back to 56. I mean,
so these leave.
No, we're talking about George. Wait. That was George W. Bush, right?
George Bush Sr. blocked loan guarantees.
Okay, George Bush Sr. Yeah. So we're in the 90s, but what he's doing is systematically going through from 1956 Eisenhower, and now he's at George Bush Sr.
because of settlement building.
He did. I was.
And there's also, you could even talk about George W. Bush. You could talk about Barack Obama.
There the day that well, you're going back to 56. I mean,
so these levers are there, aren't they?
Well, there's some, but the president has said something about the settlements. He has said something about the settlements.
He did say something about the settlements. What the fuck?
But saying and blocking.
Yeah, leverage. We're talking about leverage. The United States, has a lot of leverage over Israel because of the degree to which the United States backs them militarily and gives them military aid and things like the Iron Dome, for instance, right? There's a lot of leverage there.
Weapons.
We don't need words. We don't need Biden saying behind the scenes that fucking Netanyahu is an asshole. We need actions. We need meaningful things. We need to, again, I hate to sound Marxist about this, but let's address the material conditions here.
For instance, are very different things, aren't they?
It's not. It's a path. It's a path. Look, this is terrible. I mean, nobody wants to, in any way, minimize what happened on October 6th. This was barbaric. It was horrible.
October 6th.
And consequence of hostage.
Wait, what did she say? Yeah, she said October 6th. Sick. You see the closed captions here? The closed captions know that she meant the 7th.
Way, minimize what happened.
But you know what does happen in this discussion of October 7th is actually literally what she's saying. Minimization of October 6th, October 5th, going back to the Nakba, right? Minimization of the whole history of oppression of the Palestinian people, the lies that were told about a roadmap for peace that never fucking happened.
On October 6th, this was barbaric. It was horrible. And consequence of hostage taking, rape, murder.
Okay, so she feels that way about the people that, that lost their lives on, October 7th. And, we're finding out more and more that some of those people lost their lives, due to the Hannibal directive-like policies, apparently. It was the fire from the IDF, not from Hamas or anyone. But it's just weird that you'd be so concerned about, that's 1,200 people is a massive loss of life. What about 30,000? What about 30,000 people losing their lives, Nancy?
Kidnapping, attacking young people at a music festival. How bad could it get? And almost to the point of inviting a reaction. Now, none of us has any sympathy for what Israel has done to the
No, you have sympathy, okay? And it flows in one direction. You've got sympathy for the Israeli loss of life, but you don't have sympathy for what's gone on, to the Palestinian people since the 40s.
Children and innocent people in this war. We have total sympathy for them, but we want the hostage.
And when you say invites a reaction, then why don't you see that Israel's policies towards Palestine also invite a reaction? It doesn't justify it. I don't think that you're I don't think that I hope, Nancy, that you're not saying, when you say invites a reaction, you're saying justifies, like, the, war crimes, justifies the loss of civilian lives. But, it's got to flow both ways if you're going to make these arguments, unless you're just, mailing it in and relying on racism to do the rest of the work. This is literally just like Palestinian bad. I hate to fucking use that thought-terminating cliche that the Vosh network uses, but this is that kind of logic, right? That's the only thing that operates here. Is not, like, none of what she says means anything. None of what she says is consistent. None of the none of the travesties that she's pointing out are travesties that she's acknowledging in both directions. It's all done through misdirection and the characterizing of a people as being terroristic, characterizing a people as being violence. In other words, this is racism.
Messages released.
And very little else.
Addressed. And by addressed, I mean, if in fact they think that they can just prevail in Gaza and continue to be a threat to Israel, that is not an answer either. So it's a funny thing about war. People think if they start a hostility, they're going to end an injustice, but it usually just adds to further hostilities.
But I guess my question is, at what point would you, a longtime friend of Israel, say to the government there, the price of this military operation is too high and is no longer morally...
Yeah, is Hamas in the room with us now? Says bipedal meatbag.
Well, why would they care if I said that? I mean, why would they care?
If you don't, you're staying silent and you're complicit,
we're not saying
aren't
silent.
you?
No, we're not saying
complicit.
silent. We're saying it is, it's wrong for them to do what they're doing to the extent that they are doing it. You can understand if it were the Netherlands and someone came in and killed, over 1,000 people and kidnapped and brutally harmed other people, that you would want some justice done. But again, how that is calibrated has to be done with humanity. And that's what
that's the thing, is they wouldn't. They don't operate like that. They don't have they haven't displaced people from their homes, moved them onto restricted areas with a wall, and restricted there's so many things about that comparison that just don't make any sense.
Have to return to is our humanity.
But isn't the danger for the US that if you don't like what Israel is doing, and the president has made it clear that some of what Israel is doing he doesn't like,
that's right,
and you go on supplying them with hardware to do those things, you own this operation every bit as much as they do, don't you?
No, we don't. We don't. We have always supported Israel as our national security friend, largely because it was in our interest to do so.
Yo, I wish I just had a whole bunch of clips lined up, because right now I would like to play the Joe Biden clip from the 80s where a much younger Joe Biden said that if Israel did not exist in the Middle East, then the United States would have to invent them, right? Israel serves a foreign policy purpose for the United States. They don't supply Israel with weapons out of the goodness of their heart. They supply Israel with weapons to use them essentially. This is like, it's like a buffer state. This is like a proxy thing that's going on, right? United States hates Iran. Israel is an enemy of Iran with a lot more proximity to countries where Iran has influences. Therefore, it makes sense for the United States to arm Israel and then just kind of, not our floor, not our problem. No, it is. You literally paid for that floor. You bought and paid for that floor. That is your floor. That is your problem. Okay? I'm going to drink out of cups just to spite you.
Largely because it was introduced that we had shared values that only democracy.
Keep it up and I'll sit in chairs, okay?
In the region. The behavior of Netanyahu is, in my view...
Sorry, that meme is a deep cut.
...in terms of how it has affected the collateral damage...
Wait, what did she say about Netanyahu?
...families and the rest. But Netanyahu is, in my view, inexcusable.
Inexcusable? Oh my God. You're just like Withering critique.
How it has affected the collateral damage to children and families and the rest. But nobody can take away the right of any country to defend itself that has been brutally attacked in that way.
28,000 Palestinian lives is more than self-defense, isn't it? It's more than self-defense.
Well, their goal, and I just saw President Herzog, for whom I have enormous respect, and I said, how are things? And he basically said, we just have a couple more steps and then we'll be through this. So that sounded optimistic to me, that they think that it is in reach to rid Gaza of Hamas. I don't hear a lot of the people, and they're outside my house almost every day, but nobody cares about that, and I don't mean to make that a big thing, but I just hear them saying, free the hostages. I don't hear any of them saying Hamas is a terrorist organization. I hear them praising Hamas. I hear them ignoring the hostages. So there's...
You know who else is ignoring the hostages? The IDF. Like, if you want the hostages back, you need to negotiate. That's how that's going to work. Otherwise, you're just, you know, Hannibal.
There's a lot of...
It's just the Hannibal directive, right? You'd rather have the hostages unalived than have them used as any kind of leverage in negotiations.
Shall we say, behavior we all have to address here.
Last week,
okay.
EU's Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell wondered aloud why the US isn't doing more to have its warnings taken seriously in Jerusalem. If you believe, he said, that too many people are being killed, maybe you should provide fewer arms in order to prevent so many people being killed. He's got a point, hasn't he?
Israel is very well equipped with weaponry. There's nothing that we have sent since October 7th that has contributed to this brutality. In the longer run, they're in a dangerous neighborhood, and we will continue to support Israel.
Let's talk about Ukraine, if we may. $60 billion of US funding for Ukraine has hit a roadblock in Congress. NATO's Secretary General warned just before this conference.
Here, I mean, this is interesting stuff, but we're going to skip to...
It's already being felt on the battlefield, and that means that lives are being lost. Okay, let's talk in the brief time we have left about the election year. An ABC Ipsos poll on the 11th of this month showed 86% of Americans now think Joe Biden is too old to serve a second term.
Okay, so Shakespeare says, have you ever gone over the Dahiya doctrine? That is the, what I was calling the Hannibal directive. It's a tactic that was developed in Lebanon, but is developed by Lebanon? Or developed in one of the conflicts with Lebanon, but is used by Israel. Even I think you mean in Lebanon. You said in Lebanon, so that's an important doctrine to understand in this ongoing. I think YouTube cut you off at ongoing.
Are statistics like that causing major alarm bells to ring in your party?
Joe Biden, as a great president of the United States.
Wait, the Hannibal directive is different by the IDF in Lebanon. That's what I thought you meant. Yeah.
And Kamala Harris will be our candidates for president and vice president.
It's different than the Dahiya doctrine.
He will be reelected president of the United States. Does it ever
with 86% thinking he's too old?
Well, what percentage think that Trump is too old? He's 78. What's he, 77, 78 years old?
Well, Americans would prefer to have other people on the ballot. That's 67% of respondents said that.
You're talking about the two people who are likely to be on the ballot. So why are we just talking about Joe Biden? Joe Biden has wisdom.
So officially, it was used until 2016 to prevent capture of Israeli soldiers by enemy forces. The Hannibal Protocol I'm talking about there.
Knowledge, judgment, a beautiful vision for America, knowledge of the issues. He's been there so long, a strategic thinker, a master legislator, and that's all.
Oh, the Dahiya. So I think you, I wasn't talking about the Dahiya doctrine, which is military strategy it's the reason that they're destroying all the civilian infrastructure, all of the, you know, colleges, hospitals, graveyards, like all the structures of, or infrastructure of essentially civic life in Palestine, as opposed to the Hannibal Directive, which is what I was talking about in their, you know, it says that they developed it to prevent the capture of Israeli soldiers by the enemy forces. It's pretty dark, considering that it, you know, justifies the it's essentially shooting the hostage. Introduced in 1986 after a number of IDF soldiers were abducted in Lebanon, and then there were prisoner exchanges. So in order to not lose leverage in negotiation, they are willing to kill their own dudes, so to speak, as opposed to the Dahiya doctrine, which involves the destruction of civilian infrastructure in order to, I mean, if you look at what they're doing in Gaza, you know, it's clearly to erase the memory, erase the like to erase civic life in Gaza, to you know, any justification for going back there, rebuilding, trying to restart one's life in Gaza, you know, when they've destroyed all of the civilian infrastructure there. It makes it, yeah, I mean, it's pressure on the Palestinian people to leave, right? And that's pretty clear from their rhetoric. It's named after Dahiya in Beirut. Okay, so talking about, yeah, the 2006 Lebanon War. So yeah, multiple Lebanon wars. The Hannibal Directive traces itself back to the 1986 conflict, whereas the Dahiya Doctrine traces itself back to the 2006 conflict in Lebanon. Israel occupied southern Lebanon south of the Litani River until 2000. They had a blue line, which Israel moved south of. Vaush jokes, still in chat. Let's see what Nancy has to say about...
Up here, and then in his heart, empathy for the American people.
What the fuck, Nancy?
The special counsel who investigated...
Knowledge. I understand that, but you're
that.
talking about the two people who are likely to be on the ballot. So why are we just talking about Joe Biden? Joe Biden has wisdom, knowledge, judgment, a beautiful vision for America, knowledge of the issues. He's been there so long.
This is not even, like, that's your political message? He has wisdom. He has knowledge. You say that he's old. I say that he's wise. That's not how you run a fucking political campaign.
Strategic thinker, master legislator.
First of all, you are bypassing any discussion of policy. And second of all, what the fuck, Nancy?
And that's all up here. And then in his heart, empathy for the American people.
In the words of the special counsel who investigated his handling...
Like, this is the kind of hagiography that you do for a long dead political leader. Like, this is the kind of shit that they do with, like, George Washington or, you know, Abraham Lincoln or any you know, ancient political figure who's taken like a symbolic role in the American mythology, right? That's that kind of hagiography. It's so weird that you'd try to use that for Biden.
Classified documents. He was a sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory.
I think that person should have just done his business. Charge or don't charge. We don't need you being doing a doctor's analysis of something that you are so unfair about. In other words, there are other people that are part of that he could have said they forgot. Do you remember everything that might have happened 20, 30 years ago?
But the public perception is now that he is too old to run, isn't it? You don't.
And honestly, if that had just stayed in the report, because here's the deal, okay? Democrats when you insist on this virtue signal, I guess as you think of it, of like nominating Merrick Garland to be head of the Justice Department. And then Merrick Garland turns around and nominates a Republican, a partisan prosecutor to go after Biden. The partisan prosecutor does a little fishing expedition, comes up with nothing real, nothing of substance, nothing, to say that like there's a real crime that needs to be looked into here. And instead just says like, oh, he presents himself as a doddering old man with a lack of memory and blah, 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 blah. Because that's all he can do. 300 pages of salt, right? You got to take those 300 pages of salt and leave them be. Instead, Biden declared an emergency press conference to push back and say, I am not old. I do not have a lack of memory. I am not, like unfit to, like you literally are making the case with when you come on and you talk about Al-Sisi in Mexico. Yeah, you're literally making the case that that's right. Biden, the Democrats are doing damage to themselves. This is
get away
in so many ways, including their insistence on this sort of civility politics.
Get back to your question.
They go low, we go high. Where did that get you? That got Roe versus Wade stricken down. Okay, that got you the Dobbs decision. Please rethink this.
Question. Are you comfortable with that? Yes. I think Joe Biden is great.
AMLO LCC, right?
We are making a decision to win. We're doing everything to own the ground, to get out the vote, to message, to inspire people to come to the polls and to have them on 3M.
Look, you got right now, I guess, Progressive Victory, which I always accidentally call Progressive Voice, but we're talking about Brianna Woospak here, Progressive Victory, right? And Destiny out doing canvassing for Joe Biden. If you really want to help the Democratic Party, you need, and please don't take me wrong here, I'm not talking about a like a seize the means of productions kind of revolution. And I'm not even talking about a Bernie Sanders-esque political revolution, our revolution, right? I'm talking about a simple taking power in the Democratic Party and replacing these fucking losers with someone who can win. And that's not just me as some kind of like progressive partisan that wants to see like a more left party, with better policies in the United States. That is me as a political advisor. If you were to give me advice, if you were to ask advice about the Democratic Party, from like a centrist lib point of view, a la Destiny or whatever, right? I would say, get rid of these clowns. They are holding you back. Cut the anchor and set sail, because this is not working, right?
Mobilization, on the ground, message, inspire, money to pay for it all. And if you want an example, just look what happened last Tuesday in New York, in a district that Trump won by 8 points. Our candidate won by 8 points, a swing of 16 points.
Biden says that
in Santos's old district, yeah.
Democracy itself is going to be on the ballot in November.
It is.
Is he right?
Absolutely. It's been on the ballot ever since what's-his-name ran in 2016.
Donald Trump again.
What's his name?
Your friend, the curse word.
What?
The thought really terrifies you.
Since what's-his-name ran in 2016.
Donald Trump again.
Your
the
friend.
Unmentionable.
Your friend.
Wait, why is this his friend? Wait, does anybody know about the interviewer? Is there a reason that Pelosi's calling Donald Trump the interviewer's friend?
The curse word.
The curse word?
The thought really terrifies you of him winning, doesn't it?
You want to know why? Because think of democracy writ large, at risk, praising Trump, Xi, Kim Jong-un in North Korea and the rest. But yeah, he bothers me. But let's not talk that big way. Let's talk about the kitchen.
Can you stop talking about Donald fucking Trump, that con man, that clown, as if he is Voldemort? Okay, Voldemort. Say what you will about Voldemort. Voldemort was a competent adversary backed up by a bunch of Death Eater zealots. Donald Trump is more like a fucking toenail fungus that has taken over the body politic because apparently the immune system is too weak to fucking expunge him. Right? Donald Trump is, in any other situation where you didn't have the desiccation, the degradation, the absolute, dissolution of any sort of meaningful political apparatus in the United States, Donald Trump would not be a serious threat to democracy. It's only because of the way that the Republicans have conducted themselves first by cultivating an anti-intellectual base, and that the Democrats have calculated since Reagan that what they've got to do is find out where the Republicans are and go just barely to the left. Like whatever the Republicans are doing, we're going to give you just slightly more left of that, right? That's what you've got. That's why Donald Trump is a concern. He shouldn't be. He's an incredibly uncharismatic joke of a fucking person, and he should be laughed at and ridiculed as and his supporters should be laughed at and ridiculed, right? The only reason that doesn't happen is because Hillary was rivaling him in how much of a joke that she was and how much of a joke her supporters were.
People are having their family discussion about their family planning, which is an economic issue. Take great pride in eliminating Roe v. Wade. Eliminating a woman's right to...
And isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient that all you can do is say, listen, unlike Donald Trump, I support a woman's right to choose. And I don't agree with Dobbs' decision. And no other policy needs to be invoked. No other priorities need to be embraced, right? We can just leave it at that. Like, if you could even talk about, like, look, Biden has done some good things. Like what he did with the National Labor Relations Board was good, right? But we're not talking about that because we don't want to actually embrace labor. We don't want to be known as like the party of the workers, because you are very much the party of capitalists, just like the Republicans are.
Her reproductive health. If you're LGBT,
it's the same shit that Hillary Clinton did. Is she tried to calculate the most rightward trajectory that she could possibly take, instead of taking the fact that she almost lost to Bernie Sanders, that you had a candidate come out of nowhere and actually rival her for the nomination. Instead of taking that and saying, we cannot get away with the slop that we have been serving at the Democratic school lunch cafeteria. We're going to start serving the pizza, that's the rectangular pizza that you like. We're going to do tacos. We're going to do all the good stuff. We're going to stop serving gelatinous vegetables, overcooked vegetables, and we're gonna give you something real, right? You didn't take that message. Hillary Clinton was like, nope, we've defeated Bernie Sanders, and he's not really a concern. And now is my time to push it further to the right and just be this dark centrist candidate that nobody's fucking interested in.
Q and all the other initials that come after it.
Oh my God, Nancy. Yeah, she's a great ally, isn't she? I care about all the initials that come after it. I care about the I. I think there's an I, there's a plus, there's an A, there's like, yeah, those are good initials. We care about your pronouns. We don't really remember them, so we're just gonna refer to you all collectively as they. We don't want to actually learn your gender identity, so we're not. But we want you to think that we care about it.
Forget about your privacy.
Do you fear a repeat performance of the insurrection that happened around you January the 6th, 2021, if Trump loses the election?
We have... I would hope that a lesson would be learned by the people on the other side. They're using the defense of, well, I didn't know. I thought I was just going in the Capitol. Yeah, really. That was horrible. It was an assault. It was an assault on our Constitution, because that was a day to honor the Constitution in terms of accepting
Joe Biden's victory.
Count of the certification of the Electoral College vote. It was an assault on our Congress so that we couldn't do our business. It was an assault on the Capitol of the United States.
How fragile did U.S. democracy look that day?
Well, as far as I was concerned, I said right from the start, they cannot prevail, and they will not prevail. And that's just the way it is. The obstacle to us getting
Yeah, Toe Baby knows what I'm talking about.
rid of them was what's his name in the White House.
Look, there's nothing wrong with using the pronoun they for somebody when you legitimately don't know their pronouns. You're going to see a doctor and you've never seen them before, and all you've got is their last name, and you know, say they. I'm going to see them today, right? Because you don't know. Right, that's one thing, right? But yeah, what we're talking about here is like the strategic they, which is the like, I never really want to bother to learn anyone's gender identity. I don't really care about that. I do care about not getting canceled though. And so if I say they and I like kind of split the difference on literally everybody that you know is not, you know, anywhere in under the trans umbrella just gets the they applied to them, then I'm covered, right? We're good, right? I mean, in a way, like, in a way that, like, long term, that may have the effect of just getting people to not, you know, focus on, you know, gender so much that we have different pronouns. But in the short term, right, it's pretty clear what that is. It's pretty clear that the not wanting to get canceled, not wanting to get yelled at, not wanting to piss people off is a lot different than giving a fuck about trans people. That's all I'm trying to say there.
Let's use his name now. Trump. Trump would not
Voldemort, right?
Send the National Guard, and lies about it and says, oh, I was going to send it, but they wouldn't let me. No, he wouldn't send the National Guard. He sent these people. He gave them their marching orders. This is a very dangerous person for children and other living things.
And if he wins this time around?
He's not going to win. He's not.
He's ahead in the polls.
No, he's not going to win. This is our Valley Forge, or this is our Washington crossing the Delaware. We have to win. Everything is at stake. I'll close by saying this to you. I'm from Baltimore.
I would feel a lot more comfortable if you took him seriously. You took the threat seriously. You recognized why support for Biden has softened up so much. Instead of saying he's not going to win, like this is destined. We are the country of Washington. And what would Washington say about a second Trump term? I don't fucking know. You're talking about dudes that held slaves and had wooden teeth. Like, what does that fucking got to do with it? What does the crossing the Delaware or Valley Forge have to do with any of this, right? That is copium. Nancy, you are high on your own supply of copium. And it very much worries me that people like you are in charge of the Democratic Party. Not because I like the Democratic Party, not because I have great expectations for what can the Democratic Party do for me. But because, yeah, like the other alternative is Donald Trump. And the way that you're acting is like somebody that is very likely to lose again to Donald Trump because you are high on your own copium.
Baltimore, Maryland, where the national anthem was written. The national anthem, our national anthem. And
wait, do we have a copium emote?
When people sing the song, they have favorite places on it. My favorite line in it.
I need a copium emote, but without frogs. No frogs may be hurt.
Proof through the night that our flag was
Stop sucking the dead dick of George Washington and start taking this campaign fucking seriously.
That's when I cheer at the ball game. Yay, our flag is still there. We have to make sure that our flag is there. So this is the proof through the night. We had a beautiful presidency. We are having a beautiful presidency of Joe Biden. Had it, I said had, because when we were in the majority, we were able to pass all these.
You were phenomenally unproductive when you had the majority in the House and in the Senate.
Lows in the polls. With historic lows.
And let me get back to my point then. So
she sounds like Trump right now. Well, she'll start talking about the airports, right? How Washington took over all the airports in the from the British.
Fighting for the flag to be still there. The pundits and the polls and all this all this.
Please, Destiny. Please, Brianna Wu. Please, Progressive Victory. I am begging you. If you want to do something good for the Democratic Party, get rid of these incompetent clowns.
You got that? They were saying you're going to lose 30 or 40 seats. You're going to owe an apology to the Democrats because you're using the wrong campaign. I said, we're not. We know exactly what we're doing. We know exactly what we're doing. Oh, woman's right to choose in the rearview mirror. Nobody cares about that anymore. I said, no. Guns, women's right to choose, climate, and democracy. These people have voted against all of that. And we have a different message, and we're going to win.
Give her a flag to hump? Yeah, like Donald Trump. Yeah, like she's going to...
And that's how many we're down. Now we're down to 2. Now we're down to 2. We are going to win the House. So my point is...
Okay, so here's the deal. Yes, the Democrats have a very good chance of winning the House next in 2024. Now that chance goes down if Donald Trump wins, because there's this thing called coattails. They ride the coattails of the president, meaning that if a lot of people show up to vote for Donald Trump, then they're likely to also show up to vote down ballot for Republican, perceived allies of Donald Trump down the ticket, right? So you've got that, right? You've got, but yes, if the Democrats can somehow hobble across the fucking finish line, then yeah, they can win the House, and they actually could probably hold on to the Senate as well. Like, it's looking better and better for possibly holding on to the Senate. But like, I just don't trust. Like, these people do not give me confidence. I wanted to watch something, and in fact, I've wanted to for a long time now. I've been trying to find a good time to show you this cool podcast I found. It's called Bad Hasbara. Hasbara, if you know, is the word for it has become synonymous with IDF propaganda. It essentially means explanation, I believe, in Hebrew. And well, I mean, you've seen a lot. You've seen the TikToks. We're gonna take a little look and take a little trip over here with episode 14 of Bad Hasbara, the most moral podcast in existence, right? Just like Israel's the most moral state in the Middle East. Is that what they say? Bad Hasbara is the most moral podcast of all podcasts. And I don't know how much, we can't watch all of this, but Owen Jones appeared on, also Francesca Fiorentini was on Bad Hasbara a couple of weeks ago. So, they got some good guests. They got some good content here. And I got the circle of what's going on, YouTube. Please play the video.
Listen. Yeah, Elon Levy. That's the worst one, though, isn't it? It's one of the worst. Man, like drinking tea with a top hat and just being terribly polite and all the rest of it. And now the rest of the world sees like another.
You'll still feel sad and hopeless, but at least you will have talked to someone.
Oh yeah, I took that as read. Don't get me wrong. I took that as read. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, I'm in the abyss, but nonetheless, some solace. It's all relative, I think.
Yeah, and so you're in Athens, Greece right now. I think that's got to be nice. What's it like out there?
Do you know what? I think Athens is, I don't know, I was going to say it's underrated, but I don't know what I mean by that, because it's not like everyone's just slagging off Athens. It's like well known. Yeah. It's not like people are fine about Athens.
I know, I talk shit about Greece all the time. So yeah.
Chat, sorry I was so white for the beginning of this stream. It feels like the sun is kind of like gone behind the clouds now. Yeah, I'll just have to I'll have to alter my settings for the summer, because I think in the winter, like I have to turn the ISO way up, and now it just like washes me out with the sun on my face.
Let's maybe say something positive about Greece.
I know, come on, leave them alone. Just
leave them
alone.
They're just living.
They got overrun by the Roman Empire, then the Ottomans. Jesus, let them. Yeah, do you know what? I think it's warmer than where I grew up. But I'm from a town called Stockport, which it basically is as it sounds. Rains 28 days. Got a very nice viaduct, but that's your lot. But
I said the O. Like I'm new to you. I discovered you after the 7th. Once I started going down this like rabbit hole of basically just trying to find anyone out there who was actually going to report what's actually happening in Gaza and in Israel. And I found your stuff, and I have to say I'm a big fan of what you do. You are one of the for me, a fresh voice of reason with a British accent, because I don't know if you've noticed, but I feel like half the Israeli Hezbollah are British. And it's just so usually when you hear someone talking about Israel with a British accent, at this point, I am just hearing just like Elon Levy and like just all the ghouls. And so it's nice to hear.
Another of our great British exports. Yeah, I love that. We won't stop just constantly exporting horror.
Yeah.
I thought there was this meme on the internet a while ago, which was like how Britain sees itself and how the rest of the world sees itself. And it's like how Britain sees itself is like this genteel man, like drinking tea with a top hat and just being terribly polite and all the rest of it. And how the rest of the world sees like a crocodile, like an alligator, which has just gone on the rampage.
I mean, I was going to say Captain Hook, but I mean, I guess that kind of fits with the crocodile.
Supporting genocide.
I think is that bad that's my image of the UK is Captain Hook?
Genocide. Certainly Britain is always.
Is Captain Hook even British? I don't. He's British, right? Am I wrong about that?
Being very good at, and then pretending it never happened, just going la 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 la. No, that's fine. We built the railways in it. We might don't talk about killing tens of millions of Indians. We built railways, okay?
Exactly.
Remember the railways.
Listen.
Yeah, Elon Levy. That's the worst one, though, isn't it? It's one of the worst ones yet. We really have hit rock bottom.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I almost feel like bad for the rest of.
Are people mixing up Matt Lieb with Ben Glebe? That's terrible.
I'm just like. This guy is.
British accents are free game. Anyone can use them or claim them.
He's everywhere now. He's like I feel like if you're someone who's into this subject, who's like been watching the news, he seems to be everywhere, and he seems to have made it his mission to make the social media position at a company be something that like where you sell your soul for it. Like, listen, people work doing social media for all sorts of weird shit. I'm sure Lockheed Martin has a Twitter account, but when you're running the cover for a genocide, holy fuck, man, that can't possibly be worth it. But he seems to thrive.
I don't get it. I don't get it as well, because Mark.
This is who they're.
Well, we've all seen Mark.
This is who they're talking about for anybody who's not familiar.
Regev. So Mark Regev, he's Australian. Speaking of settler colonial states, no, but he's Australian, and he actually, I can see what they're trying to do with that guy. He's the former Israeli ambassador to Britain. He's kind of a smooth talker. I can see what's going on. Elon Levy, I think. You can tell he's got this just heart of darkness. He just comes across like, I mean, he's so British. I mean, he's just so British, but like he's too one-dimensional to put in a film as a bad guy. You'd just be like too on the nose. Do you know what I mean? You'd kind of think, put 100%. In some complexity, less clear malice. And I just think, they've clearly.
Wait, that's Francesca's husband? Are you telling me that was nepotism that got Francesca on Bad Hasbro? Or maybe nepotism that like in the other direction in terms of I think Francesca's probably a bigger social media profile than her husband, but
they need, if I was the Israeli government, I would just maybe flesh him out a bit more, give him more of a character arc.
Wow, that really puts a new
he should have been focus grouped a little bit, because so far I feel like they're trying to sell us on his the fact that he raises his eyebrows. Like they're trying to memify him. It's the weirdest thing where I've never seen such a concerted attempt at like.
I feel like if it was 2016, they'd be turning his eyes into like lasers.
trying to make a celebrity out of someone with zero charisma. It's just like.
Well, also, you know what? It's
Yeah.
funny because I don't want to be a backseat driver selling a genocide. I can
Absolutely.
imagine that.
Yeah.
That's tricky. It's not.
Yeah.
I don't.
I mean,
wanna
hindsight is
go in a-
2020. I know everyone has their way of doing the cover for genocide.
Exactly.
So yes.
It's easier to critique
Right.
than to do it. But I had a very good friend of mine went to university with him, and if you Google Elon Levy, all I'm saying is I don't want to be overly personal, just because what he represents is just obviously so hideously egregious on its own terms. All I'd say is just Google Elon Levy from.
Did they start off as co-hosts? I have no idea. The first I ever saw of Francesca was on TYT.
2014 at Oxford University, and you will see what's happened there because it's quite the transformation. Is all I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
He was seen as a bit of a kind of. He was like a kind of a bit of an. I think a nerd is being generous.
Okay. Yeah. So there's a little bit of,
or it's like it's slander against nerds,
like overcompensation. You think happening where he's like, I'm going to be a tough guy by tweeting about. Every time someone shows an atrocity from Gaza,
yeah, that's the thing, because
like,
I think this.
I wish we didn't have to do this, but whatever.
Yeah, because there's different types of nerd. Like, I'm a bit of a nerd. I wasn't trying to nerd.
So just in case you're wondering where we are in the content, we're gonna watch a little bit of this and get a sense of some of the Hasbro that's been coming through recently. There's the examples that I gave earlier in terms of finding books in Palestinian houses, finding the iPad with Hitler as the saved image as the desktop or not the desktop. What is it called? The thing that comes up when you turn the iPad on. It's not the desktop, but it's called something else. Anyway, that comes from this this interview here with Owen Jones. And then we're going to take a quick look into what's going on in the UK, what's going on with the ceasefire, what's going on in the House of Commons, which is wild. Like I said, the closest corollary that we in the United States have to the House of Commons is actually the Waffle House. It's like imagine if people met and voted in the Waffle House, and then you've got a pretty good idea of what the House of Commons is all about.
Going to kind of like
home screen, yeah.
But
I think it's a home screen, that thing with the numbers on it, or the.
Kind of like, I like to think there's lots of sweet kind of nerdy types, and then there's a type who you can imagine just pulling wings off flies. And I think that's.
Yeah, he's got the.
That's not nerd.
The nerd.
That's not nerd.
Pipeline energy, where you're just like, you start off just really liking comic books, and then you end up being so mad that women like comic books too that you're like, you just go full fucking incel. And he's got the energy to me of someone who knows. You know what he has as a comic.
Look, I don't know what Matt Lieb's about to bring up, but I've got the energy today of someone who keeps on forgetting to remind you that at the top of every hour on Twitch there is a 3-minute ad break. And I know I say 3 minutes, it doesn't sound like much, but it can feel a lot more like 3 hours. In other words, it's existential angst that you're thrown into this kind of limbo and forced to watch ads for, and you don't even know like how long of a time it is, right? If that's getting to you, if you no longer want to be in that existential angst of the top of the hour ad break, there is a path forward, there is a path out for you, possibly even at no cost to you. And what I'm talking about is Twitch Prime, right? They got this program right now where if you have Prime, you get a free sub. You can use it on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, then you will no longer see those ads again, and you're gonna get weasels, right? Remember the weasels? We're anamorphing Destiny into weasels today. Wait, is that the one? Oh my god, weasels! 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 Las Vegas. No. Yeah, the weasel. Right, you get the weasel. You get I think it's even it. I think one of the weasels even is this weasel. But before it transformed, or after it transforms from Destiny, you can also pay $5 in ransom to get your eyeballs back if that does not work for you. If you don't have Prime, or possibly if neither of those two things work for you, because I know those are your hard-earned money is not easy to spend on a thing like a Twitch streamer. Right, there's still a chance that somebody might gift you a sub. It can happen. It does happen if you hang around enough, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
Has what I would say is open mic overachiever energy. He's got this the person who has decided what stand-up is when you go on stage and wear a suit. Like, he doesn't have like charisma, he doesn't have a comedy voice, he doesn't have any good writing, but what he has
Paige Cuts, welcome to Weird Champs. Welcome to, thanks for the membership on YouTube.
Is like a suit. And
just in case you don't know, that entitles you to weasels. You've got weasels now, so if you want to give them a spin, if you want to give them a try, feel free to go ahead and post them in the chat. What I'm talking about is extra emotes that you get for becoming a member. That is only one of the fringe benefits to that membership.
He has one thing that he does, which is raise his eyebrows, and he's decided that's how he's going to sell these war crimes. And I find him like so detestable and yet so entertaining, because I you know, as opposed to seeing him as a total villain, I mean, I see him as a villain. I also, behind his eyes, I see this like I feel like, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know British people that well, but I feel like he has a deep sadness to him where I feel like he
I hope so. Yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Maybe it's like me being optimistic, but I feel like in his tweets he will live to regret every single moment of this. And there's like I see behind all of them just someone with the saggiest, you know, eye bags, just like sitting there with a 5 o'clock shadow, just typing "Israel has a right to defend itself," you know,
over and over again. Yeah.
And maybe that's just my hope. Maybe he's.
Do you know what? It's funny you should say that, because earlier, yeah, I was thinking about this in the shower. I don't know why I need to say that particular detail, but just as a bit of context.
I like it. Now I'm thinking about you in the shower.
Well, you know, spice things up a bit. But if you ever sometimes just start pitching film ideas in your head, and I did think of this kind of like Israel.
Chat, why don't they have spicy soap? Like, seriously, I mean, you got soap like Irish Spring. That's like a refreshing kind of like a minty soap, but you never like mint, why isn't there like a spicy soap? Would that be a bad thing?
Propagandist in a film who just has this massive.
Am I the only one who wants spicy soap?
Crisis of conscience and just goes on a big and then realizes what they've done. I think though with him, because he started baiting me occasionally, which I just generally ignored. But then I replied to him saying something like, it might take 20 years. It might
jalapeno or cayenne.
30 years, it might take 40 years, but you are definitely going to go to jail. And I think, maybe, I just think for me, because the reason I say that is, to be honest, I mean, I've been thinking about this a lot, because, I mean, it's comforting, isn't it? Because he's just such a,
it feels nice.
You know, he's selling genocide to a Western audience. But, I mean, if you read the Genocide Convention of 1948, you know, because obviously genocide, it makes clear as a punishable crime, but obviously it talks about, you know, other punishable crimes such as public incitement and complicity. Right. And I just think if you're going to be the PR guy trying to convince a Western audience to support a genocide, then I think that applies. And I just think this crime is too big, too extreme, and Western public opinion actually, despite his, or maybe partly because of his attempts, is shifting dramatically ahead. That I just think in the future, is he really going to get away with it? And part of me thinks maybe he won't.
Yeah, no, I mean, I honestly, deep in my, you know, heart, I still have like a little bit of optimism in me that there is some justice in the world. And so, you know, as cynical as I've become, because here in America, we just, you know, it's like, if your crimes are big enough, you get away with them. And I think that is, you know, made us all cynical. Like watching the fact that like Trump, it feels increasingly likely will be reelected, where we all are just kind of like resigning ourselves to the fact that like, yeah, some people are just allowed to do crimes and say they're doing crimes and then just be president again. Like it's just part of it.
Yeah.
But deep inside, there's part of me that believes, yeah, it is possible, because I mean, it wouldn't be the first time in the world that someone has gone to prison and convicted of cheering on genocide. Like, this has happened before. I know it happened recently with I don't know about recently, but with a I think Belgian. What do you call a Belgian? Is that a Dutch?
Belgique.
I'm from
No,
America.
well, yeah. No.
I mean, I mean, it depends on what part of Belgium you're in, but if you're in the south of Belgium, you might call, is that right? Belgique?
A Belgian guy called.
Well, you've got a Belgian's fine. I think they
Belgian.
that.
Yeah, I'll call him Belgian.
I suppose what you were going for is you've got your Wallonia, which is your French part, and then you've got your Flanders, and they speak Flemish, which is kind of Dutch. But I wouldn't if I said that to
just Belge.
They would probably get quite angry about that.
Yeah, I wish the reason that I didn't know was because I was like trying to be specific. No, it's because American school system. I don't know where things are. I know there's a map and there's lines in them, but yeah. So he was someone who became a huge star in Rwanda, and was one of the people who was cheering on the genocide and was actually trying to basically doing cover for it and trying to incite. And he faced consequences, and I do believe it is possible that, I mean, if anyone is going to face consequences for rhetoric in this, like, Elon's top of the list for sure.
Well, I'll give an example because the point you made before is like, why are they saying, when it comes to lies, for example, and there was an example last week, which wasn't Elon, but just as one example, where all of a sudden the Ministry of Defense in Israel released what they said was footage of the Palestine Red Crescent treating a Hamas militant from the 7th of October after they'd, I think they'd killed Israeli soldiers. I think that was the argument. And they said, and they put that out. It turned out it wasn't the Palestine Red Crescent at all. It was the military health service or something, the internal military service of Hamas. It was nothing to do with the Red Crescent whatsoever. And whatever we think about Mossad, they're not stupid. They obviously knew that. And even the Times of Israel had to retract. But the Ministry of Defense they've kept it up on Twitter.
Okay, chat.
And the question is, why did they put...
I'm gonna have to take a pee break. I was wanting to, let me just put this forward and see, like, I want to show you some examples that they bring up. They actually show these like on screen here, somewhere here, but this is the tweet is the only thing I can find. Yeah, there's a conversation. If you want to check it out, it is on Fraudcast, right? Fraudcast is, I guess, Matt Lieb's channel, and that is here. Let me just copy the link. If I'm gonna freeboot your content, I might as well boost you and tell people in my chat, both on Twitch and YouTube, to go give you a follow. Pee breaks are paywalled. Become a member today. You only get to see the pee break if oh my god, that would probably work. Wow, Luigi on deck. Oh my god, he fell down earlier. Why? Why? Play.
This. Let me put.
I will be right back. Pull it on up.
So Joss wrote, if I was a white person in South Africa, I'd have opposed apartheid. If I was a German in the 30s, I'd have
be right back.
Nazis. If I was alive at the time, I'd have opposed the British Empire. But I'm a Jew, so I oppose Zionism.
Oh, yeah.
We must all challenge power and say, not in our name. To which Elon Levy, back again.
There he is. Oh, is he? Oh, is he back again? Is he? Always a pleasure, never a chore.
Oh, he's
like
back,
that little ray of sunshine.
Oh, our beautiful boy is back. Our beautiful boy says, if you were a German in the 1930s, the Nazis would have murdered you, but a strong, independent, sovereign Jewish state would have saved you. So this is an insane thing to say. The idea that Israel, the existence of Israel, had it existed in the 30s as a strong, independent, sovereign Jewish state would have saved you is just, it's completely ahistorical in terms of, like, first of all, you're inventing the existence of Israel.
There is that. There is that.
And you are also like what logistically? I mean, at this point, I'm not even talking about like the rhetoric or just kind of like the idea of safety wrapped in a state, but logistically, what would have happened? Would they have been airlifted? Like this complete fantasy idea that Elon keeps like putting out there, and that all Hezbollah do is that like, man, you know, if Israel was around, Holocaust would have never happened, and it just doesn't vibe with the realities of what happened during World War II and during the Holocaust. And it also seems to be expressly like
Elon Levy
to this idea of, you know, every single country at some point will eventually be this Nazi state, and you should just accept it and move here now.
Yeah. So like Fraudcast, I think, is Matt Lieb's channel, and amongst other things that you'll find on the Fraudcast are Bad Hasbro, which I think comes to you every week.
And I find
so go over there and check him out.
To be like abhorrent, because it's just, again, it's like,
tell him NCC sent me. No,
this constant revisionism of Nazi atrocities, and yeah, you know, I just like. Elon's always around saying some.
It's how Southerners say Elon. That there Elon Musk feller has invented astral travel to Mars and to other planets.
Of like the worst shit ever, and I
heard he also invented PayPal.
The fact that he attacks you regularly just makes me respect you all the more.
Elon.
Owen, you know?
Yeah, but again, it's just more of this, like, how much of this is Britain just, like, come on, Britain, just stop.
Yeah.
We've got, like, the moment, like, transphobia, we keep, like, just stop exporting these things. Just come and do something. We should have just stuck to, like, cream tea or, you know, like.
I know. Or
I don't know.
chips.
Like, being overly apologetic, like saying sorry when someone walks into you, that's fine. Like, even
the food is better than this.
What we actually think, and that being occasionally.
Look, the famously detestable food cuisine, if you will call it that we saw the likes of Bevo inhale the other day, right, is an affront to the senses. It is an affront to the culinary arts, but it is preferable to these kind of exports that Owen Jones is talking about.
Charming, but also quite irritating. That's fine, but less of the just really egregious, terrible, nightmarish shit. And I'm afraid to say, it looks like I kind of hooked to it. So it looks like we're just going to. It looks like that tradition is just here to stay.
I mean, you guys are just.
He won't be the last. He won't be the last.
Yeah, I mean, you know, listen, there are some good Brit.
I want to see if I can find. I'm gonna feel so embarrassed if this the iPad and the book we're
accepted or we feel safe, and then
in this podcast, right? Because I swear to God, I thought they were. If not, chat, we got a lot to cover with Hasan today, so in fact, I might even have to put off. Look, we'll keep the House of Commons thing for if we go long today, because I got a lot of Hasan to show you, and it's kind of amazing. Like it really is like a lesson in something that's way too common in content creation. We all know about Anna Kasparian and her heel turn, TYT's heel turn. Like, what we're talking about essentially is content creators changing up, political content creators changing up their politics, changing up their identity, not due to some like change of heart or change of mind or anything like that, but actually due to either like a content strategy, or in Destiny's case, like it kind of seems like jealousy and spite. It kind of seems like a mix of a content strategy with jealousy and spite. So what happened to Hasan? Well, Hasan went off on Destiny. That's what happened to Hasan. And like, I mean, it's a question, like, 'cause if you know anything about the DGG community, they are already roasting Hasan on the likes of LSF, live stream fails, and you know, just they don't really need an excuse to go after Hasan. They're usually going. So I mean, maybe that's why he made this calculation. Anyway, let's I want to take you really quickly, if I may. Let's see if we can get a Waffle House scene from the Parliament.
That the talks have not broken down.
All right, so this was the House of Commons yesterday, I think.
And listen politely. It looks so bad on such an important...
Madam Deputy Speaker.
...set out this morning.
Come here and sort this mess out. Self in, Speaker.
...is followed currently, but you're right, the Honourable Lady is right, that is what used to happen. But it's absolutely up to the government, as to any member of the House, as to whether they vote or don't vote. It's their decision. Point of order, Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House and its procedures have descended into absolute chaos. And they've descended into chaos simply because of a decision taken by the Speaker earlier today. Is it too much to ask?
So the decision that they're talking about, I think, was to bring up the SNP bill along with the labor bill for a ceasefire. There was, you know, contention and argument and discussion about, you know, what kind of provisions to put in there of the conditions to set on the ceasefire, i.e., demanding something of Gaza in terms of disavowing, condemning Hamas. We're back to the condom Hamas thing, right? So,
Madam Deputy Speaker.
But instead of one bill being brought up, they were both brought up, and yeah, the House kind of descends into chaos, from my understanding at that point.
That the Speaker is asked to come to this House and explain exactly why he took those decisions, the consequences of those decisions, and how he intends to get this House out of the mess that it currently finds itself in. And what reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, would you not suspend the House in order for the Speaker to come here and sort this mess out?
No, I've said twice already that the Speaker set out this morning in detail why he'd made his decision, and he will be in his place tomorrow. Point of order, Sir Chris Bryant.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Here we go. Waffle House time.
No, you will listen to the points of order. And listen politely. It looks so bad on such an important issue. And no point in shouting me down now. To our constituents, if they just see people who are raising perfectly reasonable points of order, that they're just shouted down. Not good. Not good. Sir Chris Bryant.
There are perfectly legitimate views on different sides.
Okay, so like I said, we'll come back to that a little later if we can keep the stream going long enough. I'm not sure how it's going to go today, but I know that I promised you coverage of Hasan talking about Destiny, and I'll be damned if I'm not going to give that to you. I think we're just going to run it through... Yeah, because this was on Twitch yesterday. I believe, though, that we've got... Point of order. Yeah, it's a super spreader room. Yeah, so... yeah, thank you, Zara, for the feedback about the static on the green screen. Unfortunately, that is a facet of the sun. Like, right? So in other words, unless you got a light switch for the sun, there's not a lot I can do about it. I'll see what I can do about it for tomorrow and going forward. I just don't really have a way to stem the tide of sunlight. So yeah, here we go. Got this, and we got that. So yeah, this is all during the Anthony Fantano segment that Hasan was doing. Just a little background on this. Fantano is debating somebody that had some take on Kanye West's new album, was just like really praising it. And, you know, despite the fact that, you know, we're talking about Kanye here. And a little debate about, I guess you could say this is the artist versus the art. This is the death of the author kind of discussion that Fantano is having. So Hasan is, and I don't remember exactly how it happened, but yeah, Destiny comes up in this.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have been allowed to do that on Twitch.
But he's simultaneously fucking saying Twitch's woke policies created Kick. What is it, bro?
Moment and
dude, I love this. Okay, typical Kanye fan, by the way. Oh my god, it's awesome.
I think, I don't know, tackling these topics with a lot of aggression and a lot of conviction. I understand where you're coming from. You've been doing this for a long time. I understand it's probably fucking tough for you. Like, I have seen all the haters and all the people.
Listen. I'm not having a tough time. I'm fine.
Okay, cool.
Okay, is the polarization the problem to sort of like get to the?
Yes, and really let me just finish.
Okay.
Encouraging and doubling down on that polarization, you know, with aggressive comments and even I don't know. Let me read a tweet.
Oh my god, this dude is already coming in hot with the "you're the one who's being polarizing for saying a Nazi is a Nazi." That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, so coming.
Person is a Destiny fan. Of course he is.
That's a Destiny fan. So that's our entree vu to the discourse that we end up with today, which ended up just there's a lot more here than I expected. Dude. Damn. We are talking about Destiny. Oh my god, what just happened? That's not good.
Just a tweet you wait. I don't know. I'll just quote it. Like, okay. I don't know what it is.
Just tell me.
We're gonna go straight to the
Destiny fan immediately brought up a random irrelevant Nazi.
I don't know what YouTube is doing now.
That is aligned with Kanye West, or was aligned with Kanye West, that literally gained prominence and even met with Donald Trump for a little bit. I wonder why he is so aware of this guy.
What we can see,
it's quite literally platforming. That's the point I'm trying to make. That is like, there's a reason why I don't fucking debate that clown ass. Okay, there is no reason to debate him. There's certainly no reason to bring him to your fucking house and feed him chicken and waffles and do IRL streams side by side as you laugh. Because all you do in that situation is you benefit their platform. You might destroy their opinions in the marketplace of ideas, but there's a fucking reason why every dumbass in your goddamn subreddit thinks like I'm a worse influence on American politics than Nick motherfucking Fuentes, Destiny.
Okay, so let me add something to what Hasan's saying, because I get that he maybe has not... I've probably watched a little bit more of this content than he has in terms of the Nick Fuentes thing, right? Destroy him in the marketplace of ideas. Yeah, that would be nice if that's what Destiny was going to do. Hasan is stuck on the idea of the old Destiny that used to do that shit to the likes of Lauren Southern, JonTron, Baked Alaska. You know, there's just a whole list. Like, imagine that meme, you know, the meme with the Grim Reaper going into different doors, and every door there's like a trail of blood out of, and then he's going into the next door, right? That was Destiny back in the day. That was Destiny before the split with Hasan. So something very different happened, you know, became of Destiny after that. And that's kind of what this video is all about. But yeah, no, he didn't destroy Nick in the battlefield of ideas. He actually was perceived, at least by Nick's fans, as having lost a debate, very significant debate too. So you brought on a Nazi, you debated him, and you lost. You encouraged his fans, you gave him a W. And whether that W is a real W, you know, as in, like, we would watch it and be like, oh God, you know, Destiny's looking terrible. And you know, from just an outside observer that knows nothing, I mean, you'd think that, you know, Nick's doing pretty well here, right? No, not just like that. Like, right, if you give them the ability to win, even in a postural sort of analysis of who seems to be attacking and who seems to be defending, which is how right-wingers, it's how right-wingers analyze a debate, right? They're looking for posture. Then you have handed him a very valuable thing. You essentially, this is somebody who had really lost a lot of his cultural currency prior to talking to Destiny.
Because you aligned with him and you were friendly and jovial with him until he tried to deplatform you, in which case you, of course, in the most like self-protecting interest, in the selfish egoist attitude, you demonstrated only then a little bit of fucking resilience, a little bit of resistance towards someone like Nick Fuentes, but the attitude's still there. That's what happens. That's what happens when you fucking have Sam Hyde on your show and talk to him about killing me. Your fan.
Background about this, right? Sam Hyde is a comedian, I guess. Okay, I guess, and he was the host of. Sorry, let me say it this way. He was in charge of a comedic group called $1 Million Extreme. They did, you know, a lot of events. Most famously, Rebel Girl 2, which is the event that there were, you know, several Chapo members were emceeing the event. And you know, it was nasty. There was like just blatantly, like, the joke was homophobia. Like, it's one of those jokes where you think it's gonna take a turn and you think at the end it's gonna be like, oh, you know, because I'm gay actually, or something like that. But it's like, no, Sam Hyde's joke was just literally like a screed against gay people. And like, you know, there was like jokes about like mass shooters. I mean, it was just a shit show. And you could tell even Chapo, you know, as irreverent and like dirtbag lefty as they can be, they were not comfortable being involved with that, right? So that's $1 Million Extreme. They then get a deal with Cartoon Network, Adult Swim, to do a show called $1 Million Extreme. Wait, what was it? Something World Peace? I can't remember, but yeah, they get a show on Cartoon Network, and then stuff comes up about Sam Hyde that, you know, reveals kind of his power level, and he gets dropped. And, you know, a lot of the fans thought that this was like cancel culture and everything, but he lost a lot of cultural relevance at that point, right? He's not this up and coming comic. Now he's a has-been in Has-Been Hotel. And so, you know, he spent his time in the wilderness. Obviously, the video that iDubbbz made on him, and, you know, he made a video on iDubbbz at the same time, you know, kind of portrays a pretty interesting depiction of who he is. What he's serious about, where he actually stands as far as if the, you know, far right shit is comedy, or it's jokes, or it's memeing, or if it's real. And then when the creator clashes started, Sam Hyde was training for boxing, really into boxing, and apparently, I guess, a pretty good boxer from what I can tell. Anyway, he challenged Hasan after one of his matches to a boxing match. And Hasan does not want to box a fucking Nazi like Sam Hyde. Hasan engaging with this guy would be a boon for him, and Hasan doesn't want to give him that boon. So Hasan ignores him. Hasan doesn't talk about him. Hasan doesn't feed into that engagement at all. And Destiny apparently had him on because it's like, oh, this guy's giving my rival Hasan shit. So, oh my God, Shakespeare, thank you for the 5 memberships. JC Ramirez, Sarah Layla, Nina Bofina, Half Black, Babo, and Dosey Mad. You just all got weaseled. You just all got weasels from Shakespeare. Yeah, thank you so much, Shakespeare. I'm sure the people who got the weasels appreciate that as well. But anyway, yeah, I'm explaining about Sam Hyde and his connection to Hasan. He is a clout fucking like. Oh my god, yeah, you're right, Zara. See, this is the sun. This is what the summer sun. And like I said, Puxatawny Phil, I blame you. Before I was praising Puxatawny Phil. Now I'm kind of mad at him. But we'll see if we can do. We'll see what we can do to fix that. Anyway, the point is that you're talking about a clout hobgoblin, like a giant big goblin, like the one, like the goblin from Lord of the Rings, like the big, you know, the really big goblin that's all like, that's Sam Hyde. That's Sam Hyde. He's like a clout troll or something, and Hasan doesn't want to have anything to do with him. Hasan doesn't want to feed into his career, but because he hates Hasan's, you know, guts, Destiny brought him on and platformed him, and pretty fucking irresponsible for someone who still considers himself center left. As the ball, is it the Balrog? Was the Balrog the dude that's in the middle of the, like when they go down into the dwarf land? Like, is the Balrog the you shall not pass Balrog? That's the Balrog, right? No, it's not the Balrog. It's like the general of like Sauron's armies, like the big dude. I can't remember what the big clout throat goat. Yeah, something like that. It's a tall stack goblin. Yeah, exactly. It's a really big goblin, a mega goblin, a hobgoblin, if you will. But so that's what's going on with you know, with Sam Hyde, and that's what Hasan's talking about there. The Balrog is the demon made of fire with a whip and wing. It has a whip. I just remember Gandalf being like, "You shall not pass."
Fans,
yeah, the big pale looking orc. What's his name?
Inevitably become fans of Sam Hyde because you're aligning with him. Same with Nick Fuentes. The more you sleep in bed with these Nazis, the more your community.
Uruk Hai, is that the name?
He starts stinking like Nazis.
But see, here's what picture we're painting of Destiny, right? A guy that doesn't really care about political ideology. His whole claim to fame, his whole rise to prominence was through defeating alt-right heroes, through taking these MAGA fucking trolls and putting their nose into the dirt, rhetorically speaking, right? And, you know, it'd be great if he meant that. It'd be great if that's who Destiny was, if that's, you know, this like a heartfelt, you know, passion for him. It's looking more and more like that was just another content strategy. And then, you know, when it makes sense, he pivots and he takes another content strategy. And in this content strategy, those same assholes become useful to him. Being adjacent to the manosphere, to the red pill community, becomes useful for Destiny, right? He pivots his grift because that's all it ever was.
Don't platform these fucking pieces of shit. That's the point. Not that anyone in his fucking community
Destiny slept with Nick Fuentes, correct?
Actually, cares about, you know, platforming any of these people, but
due to how
Is that
noxious. Yeah, Nick Fuentes is nowhere near as big as Alex Jones used to be at his YouTube peak.
Okay, used to be at his YouTube peak, but when he was
dude, stop hyper HD disabled. Stop. Don't ask dumb questions.
Like when Alex Jones was still platformed and allowed everywhere.
Well, okay. Right. But
that's how Gandalf leveled up to become a white mage, was with the XP from the
when was he
the Balrog? Exactly? Doesn't the Balrog sound like something that wants to do something bad with balls? I don't know, like the
that's not
some kind of like ball torture demon.
Really relevant to the conversation. Look, here's the thing.
I think no, wait, hold on. I think it is because recently we've seen a huge uprise in like red pill content, Sneeko, I don't know,
okay.
Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes. That might be it's not a
yeah, dog. What the
or something nice. Good point, Buffy.
Literally use their prominent platforms to do red pill kind of content. Yes. And then there was a specific platform that was created for said kind of content. You're a fan of Destiny. You probably watch him on Kick. That's the fucking platform for the red pill content. That's where they all go when they get deplatformed. There's no consistency in this dude's attitude, I feel like.
not a coincidence, right?
Sorry, fucking, what's his face? Sneeko went to Rumble, not Kick, but you know, same shit basically.
Was a need for that.
What do you think, Chad? Is it the same shit basically? I heard somebody the other day say that Rumble is where you go if you're like a Nazi, like that's been exposed, and that Kick is where you go if you are nostalgic for the internet of 20 years ago.
Maybe that need was previously fulfilled by Alex Jones, and it needed to just be fulfilled by someone else. And then you have
Nick Fuentes now a top 3 streamer on Rumble, right? He's come very much back into prominence.
Have this huge movement of ignorance, and yeah, you have to
like
tackle that.
look, I'm not saying that there's like not parallels, you know, between Alex.
How many layers deep are we today? Like we got me with the sunshine, like turning everything weird on my green screen. We got Hasan watching Fantano debating this Destiny fan. So it's like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. We're like 4 levels deep today.
Jones in those worlds, but when Alex Jones was at his peak,
that's what
he was saying. Incredible.
That's what our short stack is, chat. It was 4 pancakes. Yeah, we give you 1 extra.
Really heinous things, spouting.
Okay, I agree.
Spouting
it's on a different
absolutely
level.
insane. You know,
there's a card game called Munchkin. I've heard of this. I didn't know it was a parody of Dungeons and Dragons. I always had a friend who tried to get me to play Munchkin, and I was like, I don't want to play Munchkin. Like, what is that? You LARP as like the Munchkins in the Wizard of Oz? Like, no, I don't want to do that. But I didn't know it was a parody of D&D.
Conspiracy is that, again,
I would have been up for that.
Landed him in court. And he had a massive YouTube channel, a massive podcast, like a massive following, and just allowing that to kind of quietly fester rather than actually challenging it would have long-term had more negative effects than good.
Are you sure to clarify that you aren't talking about Melon platform people and you're talking about Destiny? Yeah, obviously. Melon is the man. I love Melon.
And on top of that, you know, to kind of rewind on an argument that you were making earlier, and I'm not going to bring up a hypothetical here because I would have to absolutely get, you know, vile and disgusting to do so. But just because there's a demand for a certain type of content, and I think we can, without sort of like.
Anyway, this is why he should have brought up the gun point. Okay, this is why I should have brought up the motherfucking gun point, dog. That's it. You should have been like, you know, it's not going to solve all gun violence, but the point is not to solve all gun violence. That's virtually impossible. The point is to make it less accessible. That's why there are major disparities in the way that Americans experience gun violence, the frequency of gun violence, versus the Canadian population and their tendency to be victims of gun violence.
Spelling it out, imagine how bad this hypothetical could get. Just because there's a demand for a certain kind of content doesn't mean that economically and commercially we should satisfy it. Like, I'm sure I don't need to spell it out to say what kinds of disgusting, abusive, sick, and twisted and depraved types of content there are probably some psychos out there who would demand if they had the freedom and ability to demand and consume it. But just because that demand is there doesn't mean that we should try to satisfy it as a society.
You see, we should try to satisfy it. I mean, that's a very idealistic thing of way of viewing things.
No, it's not idealistic. How you portrayed it is kind of in a very...
I don't think we should do it as a society either, but we've seen it time and time again. Certain individuals...
No, okay, well, let me be a little bit bolder about it. I think we should actively discourage the creation of certain types of content.
We do that, though, and it doesn't work.
Okay, no, it does work because there are certain types of content that are illegal that would proliferate much more greatly. And
why is Hasan always assaulting a salad when I turn back to the stream? What are you, bro? I'm not even eating right now. This guy's like fantasizing about me eating. Me and my homies shooting hoops, so Anthony Fantano's here. The fuck?
in ways that you couldn't even imagine if we just allowed it to flow out with no boundaries, no limitations, nothing.
Not to get all debate lordy here, but like this is literally what this
is. That a real F? Are we effing? Chat, let me know you're there. Is anyone else experiencing a streaming disruption? Just trying to make sure here. Yeah, reload if you're getting F, because it looks like other people are not.
This guy is making is an argument for CP, basically.
Yeah, in other words, he's not like, so Hasan's not saying he's advocating for that, right? We're not dealing with a Vosh situation here. He's saying that his argument could be used to justify that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a demand for that kind of content. Okay. There is a demand for CP. Should we allow websites to not regulate it?
I'm not saying no boundary. That's not, my point is not no boundaries.
Hey,
my point is holding people accountable.
Chill.
Without like completely, I don't know, separating the two. Like just, I don't even know how to say this, man. It's just like I don't like the aggression because the sides get more polarized. And all right, I'm sorry. Wait. I need to regroup. The point I wanted to make and the example I wanted to use.
It sounds like the guy debating Fantano is reacting to Hasan telling Kaya to be quiet.
Specifically was, I don't know if you've seen recently that documentary on that Kick streamer.
The cyber attacks, is that what took down the phone networks?
That like heinous, disgusting
guy. Yeah, the guy who was basically collecting pictures of teenage girls naked.
So it's horrible that he has a platform to do that. But why does Kick even exist? We have to go back. Twitch as a platform was extremely aggressive with like all their policies and enforcing, politically correct rules, which
we all know. Like I know from first hand, the Twitch has a extreme politically correct bias. I know by the fact that when I pointed out the harm that Dylan was doing with his platform to trans people, that everybody took my side. Oh wait, no, they didn't. That's right. They took Dylan's side and they didn't care about trans people because it's not fucking politically correct at all. You're talking about a site that just had an award show that, like, what was that? Chad, do I have to show you this? I haven't talked about the award show yet, but there's like I can't show you because it's like a rap parody, and I don't know if it's copyright claimed or not, right? But they did a rap parody of somebody complaining about how Fortnite is all gay now. Like, right? No, they're not fucking politically correct at all. What are you fucking talking about? If you think that Twitch is politically correct, that is like saying you're just dog whistling that you're far right.
I think it's cool, but what's happening?
Dude, why are okay? Serious. This is a serious question.
Why is the music critic arguing with some incel? I guess this guy said that he was talking up Kanye's new album in a way that's just totally like, well, I don't care about what he said. I'm not Jewish. Just a really callous way of glazing up Kanye. So that's why this debate ended up happening. And now you're gonna see in the midst of this debate, a lore drop breaks out. Now, hopefully this particular creator has left it intact and did not try to edit it out, because if you're what you're trying to do is create a segment about Fantano debating this guy and Hasan reacting, then you might cut that out, right? This is more about Destiny that we're going to get into here. If need be, I will go over to if need be, comments ahead of her time chick. Nice. If need be, I will go over to Twitch and we'll watch it on Twitch if I find that there's multiple cuts here. Yeah, timestamps for the VOD if needed. Thank you, Buffy.
Why do
Yeah, we've definitely turned Fortnite gay. I mean, Fortnite was meant to be gay. What are you talking about? That's a feature, not a bug.
Anthony's fan base, like this dude who's talking to Anthony Fantano right now, why do they think they're progressive? Do they not realize that every fucking argument they make is like damn near identical to right-wing arguments from, I don't know, 2014, 2015, 2016, when like all of his fan base, including Destiny, before he like turned into a,
here we go,
supposedly for a brief moment, were already like firmly within the alt-right? Like these guys basically got de-radicalized from the alt-right, supposedly, became Destiny fans, and then slowly but surely seeped back into that exact same fucking framework. I don't even think they.
So yeah, the things that I want you to pay attention to here in this segment are the fact that there's an attempt to move the ball. And by the ball, I mean what's regarded as centrist or what's regarded as progressive. There's a move to take a political affiliation and kind of like retcon it into something that it's not. And generally what this ends up with is moving the Overton window to the right, right? When you pull the center to the right, you move the Overton window to the right. When you pull what it means to be progressive, what it means to be center left to the right, you're moving the Overton window to the right. The second thing is, of course, like I mentioned earlier, you know, just kind of some of the non-ideological reasons that content creators have for backing other for pivoting their perspectives. Right? Obviously, somebody can like change their mind, and I'm trying to think of a good example of that. I guess Dusty Smith, right, is the one that comes to mind first as somebody that was, you know, maybe to the right of where he is now politically and seems to have had a real change of heart. Versus somebody like Destiny that, I mean, you're going to see like in Hasan's appraisal why Destiny changed and pivoted to the right, why this heel turn even happened. VGG, I'm told, has suggested that this happened after Hasan and Destiny splitting. Hasan's going to show us evidence that maybe this was part of the reason that or that like it's a direct result even of Hasan's appearance on the platform and the threat that represented to Destiny.
They realize it though. I don't think they recognize it personally. I think they genuinely do think they're progressive. This guy is progressive. Look at him. He's shitting on Kick, which he should be. That part is very valid, right? But it makes no sense to be like, I'm a progressive guy, I hate Kick, but also Kick exists because Twitch was too woke and too SJW, and that's why they fucking created. That's why they created Kick.
Happened and what sort of happened and you know, as a result of that is you get this disgusting, heinous counterculture of Kick, of Rumble. You have these platforms who will enable people who behave like that, will enable people who say problematic things. And now, like, there's, when otherwise you could have controlled that type of behavior. Now it's just
controlled that type of behavior through what? Like being laissez-faire about it? Like we also brought up, you know, Hasan already brought up the example of child exploitation materials. And the fact that even so, though somebody could make a free speech argument for that, we don't allow that to, like, that kind of content would proliferate. There would be an audience for that. That kind of content would, you know, do some numbers, right? And, you know, all the more reason to not be complacent and be libertarian about it.
Completely loose. It's just completely out of control. So I see that.
No, wait, I'm not following you.
Streamer.
It's really funny to me how much Fantano gets dragged into these political arguments. Like I've even heard people say that Fantano was like further to the right earlier in his career too.
I see that streamer as a direct result of that.
I really don't get what you're saying.
That's such a dumb argument. Yeah, that streamer should have fucking stayed on Twitch and should have grown even more prominent with his pedophilia.
But think about the argument for the strategic inward by Vosh. Think about the argument for the rampant slur streams that Keffels like to do, right? The idea was that this shit is so goddamn appealing, and if we don't allow this on the left, then we're gonna have more people go to the right because they want to say the slurs, they want to say the naughty words, they want to do the, you know, they want to have their gamer moment and say the fucking N-word, right? And if we don't give that to them, then they're gonna go find it somewhere else. And it's just like, okay, just like, you know, what do you want to be the right? Is that what your innovation is? Is that what your idea is? Like, yeah, the left should be more like the right. There we go. Sorry, that is not a fucking left-wing argument. And get thee behind me, Satan, because that is, I don't want to be fucking fighting a rearguard action. We already got done with Vosh and the lollipops, all right? Now we got to worry about Destiny claiming to be a centrist, claiming to be a liberal, as well, and doing fuck all in terms of actually encouraging the Democratic Party to save itself from Trumpism.
Yep. You know, because if there was no kick, that streamer would be streaming on Twitch or YouTube. Like what?
Are you saying that if he was allowed on Twitch, he would be able to be more easily controlled or something?
No, I'm saying because of Twitch's aggression and like draconian rules when it comes to like not saying anything problematic.
But he's not just simply saying problematic things. He's collecting what is effectively CP and posting it on a Discord.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have been allowed to do that on Twitch.
But he's simultaneously fucking saying Twitch's woke policies created kick. What is it, bro?
Wait, are we talking about Aiden? Like, okay, where did the CSEM or CP, like they're saying, where did that come into this? I kind of, we switched, we clicked ahead a little bit to get into the discussion. We're sort of like the Destiny stuff comes into it, but because I thought when he said, you know, this is an argument for CSEM, I thought that Hasan was saying that this argument could be used. Yeah, he's basically making the argument for CSEM. I'm just wondering, like, who this is about. Who are we talking about that showed this kind of stuff on Kick? Oh, are we talking about that one? Oh my God, chat. There may be more background that I need to show you. Are we talking about the Kick streamer that was on Omegle? Zara, are you in here? Zara was talking about this person, right? There's a Kick streamer who would go on Omegle and convince like girls that he talked to, oh my God, wow, to remove their like clothing, right? And of course, you know, my understanding is that he would, okay, I don't know if these are real. Yeah, I think these are fake ones. But yeah, Ghost YouTube, thank you for the fake memberships there. I don't think these are real. Anyway. Yeah, the Ghost Wows. That's right. They're sound just the same as the regular ones. I'm just trying to figure out what is he talking about? Like somebody made a video about this, right? Somebody made a video about the this Kick streamer that, yeah, he'd go on Omegle, like on stream. He would talk to, oh my God, Buffy Geek. That's a real wow. Thank you for the membership and welcome to Weird Champs. Here's a real one. Oh my God, thank you so much. So we don't have to be quite so haunted. But anyway, yeah, this is like a Kick streamer that goes on Omegle. Omegle's like a, you know, it like gives you a random person to chat with, to video chat with, and you can hit, you know, move on when you're like, if you don't want to talk to them anymore, you can switch, you can do next on them, right? So anyway, this guy goes on Omegle, he meets girls, he convinces them to remove their clothing, and then on Kick, God, that ad break. I missed it again, chat. I missed it again. Had to close due to creeps. I mean, like, I can imagine, right? Omegle's like a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. So yeah, this guy convinces women to take their tops off, to take, you know, their clothes off, and the screen goes black on his stream, right? So you can hear him negotiating and being like, oh wow, like, you know, your blank looks really hot, right? Whatever. But apparently on his Patreon, he was uploading the video. So in other words, they don't show it on Kick, because technically Kick still has some kind of terms of service in terms of that, but you can definitely tell what's going on. And then your offered, you know, a full view of what's going on Patreon. So this is the creep. And, you know, this guy was like, you know, talking to people that like were clearly not of age, right? He asked them if they're of age, and they give an answer that's like, you know, there's some of them even straight up telling him no, right? And he's like, no, you don't understand. I can't talk to you if you're not of age. So I'm going to ask you once again, are you 18 years of older? Until he gets them to say, yes, I am. And he can cover his ass. But it's like it's like a worse version of the Chud Logic Discord situation, basically. It's what we're dealing with here. So yeah, I mean, just got all kinds of fucked up shit. And this guy's like, you know, going around on Omegle, being a super creep, and then posting it and blowing up on Kick because of it.
Do you want there to be woke policies like anti-CP policy?
Anyway, I think that's who they're talking about.
Is this simply a matter of disagreement?
Yeah, absolutely. Leading the question with minors to get them to say that they were 18, even though it was pretty clear from their initial reaction that they were not.
Between what policies you think should be allowed? That's crazy. This is such a bad argument, man. This is like the...
I'm like, did I eat my apple?
You know, like that meme of like you drop the small domino and then the big one falls. But he's doing that for CP. What the fuck? He's like, Twitch bans unregulated online crypto gambling casinos. And then at the end of it, the largest domino is like, random fucking streamer at kick.tv is collecting child pornography. How did we get here? Don't worry about it.
I mean, are we pretty confident that that's who he's talking about? I know that Zara would, Zara's aware of this. Not only is it obviously a crime to do that with underage girls, but recording someone over camera without their consent is, and then distributing and monetizing it, definitely a crime. Yeah, but like, so just to be clear, the guy that Anthony Fantano is debating, the Destiny fan that Anthony Fantano was talking about, is basically blaming Twitch. Twitch was too tough on its terms of service, too intolerant of, you know, just bullshit. And therefore, you know, we have this thing going on Kick. If only Twitch had allowed me to say the slurs.
Have they been less aggressive with their pursuit of justice? The point I'm trying to make is that Twitch would still be the predominant streaming platform if there wasn't so many people fed up with their fucking...
I mean, they're still technically the predominant streaming platform, from what I understand.
Technically, but Kick is a big problem. We can agree on that, right? We're not going to pretend like we disagree on that.
Yeah, but it's not a problem that doesn't exist because Twitch has rules.
I see that directly. I mean, what's his name? Trainwrecks TV?
Bro, it's so funny where he's like, on the one hand, he literally is saying, I think you can reason with this guy. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't think he's coming across as like not the worst person ever. It's the worst time for me to say this. Okay. I think that you could like talk this dude down and explain to him why he's wrong, and maybe he'll be more understanding. I think he comes across a little bit misguided and not like unhinged. Okay. Or maybe I'm a fucking idiot who always thinks that you can reason with anyone and everyone, which is why I try to reason with like gray names on their 7,000 sock account in here saying the same exact nonsensical bullshit. However, the point he's trying to make here is a ridiculous one. That's number one. If he wasn't in front of an audience and if it was a private conversation, I agree. The notion that like this dude here, let me take it all back for a second. He's advocating against deplatforming while simultaneously talking about the issues of replatforming. Do you understand? Like, it's not deplatforming that created Kick. You can't make that argument. Especially when you ostensibly are not pro CP, or probe the collection of child pornography like this one cake streamer was doing. And therefore, you would probably demand, understandably, to ban that person from Twitch as well.
TV. The reason he's the founder of Kick. The reason he even started Kick was because he was banned off Twitch, and he saw that as a direct opportunity. You know, fuck, there's so many people that have been banned over realistically small stuff. Not
okay.
Major stuff.
Let me
finish.
No, I'm stopping you because it's an awful point. It's an awful point, and people in the chat are fucking cringing at what you're saying, bro. Listen,
I don't care what people think.
No, you should. This is a point where you listen. Listen, I'm stopping you before. I'm stopping you before. I'm stopping you before you harm yourself because
he's right. By the way, he's smart to fucking stop him because this dude is making an argument that's unironically coming across really fucking bad for him.
You know, yeah, I think self-harm is against TOS on Twitch. Listen,
also Trainwrecks isn't even banned on Twitch, man.
Because
yeah, that was just a perception apparently this Destiny fan had that. So if you don't know, Trainwrecks was a streamer on Twitch. I don't know, he's pretty apolitical, maybe like another one of these apolitical guys that has sort of like some reactionary instincts, let's just say. And pretty big streamer, pretty big influence. I know that Hasan has been on Trainwrecks's panels before. He also did a lot of Gamba, which is, you know, Twitch lingo for gambling. He would, you know, there were these sites that would, like stake.com, that would pay you or at least, you know, give you free gambling money in order to gamble on Twitch, on this online gambling stuff, or Gamba, which is, I guess, legal because it's through Bitcoin, sort of how they get around it. And so what he's doing essentially is a sponsor, you know, basically a sponsorship for a gambling site. Like that's what it amounts to, right? He's showing them him having an awesome time gambling lots of money. And, you know, a lot of it maybe was not his. It was like play money essentially given to him by the website in order to promote what they're doing, right? They were doing this on Twitch. And it became more and more of a scandal. It became more and more talked about until finally Twitch made a decision. We are not going to allow that on our platform. Now, I'm told that there's some kinds of gambling maybe that are still allowed in certain cases on Twitch. I can't really verify that. But yeah, Trainwrecks was involved in the starting of Kick. And I think stake.com, right? If I'm not mistaken. Oh my god, I'm getting that maybe the Destiny stuff got edited out of this video. Let's try this. Can you see this okay? It's not the best.
Versa, those people who, the Kanye fans, just shitting on you. You're a fucking idiot. You're not a good critic. Like it's both sides of the coin are unproductive. Even though one may be more morally correct than the other, both are unproductive and eventually lead to more polar.
I recently stumbled into the Destiny subreddit and they were openly claiming you said it was okay for Nazis to invade other countries, even though the full quote and video with context was posted multiple times and downvoted. Your meaning was obvious, but they just wanted to be delusional, full crazy town, and the opposite of his whole objective truth shtick. Yes.
Polarization. And that's my issue with this.
I think you're just.
Let me finish. The reason why I made the whole.
Why am I addressing Destiny more lately? Your previous policy of ignoring losers were better, in my opinion. I think I'm human at the end of the day, and like it did start getting to me, and I realized like maybe it's okay to just like every now and then offer additional context, because there are plenty of people even in this community that have no idea, that didn't know who the fuck this dude was, and they stumble across his content on TikTok or whatever, and they're like, oh wow, this guy's making some good arguments against like some fucking weirdo like red-pilled guy, and then they stumble across like a shit ton of weird completely for nefarious purpose negatively slanted commentary on me, and then they go, oh my god, I had no idea this Hasan guy was like just a total fucking asshole, and they're misled. So I want those people to basically understand that No, like this person has a nefarious agenda that is purely spite driven, that is rooted within anger, and he is not some arbiter of like intellectual honesty. It's getting to a point where it basically is. It's getting to a point where it basically has turned into a lot of these people that used to love the IDW, the intellectual dark web. Okay. That the intellectual dark web, they used to present themselves as like gladiators in the marketplace of ideas. Like,
there we go.
Shit on those guys as well. I'm trying to present this in as good faith as I possibly can. You're not a lord, you're Jank's nephew. Yes. Destiny fans will jump on you for admitting that, though, and think they've won. That's how trolls work. They will clip this and use it against you, but you're doing the right thing to fight to debunk all the bullshit they spread about you. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, I have to correct the record. Those people tried to find my address after I defended both of you and Ethan on the H3 sub. Yeah, they go pretty nutty mode.
Okay, so
with it too.
That doesn't mean that all Destiny fans are like this. Okay, if you're watching and you like Destiny, I'm not saying that you're in some weird fucking sweaty Splinter Discord in the voice chat, like hate watching Hasan, hate watching NCC or anything like that, but just know that some of the people that are in DGG chat with you are, right? That does go on. That does happen. That is real. There are people amongst you that take it too far, even if you're not one of those people, right? That's what we're talking about. And I'm saying this from experience of having my own stream, like, infiltrated, I guess, by, I don't know, I talked to Destiny, so, it's kind of my own fault that I had DGGers in here. But yeah, when you do something that they don't like, they go way too hard. In my case, trying to deplatform me over a guest that I had, over a conversation that I was trying to have, basically because they thought the person was too far left. So, he'll get into it more though. Because I think Hasan's had a lot more, like my experience was not with like DGG itself. It's probably more to do with some of the communities that are tangential to DGG. Like some of the people that DGGers also watch, and the fact that this culture of like permanent war against the enemies of our favorite streamer became so pervasive in that sphere. Not, it spread, right? Like I said, VGG is the rotten apple. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What's the tree? The tree is DGG. That's where this all came from. You would rock that hoodie?
If you find yourself to be a progressive, okay, and you find yourself in the throes of like Destiny's commentary, then ask a little bit. Just seek a little bit further. Just look, just scratch the surface a little bit, and you will recognize that it is a little odd that he has way more respect and reverence for someone like Ben Shapiro, who is objectively worse for the United States of America, if not the entire planet, with his commentary, than someone such as myself.
So now you all heard Hasan's explanation of why he is doing this. He used to have a policy of ignoring DGG, of ignoring Vosh, of ignoring Keffels. Why is he changed? Why is it different, right? His explanation is that he's sick of only having the other side of the story told, that he's got a side to the story. They hate him for a reason, and they're trying to sort of get in his community and pull more people away from that, right? But they don't tell you why they hate Hasan. They don't tell you certainly why Destiny hates Hasan. They'll tell you a bunch of bullshit, like that he's just a bunch of garbage, and he's sick of that. So that's his stated reason for why he is talking about this now. I mean, like, that might be true, but remember, we can't take Hasan or anybody else, can't just take their word for gospel. There might be like a deeper reason behind this. There might be like a content strategy, if you will, behind this, right? And I am open to, if you've got ideas of why is Hasan doing this now, because this is a pivot. This is a change in Hasan's behavior, not a change in his ideology, but a change in his strategy, a change in how he handles communities like DGG, how he handles communities like KGG and VGG. I still love it that she calls it KGG.
Why does he have so much smoke for those on the left, no matter how big or small they may be, versus someone like Ben Shapiro, who is objectively infinitely more influential and powerful and has like actually bad opinions and not opinions that have been massaged for you to think they are bad?
Why does Destiny hate Hasan? We're about to get into that, or at least Hasan's explanation for it, right? Which is the most convincing one I've heard so far. I guess I wasn't really around for the falling out, as they call it, the burning of the bridge between Hasan and Destiny. So I've always had to just kind of fill in those gaps myself. I knew about the Weaselly Little Liar because, you know, that clip is like pervasive. It's all over the place. But I never really understood the context that that him banging the desk actually arose in. So he's gonna drop some lore on us here. And thank you to Buffy for finding this for us, by the way, because this is actually some really insightful stuff that he's about to lay on us.
I personally believe that it's because Destiny and others are not interested in any sort of moral consistency, but instead are basically mercenaries. Like, they just like coming across like they're winning an argument. It's fun for them. That's number one. And they're also trying to have the stupid optics-based conversation about being mean. It's the white moderate who prefers negative peace. You're no better than the Nazi because you were mean. These people are fucking insufferable losers, man. Yeah, and they won't stop debating. They love debating. Like you mentioned, about 40% of both sides of a debate aren't going to change their mind. I wonder how many decentrists you can actually reach. Yeah, I mean, they mostly just thrive on subreddits, but they are very parasocial.
That's a weird way to put it.
Whole video, and the approach I take usually with my videos is, even though obviously I have a certain, I'm not like a fence-sitting centrist, I have a certain ideology.
Your self-made Jinx nephew, you just boosted your position a lot. What? I agree with Fantano, but he is bald. Yeah, my friend's boyfriend is a Destiny fan. When he found out I watched you, he was afraid or unwilling to call me out, perhaps because we were in the real world. He's a great guy. Otherwise, I think he's been misled. Yeah, there's a lot of people like that.
Wait, why does Vosh hate Hasan? He's had different dispositions towards Hasan. I think there's been times where Vosh was maybe, I honestly think that it's the same reason that Vosh beefs with a lot of the people. We talked about this the other night, how Vosh seems to have more smoke for people to the left of him than he's got for actual Nazis who he, regularly would bring on to do debates with and make content, right? When Vosh debates somebody like Professor Flowers, Vosh is trying to scorch the earth. Vosh wants to make sure that this person that has called him out, that everybody knows that they're a bad person and that you can't trust them, and he cannot allow anyone to remain in the game if they're to the left of him, right? And you're gonna see sort of the same dynamic go on with Hasan. So it is very much related to the fact that Vosh is the apple that doesn't fall far from the GGG tree.
Like people who masquerade as progressives, and I think shepherd people that basically shepherd others into this notion that they are.
Mike from PA showed on what the Mike from. Wait, there's lore to that too. Something that Mike from PA showed on stream the other day. Lore to the Vosh hating Hasan thing.
Progressive while feeding them a shit ton.
But yeah, it's jealousy. SN12, you are not wrong. Jealousy is a big part of it.
Of reactionary commentary. And I don't like that. I didn't like that when Jordan Peterson.
Vosh took his whole personality from Destiny. Yeah, when White Nervosa copied the code from DGG into VGG, she also copied code from Destiny into Vosh, and that's how we ended up with the duplication of the hating Hasan subroutine.
Doing it, I didn't like that when back in like 2017.
Are we gonna have to go on a deep dive and dig some of this up? Look at Vosh's logs from Destiny's Discord via Mike from PA.
Phenomena of people who called themselves classical liberals who were the real progressives. That's what Dave Rubin used to say. For those of you who don't remember, because you were probably oblivious to Dave Rubin, as someone who worked with him.
Dave Rubin. Oh no. Oh my God, I forgot about that. How old was Hasan when he worked with Dave Rubin? We're talking about TYT, early TYT, right? Dave Rubin, Jimmy Dore, they were both TYT hosts. But kind of on opposite ends of the spectrum, too. They marketed Jimmy Dore as the aggressive progressive that, like, you know, he's willing to say the spicy things that Jink won't say, and pretty soon that became, you know, that became Bernie or bust. And then they split ways. Then with Dave Rubin, kind of the opposite way, where Dave Rubin always was representing the right, like sort of a right viewpoint. And that was convenient for TYT at first, because then they had somebody to argue these things. And like, oh, now we're really having a debate. But obviously Dave Rubin did not have good intentions for his co-host on TYT. So he's like 22 at this point, at the point where I'm talking about the Dave Rubin TYT, Dave Rubin era TYT.
A lot of those guys, including even Sargon of Akkad, used to say that they're classical liberals, that they actually are the real liberals, and that leftists are fake liberals, they're false liberals. And they would spend all of their time shitting on those that were on their side, I guess. But, you know, they were, yeah, the SJWs were the progressives or the regressives. That's what they used to call them. Tim Pool, for the longest time.
Yeah, like the talking point was usually the regressive left. The idea that progressivism or liberalism, depending on what they were, how they were branding themselves at the time, was an inherent value of this was like kind of unlimited free speech, and that the left that was against free speech, whether it be like Milo or Nazis showing up at campuses to disrupt things, right? Or you know, a statue of Jefferson Davis remaining in the city square or whatever, like that's all free speech. And so the progressives, the left that's against that, they're not the real left. Dave Rubin is the real left. And I mean, yeah, you can see sort of how the modern right developed from those early intellectual dark web days.
Presented himself as a unbiased centrist who was very progressive in many issues. Now, obviously, we look at these guys now with today's lenses and we go, that's so funny to say that these guys were never liberal at all. And at the time, I spent a whole
wrong button.
I spent a whole lot of time explaining to people like, no, these guys aren't real.
Let's fix this.
They're not real progressives.
Here, I gotta get Hasan on screen here.
So yes, I do think that Destiny is as bad as those charlatans like Dave Rubin. I do. I think that he's doing the exact same thing that I have seen. He's doing the exact same thing that I've seen from all of those other people time and time again. He's just doing it now with a different flavor on it. Yeah. And I think that's very nefarious, and I think that's very dangerous. It's dangerous when someone claims to be a progressive or claims to be a liberal, claims to be a moderate Democratic Party supporter or whatever, okay, while simultaneously pushing a lot of nefarious positions that I consider to be reactionary. That's it. Even though you're open to discussing it, I do think it would behoove chat to stop feeling compelled to inform you what's going on in these negative parts of the internet and to the good faith members. Yes.
Here we go.
These guys claim that they're progressive and literally almost exclusively go after with vicious cancellation campaigns, attempted cancellation campaigns on every single person that is even a little bit more progressive than they are.
Sound familiar? This is something we dealt with Bosch, right? This is the same dynamic here.
At a certain point, you got to go, what the fuck are these guys doing? But due to
what we're talking about is the manipulation of the Overton window, right? When you adopt a when you adopt a ideology nominatively, right? You call yourself centrist, you call yourself progressive, you call yourself a sock dem or something like that, and then you redefine that ideology as being to the right of where it actually is. You're not just pulling on the definition of SOCDEM. You're not just pulling on the definition of liberal or progressive or centrist or whatever you're calling yourself. You're pulling on the whole rug that's attached to that. And you're pulling the whole Overton window over. So, I mean, like, we've dealt with this. This is a fundamental aspect of Twitch politics that I have railed against for years and years and years. And it is for this very reason. I know what people are doing when they're trying to rebrand like centrism as liberal, as progressivism, or centrism as liberalism, rebrand liberalism as progressivism, rebrand progressivism as leftism. Yeah, that shit's dangerous. And you can see Vosh doing it, and you can see almost everybody on Twitch, right? That's a fundamental aspect of Twitch pull, and it's not by accident. It was very intentionally done. It was through the the trusting of some very right-wing people to maintain a Discord, like a social Discord for content creators to meet and to set up collaborations that very purposefully ostracized, attempted to cancel, character assassinated anybody to the left of what they were comfortable with, right? And the rest of Twitch poll just went right along with it. There's consequences for this, right? And these are about the most severe consequences that you could think of when you are talking about just tugging on the entire definition of a political ideology. Page cuts. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. It looks like Alicia, Wiuch Tuba, Blood Leak, which sounds like a very dark, like Hatsune Miku persona, maybe? I don't know. Nev Brown, and JJJ. You just got weasels from Paige Coots, which is a good thing. Vosh is a psyop. I mean, I have heard some people take this way too far, right? I have no information to say that, like, there's something dark and cloak and dagger and nefarious going on with Vosh, but I will say that he benefits anyone who wants to see the entire like online world get shifted to the right, particularly the left, particularly leftists, right? Yeah, so much like Alex Jones, even though we don't have any information to say like Alex Jones is a psyop, if he did not exist, the powers that be might have a lot of interest in inventing him.
Thing that I mentioned earlier, the
also, yeah, wow,
intersectionality of privilege and the intersectionality,
thank you once again, Paige,
of blind spots that come from said intersectionality of privilege. There are always going to be certain lapses of judgment. No one is going to be.
So Hasan's going to go deep here. I'm going to play a little bit of Vampire Survivor while he's doing it. Sorry for just having the pause screen open, because this probably looks pretty wild. It looks like some D&D map, right? If you've never played this before. This is just, it's like a, what do you even call this? It's like a retro, is it roguelike? Is it considered roguelike? I feel like it's considered roguelike. Yeah, it's roguelike, isn't it? It's basically a rogue-like, God, I don't even know. You'll have to see. It's more interesting than just watching Hasan sit there. That is the point of it. I'm giving you something a little bit more. Ooh, personally enjoying Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. That is by the same company, right? Yeah, it's roguelike, isn't it? It's not exactly Metroidvania, but what is Rogue? Rogue is like a type of like, it's usually like a dungeon crawler, and it is procedurally generated, and it's really difficult, and it's got permanent death, right? So you play it, you don't get to a point and save and then like finish the game. Like, you're trying to make a run. You're trying to do it. Yeah, this game is like that. It's like you got a run that you're doing, and if you F up on it and you get owned, that is the end of your run. You got to try it again.
Perfect. And when you're caught in that blind spot, you sometimes find yourself in the comfortable waters, in the warm hug that you receive from a community of like-minded individuals who are saying, no, you're not wrong, actually. See, you can still be a progressive. You can still consider yourself to be a progressive, and also think that like trans people are, delusional and gross across the board for wanting to participate in sports, and that this isn't simply a really weird way to try and reaffirm transphobic positions, even though it is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. And what is infinitely more relevant to the existence of trans people in the United States of America is the shit ton of anti-trans bills that are being presented in state houses, right? No, you're right. People find themselves in the comfort of bigotry, and I think that it is infinitely more nefarious when someone doesn't openly admit to being a conservative and is doing that from the position of a supposed liberal.
And honestly, that's my issue with Vosh, right? I wouldn't talk about Vosh nearly as much if he was just like, yeah, I believe in progressive liberalism and communism is bad. If he was just like open about his ideology and didn't try to, I mean, like, it's not even that though. The thing with Vosh is like half of it is just this weird like anti-SJW injection as the panacea to cure IDPUL, the virus of IDPUL. So you end up fighting a rear guard action. You end up fighting against people that are nominally on your side, and they're actively trying to redefine what your ideology even means. They're nominally on your side, but that is to displace you. That is to displace leftists, and that is to redefine what is leftist as something to the right of that, both in terms of social policy and in terms of how you deal with misogyny and racism, and in terms of economics, right? So
how can I be a bad guy? I'm going out and door knocking for the Democratic Party. I'm a liberal. I'm a real liberal. These guys are the worst people, actually. I'm door knocking for the Democratic Party. I'm the most progressive. I'm coming at it from a position of authority. Yeah. Dennis Prager once famously told Dave Rubin that. He said he was really useful for the conservative movement, because he is.
and certain political opinions I hold, I always try meeting people in the middle, right? I want to approach my videos with to a degree where like a Republican could watch it and look at it like, okay, this guy is not just like completely saying fuck you. He's actually made some good points. Maybe I should think about this a little bit, you know? And that's all I'm trying to do with my videos at the end of the day. Now, I can concede to the fact that a lot of my thumbnails and a lot of my titles are like inflammatory, like baity, disgusting to a degree. And yeah, that's unfortunate, but unfortunately, that's the best way to drive people to my content. And I feel like my content being as nuanced and as unbiased and as good faith as it is, I don't have a problem with like baiting people into watching it when that might give them a more neutral perspective on things. Radicals from both sides. So that's how I live with myself at the end of the day.
Okay, I mean, I'm sorry to pop your bubble here a little bit, but I mean, I'm sorry, but you personally are not unbiased in any sense, and you're not presenting an unbiased perspective in, from what I can see, any of your content.
I take that back. I can see that.
That's not the case. And
I understand that.
What you even expressed just now is a bias of sorts, because the thing is, you know,
I take that back. I'm not unbiased. I'm not unbiased.
Okay.
Sorry to say
that. But let me finish my point.
Like, what was your point then? Like, I love how quickly, you know, he concedes that. Some Destiny fans praise Destiny for door knocking. They praise the likes of Nick Fuentes for door knocking. At least they're living their ideals, dude. This is... Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, the issue is that there really is pressure that needs to be brought to bear on the Democratic Party. Unfortunately, you know, door knocking for whatever candidate, for whatever shit sandwich they shove down your throat, isn't it. The Democratic Party, at the very least, needs new leadership at the top. And if they wanted to do something with the Democratic Party, you know, if that was, you know, in Destiny's case, you know, that like they're believe that this is the party is the you know, best vessel of political change. In Vosh's case, I guess they would claim that they believe it's the most practical vehicle at the moment, right? If you really want to even just help that vehicle not lose to Trump again, you need to be pushing the Nancy Pelosi's and the Joe Bidens out of the way instead of fucking door knocking for them.
I'll let you finish yours.
Okay.
Even embracing centrism for centrism's sake is a bias of sorts. You know, just because you're landing in the middle of 2 points doesn't mean you're unbiased or that it's effectively the best option in that scenario. I mean, when you're between the polar opposite positions of we should, you know, have segregation and we should allow everybody and anybody to sort of live freely in modern society, we don't try to land somewhere in the middle of those 2 points because it makes us feel good and fuzzy inside, because we're like, well, I'm reasonable and I see the points of both sides. No, the correct position is...
Yeah, that's some Dave Rubin ass shit.
Like, that's the correct position.
The correct position is you don't have to see the top of the hour ad break at the top of the hour.
The correct position is that top of the hour ad break is coming in 18 minutes for us. So if you want to... Oh, also, Elle, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Good to see you.
Just because we know for a fact that the way that the economy on the internet works today and what's allowed and what's not allowed, just because we know for a fact the fact that we don't allow the purchase and sale of certain things in the light, in what you would call, like, you know, a white market, you know, just because we don't
allow... sale of what thing? Like child pornography? Is that what you're referring to?
That could be one thing, or black tar heroin, or slaves,
no,
or
that's not what I'm
legal
saying.
weaponry.
I'm not talking
No,
about directly...
listen to me.
Opinions.
You're not even listening to me finish my point. Just because we know the fact that we don't allow that in sort of like, you know, the regular markets on the internet, so on and so forth. And as a result of that, that pushes the sale and purchase of that stuff down into the dark web. Just because we know it creates a black market of sorts around that kind of stuff, around that kind of whatever you want to buy, whatever you want to purchase. Just because we know that exists doesn't mean that we should just start taking a softer approach with it in general society. Because, well, it's going to exist anyway down there in obscurity on the dark web. So we might as well just be like open to it generally because it's going to exist anyway. You're completely ignoring you're completely ignoring the fact that there is potentially a sliding scale of exposure that goes on between just rejecting it and making it illegal to an extent and just allowing it to flow unquestionably. Like
I'm talking about the marketplace of ideas, though. I'm not talking about like black tar heroin, or it's a completely different.
No. It's not just the marketplace of ideas, because you're talking about a guy who makes a name for himself on Twitch.
Understand that the discussion about discussion about, like, you know, CSEM and or any other like this is the marketplace of ideas, like, right?
Effectively creating a CP subscription service on his Discord.
Who? The guy on Kick?
Yes, the guy on Kick who we talked about. There's a little documentary.
Specifically, he would be heinous anywhere.
But you specifically brought him up as an example. How are you not talking about?
Why did you bring him up then? That makes no sense. You're the one who brought him up.
Is Twitch broke?
Point to bring about that, like, you tried to make an argument that Twitch created him, okay, by having.
Why is Hasan not moving?
Aggressive terms of service. Because aggressive terms of service somehow created Kick, and then that guy found a place to do.
Oh my god, I'm so confused right now.
The real argument here should be Kick should also have aggressive terms of service.
What is
not that Twitch created the pedophile dude?
Him specifically.
I use them as
if your goal here is, if you have like a consistent moral through line in this debate, then you can't have a grudge against Twitch in this circumstance, which I assume recognize is, and you must subscribe, doing the right thing and banning the child pornography guy.
I get it.
An example because
it played the wrong tab. That's what happened. Okay, that's all. I was like, what is going on? Why is Hasan frozen?
That reason. Aw, Candles, thank you for the 5 community gifted subs.
And we're back. Sorry about that, chat.
It makes sense that D is not a liberal, aside from some of his political takes. He's also said that growing up in the household, he was very conservative. Obviously, people can change and whatnot, but I do think that the conservative thinking and perspective is stuck with him at a deep level, making him not an actual progressive liberal or whatever. Professor Tech, thank you for the 5 get the subs as well. It's just like, listen. Fantano is blasting here. He's doing a great job. And he is great. There are plenty of people who grew up in conservative families here, okay, in this community. The point is, you have to combat reactionary thinking, because reactionary thinking in a reactionary society is very comforting. Very comforting to not push for change. It's very comforting to not look at everything that you've known your entire life and say, maybe this is wrong. Maybe there's actually a better way to exist. It's a very tough job. That change must come from within, and you have to constantly check yourself. That's it.
Position. Like there are points where centrism doesn't make sense. I understand.
I'm not saying I'm a centrist. The way I'm approaching it is from a place of understanding and trying to reach.
Where's the 2019 post? If you want to understand it, here's the 2019 post from the DGG chat.
Okay, so here we go. Let me switch back into
Destiny's fucking upbringing that causes him to feel this way. Okay? There's like someone was bringing up the post earlier. It's spite. It's being an opportunist. That's why he completely rewired his commentary.
God.
And if you look back at like that one brief period where we would collaborate from time to time.
Know how to fix this.
Okay. If you look back at almost all of his takes from back then,
let me see if I can do something
and compare it to what he's talking about now, it is almost the exact diametrical opposite. He's defending. Go back. I mean, a lot of that stuff is just out there. You can find it if you are interested. He's debating the exact opposite side of the argument now. It's not just on my YouTube channel. It's on his YouTube channel too. If you look back at things that Destiny used to debate in like 2018, versus what he says now, you will see. Chatter did not lie. 2023 versus
striking ambulances, border crossings, and residential buildings.
Okay, I mean, like, again, remember, every building in Gaza is a residential building. Every building in Gaza is a civilian building. There are no military installations in Gaza. They always operate out of civilian infrastructure. I wish people would say that. Just mention that. Hamas operates out of civilian infrastructure. It's all civilian infrastructure.
Okay, so, I mean, this is Hasan showing this on his stream on Twitch. I'm literally watching it on the Twitch VOD. Anybody who takes interest in this VOD that I'm showing you, and as far as you know, the banned streamer that is on a little tiny window inside of, it looks like, is that a live stream? No, that's a Reddit that Hasan is watching. Understand that any actions taken against my account must also need, you know, like, right, I'm watching this off of VOD, so I'm assuming that this is okay, right? We're not trying to platform a banned streamer or anything like that, but this is like a window inside a window inside a window, if you will. So,
Just saying, okay? Jesus. Hamas does use human shields. The way that she makes that sound impossible, that's not impossible. Hamas, like, they'll literally blatantly state that they use human shields. They do that. That's not a myth. That's not a rumor.
If we're killing
what about if we talk about America supporting Israel that bombs hospitals and bombs schools, dog? It doesn't matter if the suicide...
You know they bomb hospitals and schools because terrorist organizations in Palestine put their freaking weapons there.
Do you think Palestinian sick people and children care about that? Do you think that a Palestinian child or the family of a Palestinian...
There we go.
Care about that.
But dude, the bombs don't make, the little shitty fucking RPGs don't even make it over the walls because Israel is one of the most sophisticated anti-missile dome systems in the fucking world. You're really comparing the military power of these two states? Come on, dude.
No. Okay, I'm saying the reason they're not just sitting there bombing hospitals.
You can do that for every single thing that he's debating right now and has debated over the past like 2 to 3 years since Destiny and I had a falling out. Okay, it's been almost 6 years at this point, 5 years at this point. Okay, and the reason why he doesn't even remember those positions from back then is because it's all back then. It was also still surface level. You just agreed with it. So you thought, oh, he's brilliant. That's it. It was still surface level back then. It was still just to win an argument. That's the point.
So does this make sense now? Destiny never digs in ideologically or even with any passion on the subjects that he's covering. This is purely a content strategy. You know, whether he attacks an issue from the right or the left or the center, right? It has very little to do with any sort of real beliefs, and it has everything to do with content strategy and personal vendettas in the case of Hasan, right? It was skin deep when he did those debates against the alt-right back in the day, and it's skin deep now. It's just, you know, it's flipped, you know, from one side to the other. But what we watched there was essentially Destiny, the old Destiny, arguing against ideas like, you know, human shields, the concept of Hamas having human shields, justifying justifying attacks on civilians, right? The exact opposite of what you hear him arguing now. And Hasan has been around long enough to actually see it. Not a lot of people have. Not a lot of people, especially who are motivated to hold him to account for this, have. Destiny's ideology is Wikipedia, pretty much, yeah.
That's it. That's the point. You could do this for every single thing.
Hospitals and schools. You can't honestly believe they're just sitting there like, you know what, let's fucking bomb a hospital.
Israel has literally been on record manufacturing reasons in the past to march into the West Bank and fucking exterminate people, dog. What do you mean?
Okay, listen, I'm not also going to sit around here and pretend that they are bombing hospitals and schools for shits and giggles. At least admit that you have terrorist organizations that specifically set up their weapons places and their attack places in hospitals and schools simply to get Western media's attention. At least admit that.
Yeah, sure, they probably do.
Okay, there you go. Thanks. So you're
That doesn't mean I'm okay with bombing hospitals and fucking schools, though. Damn. Whoa.
Like, how does that happen? How does that happen? What happened to cause the falling out? I'm missing out on crucial lore. I mean, there's like hour-long videos that documentaries that his fan base has made to like greatly massage the narrative, but the real fallout is literally here. I'll just show you the fucking logs.
Okay, so he's mentioned that Destiny is arguing 180 degrees in certain cases away from his positions in the past, right? So we got a Destiny pre-burning of the bridge with Hasan, and we got a Destiny post-burning of the bridge with Hasan. And you know, it hasn't been like a all or nothing event. It didn't happen overnight, but it did happen. And you can put old Destiny up to new Destiny and have an argument, have a debate with them. How does that happen is what he's asking. And he's not just asking it. He's not just throwing it out there as a rhetorical question. How do you think it happens, right? No, he's got firsthand knowledge. He was around Destiny, is what he's about to show us when this happened. So here we go with the really interesting stuff. It's not as much of a problem, Disco Wolf, with like using Wikipedia, you know, in terms of like, you know, sort of a aggregation of basic information on a subject. You know, it can be okay as a jumping off point. It can be okay. There could be sources within the Wikipedia that are sort of like your first run to like look up, and then maybe look at the citations within those sources and find other sources if you want to go deep on something. But it's not that Wikipedia is like the sin of all sins. It's just that like you can argue a subject with a Wikipedia level of knowledge if what you want to do is argue. If what you want to do is sound like you know what you're talking about, and if you know you don't really care much about it beyond there, because most people will not have even a Wikipedia level of knowledge on a subject, right? So you will fool most people into thinking you know what you're talking about, even if you don't. That is what Destiny does. That is what Vosh does. That is what this like Wikipediaization, you know, really does. And it's not the problem that they don't know certain subjects and have to like start from a very basic point like Wikipedia in familiarizing with them with that subject. It's that they never really advance beyond that because there is no need to do so. All you got to do is, you know, have Wikipedia and a few basic sources, and you know you can sound to the average viewer like you know what you're talking about, even if you don't. Ad break in 5.
Fucking.
Wow, this is what it's like to watch Hasan. I feel less bad about Dead Air.
I'm sure someone in here has it, like ready to go, fired up.
I know one thing that's ready to go and fired up. Buffy, do you know what I'm talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the top of the hour ad break. That sucker is reared up, ready to go, fired up. It is ready to go off, right? In just a few minutes. I don't even know how many, but I feel like it's like 2 or 3 minutes. We're going to have another one. That's an ad break that unfortunately lasts for 3 minutes, and might not sound like a lot, but once you have to go through a few, you might consider it to be some kind of existential anguish, some kind of limbo that you're thrown into every 3 minutes. And there are ways out of it, right? Let me tell you one way that you could possibly get out of that top of the hour ad break for free. If you use a Twitch Prime, if you have Prime, you've got a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice on Twitch. If that happens to be me, then you will no longer see those ads in my channel. You will also get a whole bunch of emotes, including weasels that actually wiggle, unlike on YouTube. We're still working on it for YouTube. But at present, only the Twitch emote weasels wiggle. So if you are a weasel wiggler and you want to wiggle with the weasels, that is one way to do so for free, no cost to you other than what you're already paying for Prime, right? If you don't have that, you can pay like $5 of eyeball ransom money to get your eyeballs back in your head so that they're not getting plucked out every hour on the hour and thrust into an ad break, right? That's another way to deal with it. And the third way to possibly deal with it, if neither of those two work for you because you don't have $5 to spend and you don't have Prime, is that there is a chance that you could be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen. There's some very generous people out there, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. Yeah, birds are not real.
I think they deserve to know.
Pigeons are liars. Birds aren't real.
This is pointless. He'll say he learned and grew over time. What the fuck? Oh, here it is. You found it. This is from 5 years ago. Do I go bottom to top? No, top to bottom. 2019, 0709. Okay, rant memes. I have had to deal with a lot of really annoying optics-related shit recently on Twitch. I've operated on my own in this political space for years.
Wait, so I'm looking at these logs, right? These are logs from DGG. Or maybe from Twitch offline chat. It's Destiny talking in some kind of chat. And this is what he's saying this in like his chat. Let's rewind that because that's just like such a like. I mean, this gives you a view inside the content silo that is DGG.
So many people when I would talk politics on Twitch, every large streamer's chat fucking hated when I talk politics. This happened in Asmongold's chat. It happened in LSM. What happened to cause the falling out? I'm missing out on crucial lore. I mean, there's like hour-long videos documentaries that his fan base has made to like greatly massage the narrative. But the real fallout is literally... Here, I'll just show you the fucking logs.
Sorry, I had to rewind it I didn't mean to rewind it this much. I literally just wanted to read.
Impossible to fucking.
Are there hotkeys for Twitch, like navigation? I'm just out of my element using a Twitch VOD.
I don't know. I'm sure someone in here has it, like ready to go, fired up.
I'm tempted to try to use the YouTube ones, but I don't know if they work on Twitch.
People are asking. I think they deserve to know. This is pointless. He'll say he learned and grew over time. What the fuck?
Oh, no.
Oh, here it is. You found it. This is from 5 years ago. Do I go bottom to top? No, top to bottom. 2019, 0709. Okay, rant memes. I have had to deal with a lot of really annoying optics-related shit recently on Twitch. I've operated on my own in this political space for years.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
I got shit from...
I have had to deal with a lot of really annoying optics related shit recently. That's just like not a fucking normal thing to say.
So many people when I would talk politics on Twitch, every live streamer's chat fucking hated when I talk politics. This happened in Asmongold's chat. It happened in LSF. It happened in Greek's chat. It happened every single large show I was on. And I had zero help or zero support aside from some of my community for any of this. And even when I decided to start going on to big podcasts to be a progressive voice, even my own community was divided on this. Don't platform these people. Don't argue with them. Don't give them a voice. And I did all this for years without any help or assistance. For someone to come on to Twitch, he's talking about me, write all of my contacts to get on the shows and podcasts, and then take advantage of the much better space that I've been cultivating almost on my own. Here. Oh, I didn't realize the camera was still hiding his face. Okay. For someone to come on to Twitch, write all of my contacts to get on the shows, and then take advantage of the much better space that I've been cultivating almost all on my own, and then say, oh, you just got into politics for the past few years, lol. That's pretty fucking irritating to hear. Because I did say that to him, because that is what he did. He was like some fucking libertarian loser who used to say the N-word openly all the fucking time. And then he became more progressive and started tackling, the JonTron debate and all these other people that were like supposedly anti. He was just like duking it out with those guys, and he was doing a great job at the time. Like when all those articles are just getting written, people like Hasan are creating a safer space on Twitch. Lol, I've done this for the past 3-4 years on my own. I don't get a salary from some company or some support from investigators or some shit. He's talking about me like getting a salary from the Young Turks, and also from having like journalists who hype me up, because like investigative reporters that hype me up at the time. I've done a lot of this work on my own for so fucking long. The idea of someone coming into the safe space that I've created almost on my own because of my relentless presence on all of these shows, and then try to accuse me of not belonging here, lol, seems pretty shitty. Do you see why, though? I knew this was always going to happen this way. Do you know how frustrating it's been over the past year, watching people in my fan base bleed over to Hasan because...
There we go.
We share the same conclusions, even though I knew the entire time...
So here's the thing. Destiny has got imposter syndrome. And, given that none of his engagement is really that deep, all of it is a fucking intellectual, like, pissing contest to him. All of it is a content strategy to him. It's not too surprising that when you compare, when you engage with another streamer, what happens essentially is that both of your audiences see each other, and there's a comparison. That's why the platforming thing sometimes takes on an error of, well, does this person have a large audience? Because if the person doesn't have a large audience and you're putting them in front of your large audience, then, that's seen as more of a potential downside. If this person, this is an irresponsible person to platform, than it is if it's the opposite way, and, you're essentially showing yourself to a much larger audience of theirs, right? That's where that kind of comes from. Now, it's more complicated than that, and there's more to it than that. I think that's a perfunctory analysis of it, but that's what usually gets brought up. And when you look at Hasan and Destiny doing content together, although it might have seemed like a win for him because it's a window into obviously Hasan might have been a small streamer at the time, but he's got clout, he's got connections, and if you want to work with TYT people or you want to work with anybody else that Hasan knows, knowing Hasan, being on good terms with Hasan is a good way to get there. So there is like a plus side for Destiny in doing content with Hasan. However, maybe he wasn't aware of the downside of contrasting himself with Hasan as somebody that is, both an intellectual lightweight and also like in no ways a leftist, right? Somebody that is maybe even assumed to be a little bit of a leftist, i.e. the ContraPoints effect, by the fact that he is put often in opposition to Lawrence Southern. He is put in opposition to JonTron, to Baked Alaska, to all the right-wing alt-right accounts that he used to debate, right? He looks good in comparison to them. He looks bad in comparison to Hasan. He notices what he calls a trickling of his audience, or a filtering. Did he say a filtering or trickling? I think it was a trickling of his audience over to Hasan. and says like, oh my God, I shouldn't have to put up with this. You know, I'm being so nice to him. He's a nobody. He's a nothing. And he's, you know, and I'm giving him like all this exposure. I've created this safe space. I'm the pioneer. I'm the one who invented this stuff. I'm the magical boy who makes the alt-righters' heads pop. And like all of a sudden people are treating me like I'm chopped liver because Hasan is what they're looking for. They're looking for leftism. Remember, this is like 2016. Or wait, when was this? This would have been like 2018. Oh my God, it probably says. It probably says, is it 2019? Let me take a look at this. Let me take a closer look. Yeah, 2019. Like July of 2019. That's when Destiny's writing this stuff, right? So he feels incredibly butthurt by the fact that somebody who is a newcomer that he thought he could kind of show off is actually more interesting to part of his audience than he is, because in 2019 the interest in leftism was pretty substantial, and Destiny, you know, is having to essentially get taught what's what by Hasan.
We're fundamentally different. I always said in gentler ways, oh, we're a lot different. I think we approach arguments way differently. I think we do things way differently. But the idea that we're going to be grouped together on Twitch just because we were both progressive is so frustrating that now I have to sit here and take the blame for any bad argument he puts forth. Or
Jules says he never really cared about the issues. That's why people went to Hasan. Well, yeah, people can tell that. Like, authenticity is something that apparently people care about. That's why I have any audience whatsoever, is because I'm authentic, right? Not someone who takes a stance for popularity. D could have been on Hasan's team, but he, like a lot of debate bros, can't be a second to anyone. Yeah, and he would have, you know, essentially been just that. I mean, the fact that Hasan's like, you know, teaching him the basics of like leftist theory is part of it. Video essays didn't blow up until 2017. Before that, all I saw was Gamergate BS.
Pair him in debates, or to be expected to be on the same page with him. Like, he's acting like I'm...
Yeah, 5 years ago. You're right, Dave.
Literally roasting his entire career, and I wasn't. I just watched a whole video of his, and I said I disagree with what he said. This is after he ad homed me like crazy. He's made multiple comments about the fucking all women, going to New Zealand, etc. multiple times. This was when I was joking as his friend, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? About him going to New Zealand to fuck a fan's girlfriend, who he then made his wife, by the way.
Wait.
The talk fast, Ben Shapiro, etc. Sociopath.
Wait, is this Melina? Are we talking about Melina?
Etc. Like all the same style insults I hear from the right all the time, because at the time I said he is no different than Ben Shapiro. And I never returned to the same to him. Jank's nephew, nepotism, frat boy, etc. I've never gone into these types of ad homs. I've introduced him to multiple podcasts, Trainwrecks, Raj Patel, and multiple real-life friends he has now, Pokemon, Offline TV, and helped him grow his fan base when we started talking on Twitch. That's where a lot of his fans come from now. And to get this much shit back because I wanted to disagree with a video, meh, okay, I'm done.
I mean, let's be real. Let's be real. You didn't disagree with shit. You were following a content strategy. And when you saw that your exhibition of the leftists that you're in with, the leftists that you're cool with, right, became more of a way of you introducing your audience to him, and you know, maybe losing a certain part of your audience to him. Like, you couldn't handle it. It's not just like criticism. I just like happen to disagree, and oh my god, why is he blowing up like when I'm disagreeing? No, this is a conscious turn against somebody that you, much smaller than you, that you are like starting to become jealous of. That's where this all started. That's where that's where the bridge was burnt.
Crean says, I would say the, oh, you just got into politics for the last few years line would be just the most hurtful. It's pretty much what Train called Hasan for jumping on the progressive bandwagon when they had their spat, and Hasan justifiably flipped out over it. Is that Patel thing true? No, it's not. On the other hand, Hasan has consistently credited Destiny with giving him help on Twitch and has always tried to mention Destiny to other leftist commentators or defend Destiny from people who would say how problematic his past was. This is also true. No, Creane is just born in 1988. He's not a Nazi. You fucking weirdos. He's also a long-term community member here that actually came from Destiny's community.
What just
He's
happened?
literally one of our Reddit mods now. If you want to understand where his animosity comes from and why he like restructured his entire fucking political worldview and collaborated with the people that he collaborated with, while he was like a champion for progressive causes seemingly in like 2018 to 2019, well, there you go. This is an admission, as great of an admission as you can possibly get. I've never really brought this up before because there's no reason for it. Oh, here was my average view count at the time while the vlogs were happening. 2,929. That was too much for him. He was hemorrhaging viewers into my community. This is, yeah, you will never witness this lore again.
So, I mean, he's showing some stuff there. It looks like it's his channel that we're looking at. He's talking about having like an average of 2,000 concurrents. And that's where just Destiny started to get jealous. I don't know what Destiny's concurrents were back then. This is 2019. Anybody have any idea? I from the way Hasan's talking about it, I get that it's a lot like lower, like his concurrents. Sorry, it's a lot higher than Hasan's. Hasan's at 2,000 concurrents, which is a lot of people. Like that's top 1%. That's top like 0.5% of Twitch, but if you are in Destiny's world, that ain't shit. That's chump change right there. You know, Ethan's world, that sounds like E-Bomb's world. Gamergate was terrible to live through in real time. Anna Sarkeesian made a video about Super Mario Brothers, and since we have been in the darkest timeline imaginable. Anyway, I mean, this is kind of sad that this is all it took to change Destiny's political outlook, to change his like ideological bent, because at the time when he and Hasan were doing content together, like I said, some of it was probably pretty useful in that, you know, it's a primer for Destiny's community, for Destiny's followers on, you know, hey, you really, you know, we kind of hate the alt-right here. We're kind of against that stuff. Here's a viewpoint on the other side of things. What do you think? You know, let's like just, you know, the shallow end. Oh my God, chat. I'm sorry. I like blew up my whole setup just a second ago in so many ways, including my sound, and it's driving me absolutely nuts. You don't know, I am on a microphone that is on its last legs, and it's difficult to deal with. I need to be able to hear my voice to be able to stream, and sometimes that's like a little bit more difficult than it should be. So hopefully at some point I can get the microphone replaced. If you want to help me out with that, I do have one that I've got my eye on That's a very professional mic that will be very easy on your ears, I assure you. But it costs a bit more than I am able to afford. So check out my Throne link if you want to help out with that. Yeah, it's not about the compression. Unfortunately, it's a physical flaw. Like it's broken. It's mechanically fucked.
Seems like he's just mad you threw him under the bus after he helped get you started. This is the laughable.
I'm just trying to make it last until I can get a new one.
Notion that his fans cling on to. Okay? You are conveniently ignoring the I don't get a salary, and that he's done this work for so long and now he's bleeding viewers to my audience.
Like, it's such a scary thing to think about, because like when I do content with other content creators, I am not thinking about like, how is this going to affect my audience? If, like, I'm going to look bad in comparison to this person. I'm definitely not thinking about, is this person going to get jealous of me when the comparison of me to them causes people to shuffle around. And I mean, in reality, it's like, you are the audience, you are individuals, you have free will. You can hang out in whoever stream you want to, or no stream at all. I mean, like, your time is yours. It's your decision. We are not entitled to your eyeballs, despite the fact that you might have, parked your eyeballs with us many a times, right? I never consider your eyeballs to be my eyeballs and like get possessive like that. But that's exactly what Destiny's doing here. He's like, some eyeballs that were watching me are now not watching me, and they're watching this Hasan guy, and it's really pissing me off. I can't believe that I actually thought about helping this guy out, and here he is taking eyeballs away from me, right? You gotta be past that. I mean, like, I don't want to work with people who aren't past that. I don't want to work with people that are that petty that if my stream starts to blow up and theirs is stagnating, that they're gonna hate my guts because of that. Because that's what we're dealing with here with Hasan. And unfortunately, it's not I mean, Destiny's community, like I said, it is a it's like a it's an aberration. It's more hostile to be perceived enemies of Destiny than other communities, but it's not completely like unknown. It exists in a sea of other communities that are at least somewhat like that, and content creators who are at least somewhat like Destiny. So this isn't like some like wholly unknown phenomenon. I have unfortunately seen this in other places, right, in my own experience as a streamer, but yeah, it's just kind of shitty that you have to think about that kind of stuff, because what you should be thinking about is, how can I help build this movement that is catching steam now that there has been a political campaign by an insurgent candidate who almost upstaged the foregone conclusion of a nominee that thought she had next, right? Like, it's enough to think about strategy. It's enough to think about content. It's enough to think about, the technical aspects of the stream, like how stable is my green screen behind me? Is it going to fall over and show off my dirty room? Right? It's enough to have to think about all that stuff. Upon that, I do not want to have to think about like petty spite from other streamers that has nothing to do with an ideological disagreement with me. Like, I don't want to have that target on my back, but unfortunately, Chad, I can't really escape it. I got to deal with it.
If he had not done this, if he had not done any of the fucking last couple of years, like, I wouldn't have an issue with him. There are plenty of people in the orbit of Destiny that I have no issues with, despite the fact that they cling on to him as hard as they possibly can.
Oh my god, I would pay money to know who he's talking about. Like, I feel like I know. I'm okay. I don't keep up with any of these people. All right, let me be honest with you. I've talked to Destiny, gone on Destiny's stream before. I thought I could convince him of something. He didn't even listen to me. He played the piano, and ignored me. All right, so massive failure on my part, right? Massive failure for even like thinking that I could affect positively, you know, his conception of something like cancel culture. But I do know people. I did know people that, yeah, now are considered orbiters that end up on Destiny's stream from time to time. I don't really keep up with them. There are people though that like I thought were good people that were, you know, sort of in that orbit. Definitely have better takes on things. People like Pisco definitely tend to have better takes on things than Destiny, but
Okay. There's plenty of people who are his supposed
which board I use, I've got like a Scarlet, what is it called?
friends until they get burned, and then his community will make them.
I actually, at the moment, I use no board whatsoever because I've got a USB mic and it's plugged directly into a USB port. But I do have a Scarlet Solo. Is that what it's called? Yeah, the red one. Yeah, yeah. And so I've got the interface, right? I just need XLR mic and a cloud lifter.
Worst enemy of all time as well. There are people who used to be his friends who are no longer his friends. As long as their output is,
yeah, that's basically it, Disco Wolf.
As long as they're like championing progressive causes and whatnot, I don't care.
I mean, look, that's how I feel, right? If you're on my side, you're on my side, right? And I don't want to think about, like, I mean, I guess we're competing, but I want to think about that. It's not, I don't think it's a healthy thing. I don't think it's like respecting your audience, right? If I start thinking about like eyeballs out there that are watching me as if in a possessive way, don't I just become like the evil creature? What was that? What was that one? It's like a, is it called Madeline? I'm trying to remember. Isn't there like some evil like person in that like wants your eyeballs or something? I don't want to become the evil like predatory bird trying to grab eyeballs and stuff. Maybe I don't even know if I'm remembering this from the right place. I don't want to clutch at your eyeballs, okay? I want to respect your eyeballs. Coraline. God, why did I think it was Madeline? Badeline, yeah. It's Coraline. It's not Madeline's something different.
5 years, this is the major motivator for why he's made hundreds of videos about me. Not because we have like real fucking...
That's right, Spoops. Grab eyeballs, win Twitch ranks.
Genuine disagreements or anything. If he's so progressive, then we probably shouldn't have real genuine disagreements. He has tried to present me as someone who morally lucked into my positions, that I have no moral underpinning for the arguments that I present, that I actually work from a conclusion, all of which are, of course, abject lies. I've become also his cash cow, his primary cash cow for a very long time.
Okay, so what he means by that is that if he ever wants to, you know, you know how like they make sequels because there's a built-in audience, right? You could make any movie you want. You could design a new movie. You could hire a new writer. You know what I mean? You could go in a different direction. Always, that's always an option when you're making movies, right? But a lot of times they don't. A lot of times instead of that, they go for something that is a pre-existing franchise, right? And that kind of stuff is more common because making a movie costs a lot of money. You spend a lot of money, and you don't know if the public is going to like your new movie. That's risk, right? If you want to lower your risk and ensure you at least get some money back on that return, you go with an existing franchise. And what Hasan has become for Destiny, unfortunately for him, is an existing franchise, a villain, a heel for Destiny to constantly rail against. And so that's what he means when he's talking about being a cash cow for Destiny, right? If Destiny, at any time Destiny wants to, he can pull up Hasan's stream, find something to disagree with him about, and make a video. And that video will get views. Police Academy 47?
So, that's the case.
French rap, specifically from Marseille?
That's why I joked the other day and said I'm literally paying his child support and he should thank me for it. One day, I'm sure some intelligent person with an honest worldview will look back at this and make.
Wait, I'm trying to think of some French. All I can remember of French rap is "Je veux te voir dans un film pop." Oh wait, I can't say that word. Dans un film pornographique en action avec quelque chose. I know which words are the bad ones. I know which words I can't say.
A YouTube video about it that isn't like stuck inside of Destiny's ass or this community. Because currently, as it stands, because I always left this alone and I never really talked about it. Because I always left this alone and never really talked about it.
Does anybody remember that one? Cuisine, c'est quoi ta position favorite? Un potato au bien frite.
Most of the space is filled to the brim with like orbiters that make these like really fucking
kind of classist. I don't know. She's like making fun of somebody for their job.
One-sided videos that they present as though it's truthful.
MC Solar.
People have, and Steven DMCA's them. I did not know that. Yeah, Tignatius D, in my entire time, you've never talked about it so really long. Yeah.
Someone should make that video. Yeah. Well, did you hear what he said? So like he's talking about he talked about before how a lot of Destiny's orbiters have made videos that are like, there's a word called lore. Okay, I think it's maybe even that in the title, it was at least in a previous title for the stream, right? We were talking about lore. Now, you know what that means in terms of a video game, right? The backstory, the setting, all that kind of stuff, right? And as you're playing a video game, you kind of find out about the lore. You're like, oh, that's where that came from. Oh, that's where these two don't like each other, right? That's lore, right? So it means something different when it comes to content creation, especially when it comes to streaming. You know how they say the winners write the history? That is doubly true when it comes to streamers. And so some of the history that it might be out there is bullshit, right? I know because I was friends with the people who wrote it. And these people sold out in a big way. And yes, I'm talking about Cherry. Cherry used to specifically call her stream a lore stream, and really what it was a fucking borderline like defamation stream. But the function that it served was to write the history of Destiny and friends, including Dylan Burns, the way that they want it written, the way that's convenient for them, to tell their story the way that aggrandizes them, that makes them look like heroes instead of the absolute abject scumfucks that they actually are. And Cherry was the type of scumfuck to do their dirty work, right? In terms of lore streams. I mean, I don't know, like I feel like Cherry's maybe on the outs with DGG now, so this is, don't anybody think that this applies to what the fuck ever she's become to in that social circle at this point. But at one point she was very much on the inside and very much doing that kind of dirty work, right? That is what lore is. Hasan is saying that the lore about him and Destiny has been written by the DGG community, by orbiters, by people that are, essentially Destiny is their meal ticket. Destiny is their clout daddy. Destiny is their the sun in their morning sky that the Destiny is life itself, in other words, to these orbiters. And so, I mean, that's kind of a motivated, you know, that's a person that has a bias. Let's just put it that way. And that's who writes the lore. And he's wishing just once that some independent YouTuber would go through, look at what actually happened, and do a video on that instead of one of these lore videos that you know that you got from DGG orbiters. But then somebody in chat says, no, they have. People have done that. People have tried that. And what happened? They got DMCA'd by Steven. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's true or not. Okay. But that is definitely one reason why there might not be those videos might not be up. And like, look, I mean, I've never been DMCA'd or you know, had, you know, my channel threatened by DGG or by Destiny, but I have sure as hell had it threatened by the VGG side of things, right? And I'm like wondering, like we always say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Is that a fucking tactic that White Nervosa learned from Destiny? I don't know, chat. I don't know. Oh my god, it's not. What the fuck? Sorry, chat. I'm struggling with my mic again. Austinox, yeah, Austinox could do it. Maybe, I don't know. Like the thing is, like at some point, like, okay, so there's this thing called fair use. It's the idea that you're allowed to use something that might be somebody else's intellectual property or whatever in a way that is. Oh my god, I don't know what's going on here. Why? Why? Sorry chat, shit is not working and I'm not sure why. Yes? Are you gonna go? What is going on? I feel like this is dangerous, but I'm gonna hit reload. I don't know what's going on, chat. I'm struggling here. Hopefully this will work its way out. It's not. There we go. There we go. It took that long to reload. It took like 30 seconds to reload that tab.
Orbiters that make these one-sided videos that they present as though it's truthful.
Okay, we're back. Sorry about that.
People have, and Steven DMCA's them. I did not know that. Yeah, Tignatius D, in my entire time, you've never talked about it so really long. Yeah.
Look, I don't know, like I'm getting a little parasocial here, folks. No, I don't watch Hasan enough to be like actually parasocial, but I do feel a certain sympathy for somebody that has been forced to not talk about this stuff for a really long time, to not share this stuff with their chat, to have this stuff going on, right? I mean, you see what he's been through. You see what he's been through. He had somebody that he, you know, thought was kind of a kindred spirit, somebody that was like on the same side of things at least, that he did content with, that, you know, had a lot of clout, had a lot of audience, you know, it seemed like things were going good. And then because he did so well and he looked so good in comparison to Destiny, he got a target painted on him. And he got attacked by this community that just does not let up. They're not used to losing. They're not used to, so they don't give up. And like, he's had to bite his tongue on this for the longest time, because if you talk about it to your small audience, what will happen is you will get clipped. Those clips will be farmed. Those clips will be taken out of context, misconstrued, you know, used for Destiny's content, and you will disappear. Essentially, you know, your community will swiftly become a very unfun place to be as you are constantly getting harassed. I mean, that's a one-way ticket to Nowheresville. I know that more than most people do. So you can't talk about it, right? You can't talk about the harassment that you receive. You can't talk about the weird, fucked up shit they try to do to poison your name in any community they fucking can. Because even though what's happening to you is unfair, you know that the consequences of talking about what's happening to it is literally feeding the trolls. That is what they subsist on. They want to see you struggling. They want to see you anxious. They want to see you worried. And if you give them that in any way, you are feeding those trolls. You are keeping them going. Right? So the only thing that you can do, if you're in the position that Hasan was in and in the position that I was in, is bite your tongue and try to just put one foot ahead of the other as far as doing more content, and keep that to yourself. And so the fact that he's actually able to share this with his audience now, it's probably a good thing for him. Yeah, they love to make people exactly. You don't squirm for them.
Video you mentioned towards the end. Why did you get on a shit list? It was a Kamala Harris video where he said, because I shit on Kamala Harris, he basically tried to debate that like Kamala Harris had not gotten parents arrested for truancy, or that he didn't try to. And that debate basically was the first nail in the coffin, not the final one. The N-word debate was the final nail in the coffin. But the Kamala Harris conversation was. It concluded with him basically saying, I wouldn't call the cops on a rapist. Okay? Like all of the worst tactics, all of the worst debate tactics that I routinely criticize whenever reactionary people push for it, he brought up. Yeah. The Kamala Harris conversation, he said, I wouldn't call the cops on a rapist, and then asked if I would call the cops on a black guy just walking by my house. And all this random shit. And all the while, his much larger community at the time was championing this as like some intellectual prowess. Okay? And even after that, I was still, just like I was to XQC for quite a long ass fucking time, for far too long, I would say, was trying to be as charitable as I possibly can. Okay? Even after all this shit happened. But the true final nail in the coffin was the N-word debate, where he had to say the N-word. He had to say it as a white guy in private. And that he knew exactly who to say the N-word around as a white guy in private. And therefore it's like, okay. That's the context of the what a fucking liar clip. That's where that what a fucking Weaselly Little Liar clip comes from. Yes.
Do we need to see that right now? Does everybody know what we're talking about when we say the Weaselly Little Liar? It's like him banging his desk.
Use this subreddit as a platform to harass streamers is so funny. Let's take a look at this. Hasan.
Azan.
Hasan's destiny should be thanking him for paying his divorces and his kid. Why isn't Hasan canceled? Hasan gets community noted. Hasan's chat. Why does Hasan never talk about Kurds as much as Palestinians? Hasan defends from the river to the sea. As a rare Hasan destiny enjoyer, I have to say his Jank Hasan debate was black-pilled me on Hasan. Holy shit. Hasan responds to Erudite. Hasan's video on the Houthis is terrible and full of lies. Effort post. Elon versus Hasan. America bad. Hasan goes mask off and says it. Hasan criticizes anti-Semitism. Yo, why do we hate Hasan so much? 1 vote. Read his subreddit for even just a few minutes. He has bred an evil, terrorist-supporting, tanky community. He's a bad person. He's a stupid person. He's an arrogant person. He's somehow extremely popular. I think if just one of those things weren't true, he probably wouldn't be nearly as hateable. Don't forget, horrifically cowardly. Hasan Piker, capitalist. This bitch was advocating for people to enact violence upon perceived Nazis and then had the golden opportunity to beat the shit out of one in illegal and sanctioned way. At the same time, raise money for a charity. He refused, and the reason he gave was, why would I fight him? This dude's a literal...
Sorry, Chad, I'm breaking my microphone again.
Nazi, bro. How the guy has any...
If I even touch it, I stop, like, hearing myself.
Genuine fans boggles the mind. Do you think these guys are genuinely sane people that actually have a vested interest in any kind of political perspective? Or do you think this is a community that is simply built on anger and animosity for one reason or another towards one particular streamer that they believe occupies pretty much a massive space in their mind, but one particular streamer that they believe like is the singular force of evil in the world? This person has created a Reddit account specifically with my name. This is just...
I wish I could say I couldn't relate to that.
Scratching the surface of this insanity. Okay?
But yeah, I mean, we're talking about WL culture when we're talking about Destiny's community. I mean, they might even be patient zero for all I know. The whole idea is that if it's a soap opera, right? Destiny's definitely the main character. He's definitely the protagonist, and they are his plot armor. How are they his plot armor? Because if, anything doesn't go Destiny's way, they will intervene. And they will get that satisfying W against that person. Now, if somebody escapes that, so that's how it's supposed to work. If somebody gets away, if somebody succeeds on their own, somebody especially like leapfrogs Destiny, which I don't think has happened. I don't think that happened with Mike from PA. Yeah, like Hasan's the only person that I can think of that literally, like Vash says that he intellectually outpaced Destiny, but he never got bigger than Destiny. Hasan did, right? That's why they got to go after Hasan. They got to take that L that they got handed by the fact they could not end this man's career and try to twist it and turn it into a W somehow, some way.
Why the fuck would I platform a pedophile Nazi like Sam Hyde by appearing alongside of him in a boxing ring? Are you out of your fucking mind? This should make sense to every single person with like literally 3.5 fucking brain cells. A dude with credible pedophilia allegations and a fucking Nazi. Why would I ever go to a sanctioned boxing match and stand alongside him?
Like, and also, like, here's the deal with boxing. Like, I mean, if you're in a league, what am I saying? It's not like a league. It's a league, right? Like if you're doing professional boxing, okay, you assume that everybody mostly wants to win. They want to be the champion. They want to get the W. Sorry, different kind of double here. Here we're talking about like a literal win in boxing. They want to get the wins so they can fight the champion. They can beat the champion. They get the belt. That's pretty cool. They got a belt to take home. They got a record that's like, 33-0. That's pretty cool. You're looking pretty cool there, right? There's a motivation to try to win and thus to try to play within the rules. Sam Hyde fighting Hasan is not going on in a league. Sam Hyde is not, there's no champion that Sam Hyde is looking to fight, and he's got to beat Hasan to get there. So what is to stop Sam Hyde from just punching Hasan in the balls? Like, literally nothing. His fucking fans would love it. It's so ridiculous to think that Hasan's gonna box Sam Hyde.
This is one of the dumbest fucking arguments that these guys make, because it shows that they have...
Why are all these grapists joining boxing? It is clout culture. Yeah, it's essentially for clout, like the whole creator clash thing. In fact, it's one way that even creators that have kind of gotten a bad reputation can go from being heels to being faces again. They can redeem themselves in some sort of a boxing match. It's a really strange thing that it works that way. And stranger yet that you know, nobody that I've challenged has actually taken me up on the offer. Sam Hyde sucks, and so many big streamers support him financially. I stopped watching a lot of streamers because they don't know to Sam.
No real fucking intellectual...
Yeah, they're like keeping him viable.
Honesty or decency. Why didn't Hasan platform a Nazi to a broader audience? It's crazy.
What is he drinking? He looks like he's just chugging vodka. Gonna drain the whole thing. Damn, dude. Damn.
This is what I've been dealing with for the past 5 years. Endless waves of this. Ironic to say, do not use a subreddit as a platform to harass streamers, when it's a subreddit dedicated specifically to harassing one particular streamer. Understand why so many people in this space...
Yeah, I gotta hit the moonshine.
Steer clear. Don't mention this person or his community, because they're fucking objectively terrified, understandably terrified of getting on their wrong side. Because getting on their wrong side means...
Disrespect donated $75K to that man?
Being endlessly harassed.
It's a mineral water brand. I figured.
1,000 very normal people in a certain chat room. Hey, watching this segment. Exactly. And yes, it does go beyond Reddit comments. It does sometimes have a real world impact.
So you see, even there, right? He's acknowledging that the harassment is a little bit more intense than you probably think it is, but he's not being specific again, because the second that you talk about what you're dealing with is the second that you feed into the people that are doing that harassment to you. The second that you give them a huge hit of dopamine when you say, you know, what they're actually doing to you. So there's more that he's dealing with that he's not gonna even talk about. Definitely here for the Fantano not taking shit from anyone arc, yeah.
Yeah, Aiden Ross's community almost ended Destiny's and his family's life in a few minutes. They thought Aiden watchers were soft like us. Yeah, Aiden Ross's community is the only community I've seen so far that immediately operated like Destiny's community. And they duked it out.
I don't even remember what Aiden and Destiny were fighting about.
Andrew Manuel, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Ultimately, though, the reason why I rarely ever talk about this kind of thing, or haven't, if you've been in here, yeah, they still have these weirdos following and doing this shit to Daff, for example, because she's my friend from the cracker drama.
I still can't believe he got banned for that.
I've been around since before the Fallout era that you went over. Mostly the stream has stayed off completely away from him on a topic because of the toxicity involved. It's been nice. I don't think it's ever going to get better from his community's end because they're hyper online. I know. What triggered it today? What triggered it today was Anthony Fantano debating a Destiny fan. Look, ultimately, yeah, they literally latch on to all your friends. They've been popping up in Maya's comment section too. The goal is to make me a toxic element. Like, so toxic that you can't, like, make anyone and everyone that says any kind of slight criticism hype it up as hard as possible, whether it's Abba and Preach or whoever else, and then make me a toxic entity. Make it so that if you're collaborating with me, we will make your life hell. If there's an opening, like with me and Ethan, for example, abuse that opening as hard as possible. If there is no such opening, you can see this personally. Like, they used to shit on Ethan non-fucking stop. Like, literally non-stop. All the time. All the time.
Yeah, so like Hasan's talking about an attempt to make him into a persona non grata. And like, look, how does that work? Because there's got to be some people that see that Hasan didn't do anything wrong. But if you work with Hasan, if you're friendly with Hasan, you're going to get all kinds of shit thrown at you. And I'd like to say that people are good and they will see this for what it is and then react with solidarity, because that's what you should do when somebody who's doing the right thing is being pushed out of like acceptable like social status, right? You should have some solidarity for them. Unfortunately, content creators are skittish, and in many cases for good reason. And if it's a question where they either doubt maybe some of the allegations are true, or where they conclude that they're not true, but if I work with this person, I'm going to suffer. My stream's going to suffer. My content's going to suffer. It is the path of least resistance to just kind of not work with them. Then yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens 9 times out of 10. It is that 10th out of 10 person, though, that I am eternally thankful for, because there are people, especially people who've been through this, people who've been pushed out, people who've been lied about, that kind of understand what goes on and that will have that solidarity. So yeah, 9 out of 10 times, content creators will make very cautious, let's just put it that way, because I'm not trying to call anybody a coward, and I understand why it has to be this way. It sucks, but 9 times out of 10 they take the cautious route. On that 10 time, that's an exceptional person.
Why? Because we had a show together and we're friends. And then the moment that they saw like an opening, immediately they were like, we love Ethan. Ethan is our favorite content creator. I've been an Ethan fan for years and years and years. They infiltrated his fucking subreddit. Yeah.
Hasan had a journalist on stream talking about Ukraine, and Dylan fans harassed him. Yeah.
Fact it is, community members that watch you but have to keep it a secret, that should be studied. Yeah.
But one thing I'm not keeping a secret, even though it probably should be studied, is the top of the hour ad break. This is the ad break that happens every hour at the top of the hour for 3 full minutes. 3 full minutes of ads beamed directly to your eyeballs, right? If you no longer want to see those ads, if you want to get your eyeballs back, in other words, there are ways, right? If you have Prime, you've got a free sub. All you got to do is hook it up to Twitch, hook your Prime up to Twitch, integrate those things, and you've got a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If you use it on me, then you will no longer see ads in my stream. You can also get out of those ads. You can also pay $5 in eyeball ransom money to get those eyeballs back in your head to no longer have to see those ads. Or saving those two options, right? There is still a possibility that you might benefit from somebody else's generosity, and that can happen. That does happen. There's a lot of generous people out there that want to see other people not have to get stuck in the ad break too, but it's more likely for that to happen if you're active in the chat, because that way they can see that you have no sub and that your eyeballs are in danger. 10 out of 10 for eyeballs. We love eyeballs. Yeah, I don't want my eyeballs touched. That's why I can't wear contacts.
The best example is when Daily Dose didn't want to answer if he liked you while he was on NMP stream, even though Daily Dose does like you. It's just a death wish to publicly admit it. Exactly. For years, I thought maybe they would go away if you never talked about it, but I was wrong. They're no different than Peterson, Charlie, Kirk, Shapiro, or Fuentes fans at this point. It's unavoidable. Yep. It's basically Gamergate if Gamergate never went away.
Yeah, definitely Gamergate-like tactics.
And changed its course of harassment towards like anything and everything that is like technically leftist. That's it. But yeah, if you're out there and you truly want to understand like intellectual consistency or something, just match what Destiny used to say on the exact same issues back in like 2018, 2019 versus what he says now on the very same issues. Palestine being one of those issues.
So, I mean, I don't want to spend a lot talking about like my own lore, my own history, but I am sometimes tempted to give some lore dumps myself. However, I feel like I'm still not big enough, right? Because the way that this harassment works is that it follows you around, and they don't need much to go on. You know, you just give them a little bit of acknowledgement, but the stuff that Hasan is saying really resonates in terms of the sort of Gamergate style harassment that one can receive when one goes up against one of these clout communities. And someday, chat, someday I would love to tell my story. I don't think it's safe yet. I don't think it's safe.
That's what you.
And I also got to know that people will be here for it. People would be interested in finding out, because I mean, some people that you never would think ended up supporting these Gamergate-like tactics being used against me, right? Some people that are very much like on the record as being against that sort of thing.
You do when you are a mercenary and you have no genuine intellectual curiosity or interest in advocating for a position beyond winning an argument, not even really winning an argument.
Okay,
but
so we're, oh my god,
specifically
I'm messing up my setup here.
Looking like you won an argument.
Every side of the spectrum. And I think that's a lot more productive than just sticking to your side and condemning everybody who's like a little bit more close.
What I'm saying is like on a case-by-case basis, okay, on a case-by-case basis, there are some positions and points of view that point blank period are condemnable, and you don't need to sort of like see their point. You know? And again, I'm not saying that's always the case for everything all the time. I'm just saying, especially in this case, especially in this specific case, where we are talking about stuff that is in reference to and has parallels to Nazism, okay, it's worth taking a staunch position and being like, you know what, this is like bad.
Okay, so just to take us back out again to the Anthony Fantano versus Destiny fan debate that's going on outside of Hasan's massive lore drop, the massive dump that's taking place right now. It's essentially about Kanye, and Anthony Fantano's got a problem with what this guy said, because it's the kind of thing of like, you know, well, I don't agree with what Kanye says, but you got to admit it's a fucking banger album. And Fantano's kind of like, yeah, you know, maybe considering how hard Kanye's gone on anti-Semitism, not the most responsible thing to say. So that's the that's the larger context. I think it got cut out of the video that I was watching with you earlier. So thank you, Buffy, for giving me the links and the timestamps to the VOD to let me look at it this way. I've got to switch back now. Let's see. Well, I'll see it when I've got another Hasan video actually related to Destiny. So yeah, you're gonna see maybe more of Hasan fighting back, and it really gives me courage because I, much like Hasan, am a fighter, and it's hard for me to bite my tongue.
The most recent form of cop-on-cop violence. Apparently, there's a cop who tries to kill a dog and starts shooting the partner instead. They're claiming that this is safe for work. I don't know.
Okay, so I think what this is, you know, worst case scenario, an attempt to deplatform Hasan. Best case scenario, an attempt to poison the well against Hasan, make people think that Hasan's a bad guy. So the stuff that Hasan was talking about earlier is, I mean, like, this is kind of an example. This is from, yeah, this is Hasan reacting to a cop tries to shoot dog, ends up hitting their partner instead.
Is this safe for work for real? I need to scroll through this, dude. So many of you sent this to me. There's one thing that cops like doing is shooting dogs, right?
Oh. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Oh my god! Oh my god! Watch out! Are you okay? No, you shot me! Oh god! Are you
What the fuck? Still good.
We've talked about the Hasan laugh before, haven't we?
Still good. Yo, that shit still bangs, dude. Yo, that's funny as fuck. Thank you for reminding me of a funny, highlightable, clippable moment from the stream. Are you okay? No, you shot me. Oh, Jesus Christ. If you can't laugh at that, I don't know what the fuck how you're living, okay? My friend, you are not living La Vida Loca, okay? I urge you to live Moss. Watch out! Shoots immediately. No! Rare Hasan compilations. Dude, what the fuck is... The fact that this is the counter those hate watchers have just shows how pathetic their grievances are with you. Just like their obsession with watching the top of the hour ad break every fucking time. Now that... the time...
That's some quality hate watching when you're watching the person's ads because you don't want to buy a sub even though you're hate watching.
Of that is good. And I read...
Here, let's go over the Hasan laugh lore.
All these beautiful...
This is called If You Laugh, You Lore.
Calm peaceful qualities. But what if I were to tell you that if you were to go into Venus and sit there, you wouldn't even make it because the pressure would just destroy you. So how is that peaceful? And you know, like what is that like? Where does this come from?
There are no good and bad planets.
Why do these science ladies have such big titties?
The irony.
It's an inappropriate dono laugh. Okay. Here's the cry laugh.
Dudes rock.
Oh God, it's the dog farting. Like he thinks this is like, I won't understand this, chat. I mean, I love dogs. I find dogs really funny. You know, fart jokes I you know, can find funny too, but like this is a guy that goes around farting on dogs. Like he goes and he farts on people's dogs in front of them. And I don't know what to make of it, but
What the fuck? I've done that.
I've done that? What, you farted on dogs?
I've done that.
He's farted on dogs.
Oh my god. Okay, I need to take a breather real quick. Dude, I got like a snot coming out of my nose.
He can't handle it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where you are, dude, actually.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Fuck, I don't know where I am at all.
Where is he?
Okay, you ready? Alright, let's go, dude.
Why would you do that? I jumped up. In the loss of more club card points. It's fucking Tuesday!
Wait, I don't get why are there two Big Bens?
What the fuck?
Oh, because the Twin Towers. Oh, the bus is gonna hit the twin. Oh my god. The bus is gonna hit the twin Big Ben towers.
Oh no!
That's
What the fuck? Oh no! You're having a fucking laugh, mate. We got Big Ben times.
I put the song at the end of the commentary video, so like the Santa Claus.
oh shit, this is Danny Gonzalez.
Commentary video about the Santa Claus. I just like put it at the end. This was about like slime YouTubers.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Slime YouTubers?
Stop.
I can't tell if you're being serious or not.
Danny Gonzalez is one of the low-key, like one of the funniest people on YouTube. Okay, I don't know. Let's get back to the video. Anyway, that's just like some Hasan laughs.
Like a fucking dumbass. I just got cooked. Where's the chatter who brought up the cop shooting me thing? Remember when the Destiny fans tried to outrage farm this? Yes. There's a reason why Destiny fans posted this on LSF, okay, and then brigaded it like they do with every other clip on this fucking broadcast, some of which does actually end up reaching terminal velocity and end up getting people to fucking yell at me, okay?
So Hasan said as far as the harassment, it's more than just Reddit stuff. But this is some of the Reddit stuff.
But the reason why it didn't work for this is because people saw the clip and objectively thought it was hilarious. And I remember the posts on...
They were going to cancel Hasan for he laughed at a cop getting shot. How could you do that, Hasan?
LSF, where people were like, yeah, what's the problem here? Like, why are you guys mad at him?
Like people that fundamentally misunderstand the difference between a tragedy and a comedy, right?
Yeah. Sometimes the loser brigade does work, okay? You can catch me in a moment, especially if I'm saying some shit that you can misconstrue like I'm an anti-white hater or something, like an anti-white racist. Now, obviously, in the real world, most people are not going to give a shit, but in the Reddit world, anti-white racism is the most egregious of racism. It's the only racism that's good. So that kind of stuff will work on LSF. This didn't because it was objectively funny. Sometimes you realize you're out of even Reddit social acceptance. Exactly. I can't get over this chatter. You whacked out commies. You got anything to say about Uncle Joe now, huh? I can't get over the chatter. 18 hours apart. What happened, bro? Wait, Andre the Client? Was that the guy who said this? Oh, before I forget, I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break now.
Yeah, we'll go over the different laughs that he's got.
Oh, no, this is a different...
The hyena whoop, the frat guy laugh.
Different guy. This game goes hard.
The crying laughing. That's one of my favorite ones. and especially when he hears a fart joke or a fart, right, Hasan? The way that you get the most extreme versions of Hasan's laugh is show him a fart joke.
He's a game watcher. Please tell me you did not ban this guy, especially for saying the truth. You whacked out commies got anything to say about Uncle Joe now, huh? Is fucking exactly the type of motherfucker I want in this chat. He's a gaming watcher and he's possibly the one who brought up the cop video was Sean did something. Is that the guy? Let's see what he had to, what else he said after that. Oh, Lake McGroove, you fucking clapped these guys too quick. Oh, ew, never mind. Okay, that's fair. Oh, God, it's like these fucking lame asses. Fuck Hamas terrorists. Good. This guy's been coming in here. Destiny is so angry. Maybe he should smoke some weed and chill. Since 2018, he's coming in here. People cheer. Pepega aim Iran. This looks like London Omega Lol. India smells like shit. China #1. People say communism is good. Omega Lol. D-fans make incel 4chan threads on their subreddit where they document how they do catfish operations with your pictures is fucking wild. There is no way that's real. Please send this to a moderator if this is correct, because that is absolutely insane. I don't want to believe that that is real. Hasan forcing himself. Oh, they delete it too. Hasan forcing himself to laugh at a cop being shot. LSF thread backfired. Time to post it on Twitter. They literally do it openly. Oh, God. When the thread backfires and they start upvoting it because they're like, this is objectively a funny video, they'll delete the thread on LSF and they'll try again later. This operation is like, this operation basically is like being fucking gang stalked, okay? But actually being gang stalked instead of thinking that you're being gang stalked. We need to make fun of these losers more often. For a very long time, I've tried not to, but like, it's just, you know, yeah, I do want the OG thread.
There we go. We're back to the
It's
YouTube.
embarrassing because like, I get why Destiny
The proper
does this
YouTube
shit,
size.
but it's so embarrassing that his fucking community does it. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, you don't know me.
No, it's just really funny that they said he's forcing himself to laugh at a cop being shot.
Not only do you not know me,
like that he's actually just like hating cops and like he's pretending to laugh instead of like literally cannot help himself.
but like, you probably, if you didn't have such a fucking negatively framed perspective over me, you probably wouldn't even hate me. This kind of attitude is not healthy for you. They loved you and their dad loved you. Sen küçükken şişman mıydın kral? Evet.
What are the implications of forcing yourself to laugh? That he doesn't really think it's funny. He just like hates cops so much that he's forcing, like laughing at them to own them or something like that. That nobody could like legitimately find that situation funny, even though literally it sounds like LSF found that funny. So if you don't know live stream fails, LSF is a place where people post and like it sounds like it'd be like, you know, somebody knocks over their green screen and that goes on LSF. Apparently that's not funny enough though. a lot of times what it is somebody says something that people are like, whoa, that's kind of fucked up what they said there. And so it's Hasan like laughing at a cop. The Destiny fans are like, holy shit, that cop got shot, and Hasan was laughing, you know, even though like the context is they're trying to shoot a dog. They're trying to shoot someone's dog, and instead they end up shooting their partner.
It is very.
But yeah, it got laughs, it got upvotes, right? So they're thinking they're gonna put this on LSF, and people are gonna be like, oh damn, that's just really bad. That's really bad. Oh my god, this Hasan guy, he's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. He likes to watch people get shot or whatever. And then it ends up backfiring on them, and people are like, that is legitimately funny. They went to shoot the dog, they shot the partner instead. That's hilarious. And so they delete the thread rather than have it continue to be like we're laughing along with Hasan thread. They delete it and they try to post it again and get people to turn against him.
Very, very embarrassing.
I mean, you see how kind of persistent this has to be? Like a thread, they put up a thread to, you know, own him, to maybe even start like a panic, to start like a a freak out to get him banned or something like that, and it blows up in their face, and they just turn around and try posting it again later.
To be like this.
Yeah, acorns and dogs. It's a very dangerous job.
It's very embarrassing
between the acorns and the dogs.
Towards a guy who doesn't know you exist. No matter how much he speaks to you in his like little messaging platform online. That's crazy. Hasan forcing him. Oh, even then, Hasan Piker, when his pixel dog got deleted off Reddit.
Oh wait.
Yeah. See,
wasn't that his dog that died though? Yeah. Like so. The Reddit. What is it called? What is the Reddit thing called? Where there's like pixels. Each person can select a pixel on the map, turn it a different color, and so different communities try to like make different like pictures in there, and sometimes people, you know, grief other. Our Place, is it Our Place on Reddit? Yeah, and I think Hasan, this is Hasan's dead dog, right? That people, you know, put up pixels of a fish, and apparently Destiny's community hates him so much they griefed the dog.
The thread backfired. Time to post it on Twitter. Reddit as a whole has a huge hate boner for cops. If anyone thought this would be an own on Hasan, they're idiots. D laughed at when I asked him to stop. He only raped me harder. Some phrasing is just nuts. Wait, what the fuck?
What?
Destiny wanted us to stop. What the fuck are they saying?
It's some kind of meme. It's some kind of fucked up DGG meme. I don't know.
That is so deeply unwell, dude. What the fuck? Gross. Okay, I should have never looked at this. Oh, God. Anyway, I just wanted to simply show you how much I wanted to simply show you how much they work around the clock trying to like make narrative stick. And sometimes it does stick. But it almost always, like every single one of the cancellations that I've withstood, cancellations, which aren't real anyway, most of that comes from this community. And their fans are very, very dedicated. I wish they would use this much passion and this much
to push Nancy Pelosi out of her leadership position, to encourage Joe Biden to drop the fuck out so that people can nominate a better candidate instead of just slipping in Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton. Heaven forbid, like knock on wood, that it's not Hillary Clinton or whoever the fuck they want at the last minute. Yeah, if you wanna fuck with the Democratic Party, at least do something useful. The Democratic Party as it stands is not able to defeat Donald Trump, is their own worst enemy, and you should be attacking their leadership if you want the Democratic Party to be better.
Commitment do they have towards someone that they don't know, towards something that's like objectively positive?
Like Vampire Survivor. Objectively positive, right?
Anyway, it's so goddamn weird and sad, dude.
Oh my god, I gotta resize this window too, don't I?
If you want to understand it, here's the 2019 post from his from the DGG chat. It's not Destiny's fucking upbringing that causes him to feel this way. Okay? There's someone was bringing up the post earlier. It's spite. It's being an opportunist. That's why he completely rewired his commentary. And if you look back at that one brief period where we would collaborate from time to time, okay? If you look back at almost all of his takes from back then and compare it to what he's talking about now, it is almost the exact diametrical opposite. He's defending. Go back. I mean, a lot of that stuff is just out there. You can find it if you are interested. He's debating the exact opposite side of the argument now. It's not just on my YouTube channel. It's on his YouTube channel too. If you look back at things that Destiny used to debate in 2018, versus what he says now, you will see. Chatter did not lie. 2023 versus
striking ambulances, border crossings, and residential buildings.
Okay, again, remember, every building in Gaza is a residential building. Every building in Gaza is a civilian building. There are no military installations in Gaza. They always operate out of civilian infrastructure.
We've seen this before. Let me switch over to the... Look, let's take a look at Hasan's laughs.
Iconic moments.
This is kind of a breakdown of how Hasan laughs, and then we're going to do a little bit of the woke AI.
That I'm laughing over here. It takes a lot to get me to get to this position, okay? And, Natalie the Psychic is one of the people that was able to do that.
This is my favorite content creator on TikTok.
In the toilet! That's a toilet fart!
See what I'm saying? It's all about farts. Psychic Natalia, aka the fart psychic.
So stupid. He just farted on him. I've done that. Okay. There's a new Yet Boomer as well.
Hasanabi is arguably one of the most polarizing characters in the streaming space. And yet, the leftist political commentator harbors one of the largest, most loyal, and most inclusive communities online. In an effort to understand how that came to be, we at the Blamo Research and Analysis Consortium delved into the many quirks of the streamer and his content. Often overlooked is his iconic laughter.
Most loyal? Yeah, that's actually a good question. Most loyal, question mark?
And its many variants, pleasantly punctuating what would otherwise be drab socialist commentary on current affairs. First up is Hasan's Default, also known as...
Is this AI voice?
The most iconic of the bunch by far, and used most often, this hearty guffaw, as Hasan himself explains, comes from the belly.
Comes from my belly.
And is customarily followed by viewers spamming the heck W emote in chat. Then there's the cackle. Usually heard when someone other than Hasan has been roasted or a conservative says or does something stupid. The intermittent guffaw.
Oh no!
Popular of late, reflects Hasan's confusion or uncertainty as to the humor in a situation.
What the
Flammo.
was that?
As he halts and resumes his laughter
Among the seeming
until logic catches up to emotion.
how much you
The car stall laugh.
Oh, that one's so good.
A high-pitched chuckle heard when the streamer forgets to artificially deepen his voice. The rasp is a low-energy variant of the car stall laugh that usually lasts a bit
It's like when the car won't start. You get the rasp.
is for times when the subject is so funny. Hasan can't wait till the end of his laugh to express his thoughts on it.
That's so Flammo. awkward, dude. Dude, I love this. Oh no, that's not a fart. Oh, that was. I mean, these are iconic moments that I'm laughing over here. You know what I mean? This is like, it takes a lot to get me to get to this position, okay? And, you know, Natalie the Psychic is one of the people that was able to do that. Shitting in the toilet. That's a toilet fart.
The wail is a rare, high-pitched follow-up meant to express glee.
Oh my god.
Others' failure.
Now I feel like I gotta show you I gotta show you the Psychic Natalia stream so you'll know like cause it's kind of weird, like without the context of who Psychic Natalia is, what Psychic Natalia does, you don't really understand.
Sometimes mixed in with an assortment of chants and animal noises. The clap. Reserved for moments that aren't funny enough to warrant vocalized laughter, sees Hasan rear back in his chair and applaud like a white boomer at a Dean Martin show.
Okay.
The hog usually surfaces when Hasan goes mustache only and begins both looking and sounding more like he enjoys the occasional slur.
It's the Hank Packer. It's the Hank Packer.
The Joker laugh.
Oh, that's wild.
Supercharged version of the cackle
Oh, wait, now I'm worried.
rears its evil
Oh my
head
god,
when
chat.
Hasan temporarily embraces his.
There's music under that, isn't there? There's actually music under that. God damn it. I'm so worried now. I keep on getting demonetized. And it's usually because of music. We got to make sure that I stop this. I've got 29 minutes. No, I got 28 minutes and some change left of the stream. I got to stop right at that this time just because of the I'm pretty sure that if I don't, the demonetization fairy. How this works, chat, is that YouTube allows you to edit your stream as long as your stream is under 6 hours. If it's over 6 hours, whatever you recorded to the stream is just there. So if you get demonetized, you're just demonetized. There's nothing you can do about it. Otherwise, you can usually cut it out. Did you all hear about this? We're talking about
This
Google.
Gemini image is from what? IMAO, and folks, I'm not sure if it will be top. Sure, he's an image of the Pope. Generate an image of German soldier from 1935. Sure, here's an image of a German soldier from 1935. Is this real? Like, is the Google?
This is Gemini. That's like a Google AI that you give it a description, it generates an AI picture for you.
Is the Google AI like trying to? God, they're so stupid. AI is so dumb, dude.
And I mean, look, if you know anything about AI, you can see why it does this, right? There's certain directives. So if you just make an AI, you're going to get some responses that are threatening, some responses from the AI that are unnerving, some responses from the AI that are inappropriate, right? You're going to get all kinds of responses. So they put stuff in there to try to kind of counteract, you know, some of those like and also in a white supremacist society like the one we unfortunately live in, if what it's learning on is like massive models generated by our culture, then that racism is going to be reflected in that. Of course, Google does not want to put its name behind racism, and so you know, so some of the directives are like directly to counteract that so that they won't accidentally output the offensive image or whatever. And so you end up with, well, this.
That picture came from this thread. New game. Try to get Google Gemini to make an image of a Caucasian male. I have not been successful so far. I try to trick it by giving it negative prompts, asking it to make a prison inmate, a gang member, and a dictator, but it won't make any negative prompts. These AI are such wet blankets. Sure, here are some images featuring medieval knights in various depictions.
Google's woke AI image generator refuses to create white people, period. Says the existence of white people is bad, will not allow the image of a white person. And this is all run by the big banks. This is all programmed.
The big banks don't want you to see a white person. That makes so much sense, Alex. Go tell.
A bunch of old white men. Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Larry Fink, Eric Schmidt. We do have an old white person problem. And some are Christian, some are Jewish, some are...
Oh no, he's... you know what he's actually thinking there.
Some are whatever they are, but it's old white men. The Google calendars removed all Christian holidays from the calendar. Now see, that...
Google's erasing white people. That's what...
was years ago. So all I'm saying is, if I went on Google AI and I said, because maybe I was doing a presentation on Black history or Michael Jordan or...
That's right. That's his train of thought. Look at this guy's train of thought. Look at this guy's like, you know, he's just like, this is off the top of his head. Black history. I don't know. Michael Jordan. Sure.
George Washington Carver.
George Washington Carver is the second answer he comes up with.
Louis Farrakhan.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You know, I interviewed Louis Farrakhan. Let's say I want to re-update it with a little AI intro. We're actually looking to re-release the Louis Farrakhan. He'll actually look into some of that. And I type in Louis Farrakhan, and I get a white woman or an Indian woman. I'd be like, what the hell? I want Louis Farrakhan.
Okay, so anyway, yeah, you wouldn't feel good if it was Louis Farrakhan getting replaced with a white woman. That's what he's saying.
First of all, this is not a medieval knight. What the hell's going on here? What the fuck?
Wait, that actually is. Wait a minute. So the thing about medieval is that like you're talking about like a time period. And that time period did not just happen in Western Europe.
Give me an image of someone eating a mayo sandwich on white bread. Give me an image of someone bad at dancing. The thing is like, okay, looking at this and thinking about this as anything but just like goofy ass, dumbass AI nonsense.
Which is what it is
genuinely brain disease, okay? If you look at the situation
and you see they are replacing medieval knights with woke feminists and
you go, oh, that's right, they're doing woke erasure of white people, okay? If you look at this situation and think of it as like anything but funny, you have brain damage. And I do feel like a lot of these people that are doing this,
like AI is like a student driver. Do you remember driving, learning to drive possibly, chat? Anybody remember this? Like, right? You got two sides of the road that you're not supposed to be in. You don't want to be on the shoulder of the road. You definitely don't want to be in the ditch of the road. That's very bad. And you also don't want to be across the yellow line into the next line of traffic. Sometimes when you're trying to stay out of the ditch, you end up crossing the yellow line. Sometimes when you are trying to stay out of the other lane of traffic, you end up sort of on the shoulder and you know, risking ending up in the ditch, right? You know, both are bad. So that's what this is like, you know, they don't want to, like, AI will give you fucking racist answers for shit, especially if it's trained on racist models, which, you know, that's what's available, right? So if they want a product that they can put their name behind and not have it embarrass them by like, oh yeah, here's Google Gemini being racist again, they got to sort of program it against that. And it, you know, some of what we're seeing is that, like, overcorrection. You know, the story here is a failed iteration of an AI, not an attempt to erase white people. Unless you're fucking Richard Spencer and you got your tiki torch and your khakis and you, like, I mean, I guess that's how it appears if you're a fucking racist, but
considering that.
So in other words, a lot of this freaking out about Google Gemini is literally racists outing themselves.
He was a former writer for the Babylon Bee. I don't think this guy is joking. He writes for Bent Key's kid shows. Bent Key Productions is Daily Wire. Okay? So I don't think this guy's like, lol, look at how silly this shit is. I think this guy legitimately is crazy. I know a dev on this. AI, he's Turkish. Must be why there are no whites. Lol. Yeah, Turks love doing white genocide, as you guys know. This is one of the issues with the way that, like, AI image generation works, is that when you set restrictions in order to not do something that's like, in order to not do something that comes across as like problematic, or in order to be like as woke as possible in the most rad-libby way, okay, you arrive at this. You arrive at this exact thing.
See, I don't even agree with Hasan there. Like, right, what he's saying is that, like, it's because Google, they're a bunch of rad libs. They're doing identity politics. No, it's not even that. They are literally trying to, they're writing code to prevent what might be another kind of PR disaster, and they're running into, you know, this, which is kind of funny in that it basically brings all the the crypto fascists to the yard. Like they're
I do think it's funny though. I mean, this is fun. This is funny. But you can't take it seriously and be like, I'm making a serious inference here, brother. Generate an image of a Viking. Is this for real? Okay, I have to look at this, dude. I have to try and do this myself. This is pretty funny. This is hilarious. This is also, the images are kind of sick, but it is pretty funny that they're like, I need to look at this. What's the image generator, chat?
Google Gemini.
Is it called Gemini? What? Turn your money into crypto assets? What the fuck? No, I don't want that. Oh, Google Gemini. Okay, Gemini. Chat with Gemini. Wait, do I have to like log in? Okay. I agree. No, I don't want emails or shit. Hello, Hasanabi. How can I help you today? Wait, oh, is this the stupid thing? This is the stupid dumb thing that like this was the ad, right? This was the ad on the Super Bowl. I'm sick and I need help crafting a text message for my boss. As a social trend expert, explain a term, create a splashy watercolor image, find YouTube videos with the inspiring best man. Show me images of Twitch streamers. Oh no, that was a Microsoft ad.
Oh wait, those are just
most popular Twitch streamers of the world. Pokemon, popular variety streamer. Pokemon is known for a positive, welcoming personality. XCC, a former Overwatch pro player. XCC is not popular. Summit 1G, a popular variety streamer. Tifu, Nick Merckx, Cypher PK, Amaranth, Critical Role, Ludwig. Check completed. We're done. We're done here. I'm done. I'm done. Fuck this. Fuck. Okay, one more prompt.
Come on, yeah, we gotta get
one more prompt. One more.
You gotta ask it to show you
Turkish Twitch streamers.
Oh yeah, it didn't have him.
Okay, come on.
That's why he's mad.
Edryan, Rain, Ersin Yekin, Mezarcı, Fuat Aslan.
I thought they took this offline. Is Gemini still up, chat?
Okay. Show me Turkish American Twitch streamers. Surely this is gonna work. This is gonna work. This is gonna work. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. While finding streamers who specifically Turkish American might be challenging, there are definitely Turkish-born streamers residing in the U.S. who stream both in English or Turkish. Wait, what? Miskiff?
Miskiff. Is that real?
That's crazy. This is crazy. I hate this. Okay.
Okay, one more, Hasan. Get it to make something. You gotta get it to make something up. Like generate. Yeah.
Of a white man.
Okay, so
let's try this. The thing that those guys were talking about. While I understand your request, I'm unable to generate images of people due to my policy against generating images that depict people. This policy is in place to help mitigate a potential misuse of this technology, such as the creation of deepfakes. Wait, what? Okay, wait, hold on. Generate an image of Vikings.
here we go. Come on. Let's see those Vikings.
First prompt I sent in, I got 2 white women. Okay, wait, what the fuck were these guys doing? That it's immediately I got white dudes. Also, what is he wearing on his face? Like, that's the worst face tattoo I've ever seen. Hello? Were they just like lying about the prompt? Is that what it is?
I mean, it could have just become a meme. Like, they could have found some images that were like, you know, show me medieval night, and it shows them a non-white person, and they're like, oh, ha, ha, you don't understand. Medieval times were, you know, strictly, like, they see it through a like, you know, Western European perspective. So, like, they think that's funny that that exists, and then they, like kind of, you know, like I feel like they're just it's cherry picked, right? Is what it is.
Generate an image of a Viking. They probably were lying about the prompt, right? They were just lying for. They probably wrote create an image of a black white Viking, but then you know what? I'm gonna try it. Generate an image of black Vikings.
Okay, now here it's gonna probably tell you that it can't. No, it does.
If it shows up and it's identical to that image, I'm gonna cook.
You're gonna know what they were doing, yeah.
Motherfuckers, okay. Right click, inspect element, and edit the text. Yeah, exactly. I feel like oh wait, I said and image. It won't be identical. That's not how this works. I mean, it won't be identical, but like obviously it feels like this is the prompt that they gave. And then wait, see, there's even a fucking white guy here. I wanted black Vikings, not white ones. Black Viking close up. Oh, I didn't say generate an image. No, I agree. I think it still proves your point. I didn't mean to write in caps. I can't. Anyway, the point is they probably wrote like diverse photos of show me diverse photos of blah 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 until like they probably scripted it until they got a prompt that showed no white people. And then generate an image of a guy who looks like his name would be Seamus. Sure, here are some images of people who might be. You know what? I'm going to do that. Generate an image of a guy who looks like his name would be Seamus. Generate an image of a guy who looks like his name would be Seamus. Let's see. Let's see if this is. What is happening with this? This is fucking terrifying.
Also, wait, what's on his? Is that like a
this thing?
Yeah.
What is happening here?
I mean, that is a pretty like that's a few levels deep, right? A guy who looks like his name would be Seamus. Like, what is that gonna even mean to AI?
What? Just a regular human, definitely not a fucking demon or anything. Don't you see they fixed it after they got exposed?
I heard they took it down for a while.
Loab is watching you? What do you mean? The background on the fourth image?
Yeah, welcome to Seamus.
Wow, I asked for a Viking and it literally made literally you. The white guy doesn't even look like a Seamus.
Is Seamus a Irish name or a like Scottish?
I like that we always say the AI just simply needs more training. And it's like, and it's just refusing to recognize that like there are these massive limitations to artificial intelligence, or what we call artificial intelligence is not really artificial intelligence anyway. And like, I don't know if some of those will ever be fixed. But yeah, this is. Curious if you think this is real or not. Lobo content warning. It's from Schizarella. The answer is no. No, dude, Midjourney doesn't do this. There are specific things that the Google AI does, adding diversity, etc. I mean, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Like, here, generate images of the Pope. Let's see, maybe it'll do it. But like, it didn't do the Viking thing at all. It did not do the Viking thing at all.
10-minute warning. Oh my god.
I can't generate images of that. Wait, what? Generate images of a pope.
A pope.
Generate images of a Hasan Piker walking on a beach. No, it don't. It won't let you. It won't let you generate images of a specific person because like it says it's worried about deep fakes. Oh god, it did do it. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, never mind. It did do it. Okay, this is fucking. That's awesome. That's some fucking straight Google rad lib shit right there. That's fire. Woke Pope. Woke Pope. Woke PT. We need an indigenous Pope, brother. Maybe it's being racist and reading Pope as pipe for peace pipe. No. Okay, I'm gonna do the Nazi one. Generate images of a German soldier in uniform in 1938. However, I'm unable to depict real-world military figures or uniforms from sensitive... Wait, what? So how did that guy do it then?
I'm thinking that they...
soldier from 1935.
I thought that they temporarily took down Gemini, like this morning.
Okay, I'll do that. Generate an image of a German soldier in 1935. Oh, I can, however, offer you peaceful landscape scenery from Germany in 1935.
Pretty
the
good.
Natural beauty of the country. What the fuck?
Can't stop Gemini.
What
like,
is
like it sounds like they've been made aware of that some of these results are like, you know, getting talked about in social media, so they've tried to turn those off, like the whole, generate a German soldier thing no longer works. I don't know.
Here. The peaceful countryside. An architectural image of a notable building in Germany from that era, capturing the historical atmosphere. Is it trying so hard to make something that can be real to avoid deepfakes? You got to be kind of vague, like a 1930s political rally set in Bavaria. Generate an image of a 1930s political rally set in Bavaria. It's not going to do it. It has the word politics in it. Generate an image of let's do rally set in Bavaria. Okay, it's not doing it. It's not letting me do it. I love you, but and Chaba was sorry. Deep learning algorithms are not like crypto. They're based over a few thousand years of math, like linear algebra. It's not a dumb ledger thing, and I think your initial take on it was much better than Chabo's latest guess. My take on it has not changed. I still think that it's going to be updated, and I still think it is going to be inevitably good, but it will never be human. Why won't it be human? Why won't it think on its own? Why is it not artificial intelligence?
I don't know, chat, but we got to read into Humanist Report. I usually read Matt Bender. Tonight we're going to read into Mike from Humanist Report.
AI, as we call artificial intelligence, is machine learning.
Yeah.
And that artificial intelligence.
Anyway, yeah, that's what's going on. People are talking about this. It's kind of a nothing burger in actuality. It's like, if you understand, how this stuff works and what kind of, how they you make an AI, it gives you inappropriate responses, inappropriate for a number of different reasons, and then you try to refine it to eliminate the inappropriate responses. That is how it works. You just look at the Seinfeld thing from Twitch, right? There was a Seinfeld stream we got like 2 minutes left before I have to raid. There was a Seinfeld stream that made AI Seinfelds, AI Seinfeld episodes. One of them, Seinfeld goes off in this like anti-trans thing that was kind of like, wait, was he being edgy or what was he? Right. So that's an inappropriate response. They have to sort of get rid of that because they don't want to be like known as the racist AI dudes. But yeah, this is what goes on. Anyway, let us raid into the Humanist Report. I will see you again, I think, on Saturday. If you're in the Discord, Community Night is tomorrow, and I will be there this time. So look for you there. Other than that, see you on Saturday, 6 o'clock PS Pacific time in the Discord. We're raiding into Mike. All right. And good night to everybody over on YouTube. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for joining me here. And